Thus I was subjected to a conflict of perceptions, which made me quite irresponsible. I was hurled to and fro by momentary feelings, like a football. A single word from the other side would have produced in me such a suggestion that I should have blindly done anything I might have been asked to do. My state resembled that of those people of whom Blanqui says Paris at any moment contains 50,000 men who are ready at a wave of the hand to shed blood for any cause. It is indifferent to them. He might have added if it is for the cause of freedom or for the cause of reaction. This destroy everything mood, which had so long been to me a psychological riddle, I was now able to study in my own person. As the result of an intensified masochistic predisposition, at the foundation of the whole hermaphroditic state there lay nothing else than the love of humanity, and everyday humanity offers us no new sensations. We are only able to love when it is out of the ordinary. For this reason, we strive to see mankind in pain and poverty in order, that we may love men more ardently to love them for that reason, because their misery provides for us intense pain. For days I wandered about fighting within myself, a frightful spiritual battle. I felt that the only alternatives were either to bring about a catastrophe or suicide. To wait any longer was beyond my powers. A chance must decide. A kind of trance state had taken possession of my organism. I knew nothing rightly. I did not know if everything around me was reality or only a dream. Yes, I even doubted my own existence. At no moment did I know where I was, how I had come there, what I had just been doing, what I really was. I remember only that suddenly I was walking in the street in deep conversation with man entirely unknown to me. Our conversation turned round the question what was going to happen. Both of us were reserved, both on the watch. Each seemed to have the feeling he is seeing through me. I must not betray myself, perhaps. I shall be able to get something out of him. Thus we spoke with the most extreme caution about that which each of us read in the soul of the other. The passers-by stared at us. Possibly we had been speaking rather too loudly. It appeared to me that someone was following us in order to listen to our conversation. We stopped in order that this person might be compelled to walk past us. It was an impudent lad in the years between boyhood and manhood. He stopped also with his hands in his trousers pockets a few paces distant, and listened to us with interest. My companion was as much taken aback as I was myself, and we both began to stammer at the moment. A crowd of gapers had collected around us, hoping to hear something of interest. We both became continually more confused. My head began to swim, and I began to say something. It must have been nonsense that I spoke, for my companion looked at me half astonished and half alarmed, and several persons in the crowd began to titter. This made me suddenly lose my head more even than before, and I began to get angry. Suddenly, I shouted out to my companion, that will have the most frightful results. They have cut off the Tartars' feet and hands, and now the Tartars will massacre the whole town. All those around me began to talk to one another at once. Cut off feet and hands. I had turned the switch, and the current had passed. I do not know how I got home. My landlady rushed to me with the news the Tartars are going to burn the town to ashes, and to murder all the Armenians. Some of them have had their feet and hands cut off, their noses have been slit, their eyes cut out, boiling oil has been poured into their ears. The people are all running away or barricading themselves in their houses. Roman 13, I did not see the beginning of the drama, for immediately after my return home, I fell into a death-like slumber, which lasted more than 50 hours. No one could have kept about after such a spiritual storm. When I awoke, I was so weak that only with labor could I move a few paces. My whole body trembled unceasingly. I had absolutely no other desire. But for repose. After I had somewhat recovered, I went to sleep again until the next morning. Now I once more felt comparatively strong, although my arms and legs still trembled. My hostess, a German woman long ago deserted in this town, gave me an account of the atrocities perpetrated by the Tartars. As I went out, the town seemed to be dead in the streets. There still lay numerous horrible mutilated corpses. The shops were closed here, and their houses were demolished. As far as I could learn in Tiflis, the Tartars had done even worse here in Baku. They had fired the boring wells of the Armenians. From these, the fire had spread to the rest, so that the entire petroleum industry was ruined, and 10,000 men were out of work. All this, however, made no impression on me. A frightful relaxation and apathy had taken possession of me. I felt neither pain, nor pleasure, nor sympathy. It was the reaction following the previous hypertension of the nerves. I cared no longer to stay here, and I resolved to return to Kew and later to Warsaw or to Lodz. Roman 14, after a short stay in Rostow on the Don, I reached Kew, and was received by the group with much joy. They had believed that I had fallen in the massacre at Baku or Tiflis. Our successes in Tiflis and Baku in the economic province, by means of the economic terror, were now utilized at every opportunity. They only regretted that owing to the racial conflict, everything had been once more destroyed. During my absence, there had been many changes here in Odessa. Warsaw Lodz and Bialystok successful expropriations had been affected. These new tactics had not only been strikingly successful in almost every case, but they had also attracted towards us the sympathies of those who had hitherto not taken in much earnest our influence upon the revolution. These expropriations were carried out in various ways. For example, by one of our associates who was an official in the postal service. We were kept informed, when anywhere in the neighborhood of the town, the post office coach was to pass an isolated place, carrying anything of considerable value. We then attacked it and plundered it. Or we sent out spies to learn when in any great person's house, or in any bank, large sums of money would be on hand, and at what time the fewest employees would be there armed to the teeth. We crowded in and demanded the surrender of the money, leaving in its place receipt with the dreaded imprint of our organization. It also happened at us in Odessa that a bomb was exploded in a business locality. Everyone ran up to see what had happened. Meanwhile, one of our bands entered the place of business from behind and plundered the safe. What a quantity of intelligence, energy, perseverance, and knowledge had to be employed to render such enterprises possible, how we had to watch for weeks to form plans and reject them, how our arrangements must be altered at the last moment, or the enterprise entirely abandoned. Of this every one, and no one can form an idea for himself. Here, at any rate, I do not propose to give a detailed description of these affairs, because my sketches do not aim at giving a description of the revolution, or of those who participated in it, but simply and solely to represent the motives of my own activity. Therefore, I describe my own environment only in so far as it is necessary to do so for the understanding of these motives. These expropriations were, moreover, not an anarchist speciality, for they were also undertaken by the other terrorist parties. He, however, who believes that the revolutionaries employed this money for their personal needs is grossly deceived. After as before they remained in their miserable holes, eating rotten herrings, and going barefoot in order not to destroy their union with the workmen, and not to lose the latter's confidence. The money was used solely for revolutionary purpose, for providing weapons and printing presses, for the erection of laboratories, for making bombs, for the expenses of the journeys of smugglers and propagandists, for bribery, and for the support of those who had been arrested, and of their families also, the families of those who had been killed or wounded. Roman 15. Soon after my return from Baku, I was transferred to Warsaw in order to take part in the May Day celebrations of 1905, these May Day celebrations taking place according to the calendar of non-Russian countries. The war, the unceasing extensive strikes and disturbances, had resulted everywhere in giving rise to horrible misery, which was further increased by the political crisis, and by the arrest of all branches of industry. All the misery of which I had always dreamed I now saw unceasingly around me. It might be believed that at length my desires would have obtained satisfaction. But this was not so in the same degree as that with which the poverty around me increased. Did my sensibility, too, become blunted. I became accustomed to its appearance. I regarded it as an everyday occurrence, as something easily comprehensible. Somewhat more did I love and honor humanity on account of this misery, but not to the extent of something beyond force, something superhuman, which would have been necessary for my complete satisfaction. Perhaps in Baku I should have experienced this superhuman feeling had it not been that, at the decisive moment, my body gave way under the strain. Was that perhaps prearranged by nature? Has nature imposed these limits upon an individual in order to prevent him from raising himself above the human standard? Can it be that the state into which I fell at Baku resembled a syncope of the soul, which ensued when my psychical state began to verge upon the superhuman, in consequence of the torments around me, just as bodily syncope renders us unconscious, when physical pain exceeds the limits of human capacity? These questions now began to occupy me. I could only attain certainty by means of experiment, and I must obtain certainty, even if the half of humanity had to be sacrificed, as one sacrifices a rabbit in an experiment. Impatiently, I awaited the 1st of May. Perhaps that day would bring me a solution of the riddle. The workmen were still undecided. Should they demonstrate or not? I began to urge them. In favor of the demonstration, my reason is easy to understand. It was unquestionably one of the largest demonstrations that Warsaw had ever witnessed in the narrow streets. There was packed an innumerable crowd, suddenly from all sides. The soldiers charged the demonstration, a frightful panic such, as I have never before seen seized the crowd resistance, was not to be thought off it, was a sauve qui pute. In mad fear of death, everyone began to scream, and to seek refuge in the houses. At the doors of the houses, there ensued a frightful pressure. Many were thrown to the ground. These were trodden to pulp on the ground floor. The windows were broken in, and people crawled through them into the houses. Meanwhile, the Cossacks were raging up and down, cutting people down. With their sabers, there were deafening screams of fear. And with these, and with the groans of the wounded, there mingled the bestial suie of the Cossacks, so as to produce a nerve-lacerating concert of hell, and around one could see the unnaturally dilated pupils, the widely opened eyes, and the faces distracted with anxiety of those who were seeking safety in flight. The same excitement had seized on me also, with a wildly beating heart, and an unbearably distressing feeling of contracture in the loins which produced in my entire organism a kind of anxious ecstasy. I began to hope, but it would not come. Roman 16 in Odessa, which was exhausted by unceasing fights and strikes, the strength of the reaction began to make itself felt, and there were fears of a pogrom, an attack on the Jews. The forces of the reaction in these pogroms always made use of the lumpen proletariat, the blackguardly element of the mob. Since the most trustworthy of our Odessa associates were Jews, and thus had no influence with the lumpen proletariat, they urged me to go to Odessa, and as a non-Hebrew to use my influence to prevent the pogrom. It was not possible for me to refuse, although in secret I rejoiced at the prospect of the pogrom. In Q, where I had some business, I met by chance an acquaintance belonging to my more prosperous. Past this man knew nothing of my revolutionary activities. He, for his part, was an arch anti-Semite. In consequence of the disturbances, his business had been completely ruined. He described the whole revolution as the work of the Jews, and also abused the government, which, in his opinion, was to blame for the weakness which it exhibited in dealing with the revolutionary forces. But he continued with a wink, if the government does nothing, we shall know how to help ourselves. A little I pretended to be entirely of his opinion, and he told me in confidence that there already existed in Odessa a secret committee which was to take the matter in hand. He also was a member. A large sum of money had already been collected in order to pay certain persons who were to arrange the entire hetzy. If I wished, I could be his guest, and he would make me a member of the committee. I agreed. The next day I was actually enrolled in the committee. Who the members really were I did not learn. One characteristic was common to them, a frightful indolence. Everything was ready. They would arrange for patriotic demonstrations, and would then throw proclamations amongst the people to tell them that the Jews had sworn an oath to combine with the Japanese for the destruction of Holy Russia, that the revolution had been begun by the Jews, in order that the Little Father's army must meet enemies on both sides, at once. Thus, for all the present misery, the Jews only were to blame, etc. Everything had been arranged already, and was in the hands of people who were prepared to undertake the whole affair. The only thing now wanting was the proclamation. My acquaintances now began to praise my genius as an author, and they all pressed me to begin immediately to compose the required leaflet. The proposal suited me. I do not need to say why with zeal I threw myself upon the task, and the proclamation was a masterpiece of demagogic art, and a crowning example of the appeal to the beast in man, as it is ordinarily called. The diffusion of this document of civilization, as it is called by the revolutionists, took place in connection with the planned demonstration. The day passed without an outbreak, although the imminence of the storm could, as one may say, be felt in the air. Not until the evening were a few Jews beaten here and there. On the second day, our people arranged for a second demonstration from the other side. They endeavored to form a counter-demonstration, and the two came in conflict. The black hundreds, drawn from the lumpen proletariat, who fought in the name of patriotism, dispersed the counter-demonstrators, and began to demolish and to plunder in the Jewish quarter of the town. The breaking of the panes of glass and the destruction of the goods in the shop windows, and of the furniture in the houses, seemed to inflame the crowd. More and more, they must have experienced a sort of voluptuous sensation. In connection with these activities, finally, they found some Jews who had hidden themselves. A horrible yell was now raised. The Jews were dragged out into the street. They were struck with everything available, with cudgels, hatchets, and knives until They were completely unrecognizable. The crowd found more and more of them, most of them threw themselves on their knees and begged for life. It was most horrible to see them beaten, till their features were no longer distinguishable, still pleading for mercy. Now the mob really began to smell blood, and to display its whole true human nature, each began to murder according to his own individual fancy. Here a man cut the breast from a nursing mother, there they tore the clothes from some girls, and flogged them naked through the streets. In another place they dragged a Jewess naked from her house into the street, tied her hand and foot, and fastened her by the hair to the axle of a cab. Then they drove off at a gallop until she was battered to death behind the cab. There ran street Arabs striking at her body. But to what purpose is it to describe these scenes at which one's heart is convulsed in one's body with sorrow, and simultaneously one wishes to exult with joy and triumph? Here I saw once more in their proper environment the 50,000 of whom blank we speaks a wave of the hand would have sufficed, although 99% of them unquestionably felt no hostility towards the justo produce in all of them, the most infernal anti-Semitic excesses, if the police would allow it, as they allow the pogrom. Another wave of the hand would direct the mob with no less ease to make an attack on another human variety, for example on the capitalists. What psychological factor drove them on? Was it simply a tendency to cruelty? No, a love of cruelty considered by itself, without a nobler motive, is inhuman, inharmonious to human nature. And man cannot escape his own nature. There must therefore be other motives at the basis of such actions, motives of a nature more humanly comprehensible. But look at all those slaughterers, regard their physiognomy. Not a trace of cruelty and suffering, unheard of suffering, is reflected on these faces. The fear of death and the pain of their victims prepares for themselves incredible torment. Do you not believe that these people will return to their houses and will suffer intense mental pain? They will continually see in imagination the last beseeching glance of their victim, full of complaint and reproach, directed upon them. What hatred, what contempt will they feel for the animal which has awakened within them? They will feel a longing to spit in their own faces, to strike themselves, to strangle themselves. Before every one whom they meet, they will lower their eyes. He knows that I have murdered people amid the most cruel tortures, against whom there was no hatred in my heart, murdered only for this reason, because I had within me the instinctive demand for spiritual torment. Because, by the situation in which I suddenly found myself, one pole of my hermaphrodite nature was suddenly discharged. They are masochists, only they do not know it. Self-contempt suddenly seized me amidst this satanic orgy of suffering on the part of such unconscious instinctive masochists, the remembrance that all these persons were being led onwards by a blind animal impulse, and that tomorrow they would fall on their knees before their God and pray to him for pardon, filled me with disgust. I began to hate this stupid mass. I wanted to see them grovel in the dust themselves and howl for mercy. For this purpose, it was only necessary to organize the Selbstschutz, a union for the prevention of persecution of the Jews. In order to effect this, I tried to get into the Jewish quarter. I succeeded in doing so by means of some side passages. Hardly had I reached this quarter when I came across masses of these self-protectors. Finally, I found among them some acquaintances, and I joined them. A heated contest now began to rage, as the Black Hundreds were now so energetically attacked. All their heroism was speedily at an end. They took to flight at this moment. The soldiers appeared not, as one might have imagined, to attack the Black Hundreds, but to attack the self-protectors. My arm, which was stretched out in front of me, was traversed longitudinally by a rifle bullet in a peculiar manner. I sank to the ground at first, but soon recovered sufficiently to get up and run away. That inexpressible sense of complete satisfaction, by means of suffering for which I was continually searching, which, so to say, I felt to slumber within me once more, appeared in actual experience. I always had the impression that there was something wanting, that it was necessary to awaken something within me which hitherto had existed in my consciousness, only in a dormant state. At the same time, a voice whispered to me that I was demanding something superhuman, that the attainment of such a thing must logically overwhelm my purely human powers, and that it would involve my annihilation. Day and night these thoughts tormented me. You must gain this experience even if it involves your destruction. But what if at the last momentas at back you a further incapacity? A spiritual syncope ensues. One thing I knew: when you reach it, it will only be by yourself. All others will break to pieces before you. Romans 17. I no longer had any interest in the development of revolutionary affairs, since for my own purposes they were no longer serviceable. The new questions which now arose, as for example, the propaganda among the lumpenproletariat left me cold in the pogrom we had seen, what an unawakened force reputed as revolutionary, but in reality masochistic was, slumbering in the lumpenproletariat that this force could also be used in the service of reaction, was ascribed to the fact that all these thieves, criminals, and prostitutes came into contact only with the working classes, but since they earn from the latter nothing but contempt, their sensibility was turned against the working classes. This unfortunate state of affairs, it was proposed to counteract by going among the criminals, just as in earlier years they had gone among the working people. An endeavor was made to organize the lumpenproletariat in order to win their sympathies. The movement was in part successful, although it brought with it much corruption. Thus it happened that the criminals endeavored to turn the matter to their own advantage, and began to pursue their profession, in the name of anarchism. For example, in Warsaw, they visited the house of an enormously rich Jewish banker, whose father had recently died, and under the mask of anarchism demanded from him 10,000 rubles with the threat that if he did not give the money, they would dig up the corpse of his father and bury it in unconsecrated ground. When we remember there is nothing more horrible for an Orthodox Jew than to rest in unconsecrated soil, we shall understand that the banker gave the money, but this occurrence aroused a great sensation, and people began to identify anarchists with common criminals. Now the anarchists had to endure the persecution not only of the government, but also that of other revolutionary parties and of the lumpenproletariat latter for this reason, because they did not wish their names to be associated with actions which were undertaken for personal advantage and not for revolutionary aims. This campaign against the anarchists from three different sides must soon bring about disaster. During this time, I was perpetually puzzling over the problem. Will the idea you have dreamed of be realized within you? Will it lead to your destruction? Or will it overwhelm your powers and lead once more to spiritual syncope? By means of an experiment, the matter could be determined. Supposing one were to distribute broadcast plague bacilli, if entire towns were to suffer from this disease, if the fear of death was to seize the whole crowd of those who in their cowardice at every strike, every demonstration, every fight at the barricades had hidden behind the stove or crept under the bed, if this fear of death were to increase to a general panic, affecting entire towns, entire countries as happened in the Middle Ages, if the people in their despair should look for the disseminators of the trouble, and should proceed to hew one another to pieces, would my relief come then? Will there be an answer for me? I shudder to think of the suffering which this would entail for me. I feel that I am not equal to this. I suffer, on the other hand, inexpressibly. Because I have no answer, no recognition, no satisfaction, I will end. I cannot to endure longer this hermaphroditic statethis. Is death or lunacy? What to do, how to free oneself from this horrible dilemma? Oh, why am I not like others? Why cannot I simply accept that? Which is why do I torment myself to climb the mountain in order to stand before a bottomless abyss, before an abyss, whose secret depths will be manifest to me only if I hurl myself into it? What to do, shall I or shall I not? I will, I must. As I was about to do it, I was arrested, chance or foresight. O fate, fate, that is too much of suffering. O mankind, mankind, what have you done? A single one, wished to see a single one, wished to tear a veil from the image, and you have hindered it eternally. You will have darkness around you. But why will you not allow me to see the light? Is it thus that you thank me, who have loved humanity as no other has loved? Yes, that is once over again the cruel, the pitiless philosophy of Golgotha. He who will love must suffer. Chapter 22. Sexual fetishism. With respect to the evolution of physiological love, it is probable that its germ is always to be sought, and to be found in an individual fetichistic charm, which a person of one sex exercises upon a person of the other sex. R. von Krafft-Ebing. Contents of Chapter 22. Physiological foundation of sexual fetichism, definition, partial attraction theory of fetichism, psychological process, by which it originates idealization and accentuation, in love the ideal isolation of certain parts lesser, and greater fetichism, the most frequent forms of sexual fetichism, racial fetichism peculiar, inclinations towards exotic individuals hair fetichism, various forms of this, the plate cutter's trial of a plate cutter hair fetichism, in women baldness fetichism, fetichism for other parts of the body breast fetichism, genital fetichism, the phallus cult cunnilingus and fellatio, a case of genital fetishism, a hermaphrodite fetishist hand. Fetishism, buttock fetishism, smell fetishism, red hair, and the odor of the body, a passage from D. Annunzio's Lust axillary odor fetishism, the odor of the entire body, as a fetish influence of specific genital odors, scatological fetishes, scatology in folklore, the muse latrinal, the renifleurs and epingeurs, sexual perfumes, influence of flowers and scents, sexual taste fetishism, priapistic means of enjoyment, examples fetishism for horsewomen, for bodily defects, for old men, voice fetishism, object fetishism, shoe fetishism, or retifism, explanation of these peculiarities of shoe fetishism, corset stocking, and handkerchief fetishism, fabric and costume fetishism. Chapter 22. Like algolagnia, sexual fetishism rests upon a physiological basis and is merely a more or less abnormal increase of fetichistic ideas and perceptions, which are rooted in the very nature of the sexual attraction. By fetichism derived from the Portuguese fetico-Italian fetisimagic charm, we understand the limitation of love, its transference from the entire personality to a portion of this personality, or it may be to some lifeless physical object related to the personality, this fascinating portion of the beloved personality, or the object associated with this personality, is the sexual fetish within physiological limits. The part concerned exercises particular attraction and is especially exciting, but in the ideas of the lover, it remains associated with the entire personality to which it belongs. Fetishism first becomes abnormal or pathological when the partial representation becomes completely divorced from the general representation of the personality, so that, for example, a plait of hair or a pocket handkerchief is loved alone and by itself disconnected from the person to whom it belongs. The development of love can always be referred to fetichistic ideas, for when we examine critically the first general impression which the beloved makes upon the lover, we always find that there are certain parts or functions which have made the greatest impression and have exercised a greater erotic influence than other portions to the former of these. Therefore, the imagination and the sensibility more especially cleave in my contributions to the etiology of psychopathia sexualis, Vol. Roman 2, p. 311. I define sexual fetishes as peculiar symbols of the essence of the beloved personality, with which the idea of the entire type is most readily associated. Roman 1000. Hirschfeld later enunciated the same views. As sexual fetishes, we may have 1 portions of the body, 2 functions and emanations of the body, and 3 objects, which have any kind of relation to the body. Under 1 we may enumerate the hand, the foot, the nose, the ears, the eyes, the hair of the head, the hair of the beard, the throat, and the back of the neck, the breasts, the hips, the genital organs, the buttocks, the calves. All these parts may constitute sexual fetishes. The same is true of all the influences enumerated under 2, viz. Gait, movement, voice, glance, odor, complexion. Under 3 we may enumerate the clothing as a whole as costume, and in its individual parts upper clothing and underclothing, hat, eyeglasses, way of dressing the hair, necktie, bodice, corset, chemise, petticoat, stockings, shoes or boots, apron, handkerchief, clothing materials, fur, satin, silk, the color of clothing, mourning, parti-colored blouses, white clothing, uniform, fashion, cul de Paris, décolleté, and retrous tricot. Indeed, clothing fetishism goes so far that a particular shape of the heel of the shoe, a particular mode of ornamentation of some particular part of the clothing, and finally any striking part of the clothing, may become a sexual fetish. This fetichistic influence is further increased by a peculiar characteristic of human love. This is its tendency towards idealization, beautification, and enlargement of those parts, which especially affect the senses. This beautification and idealization extends from the body to the clothing, and to articles in general used by the beloved person, but normally remains associated with the entire personality. It is, first by means of the enlargement and accentuation of a distinct part, that this becomes separated from the general idea, and thus its removal and conversion into a fetish is prepared for. In the chapter on clothing, we drew attention to this general anthropological phenomenon of the enlargement and accentuation of many parts by means of such measures as painting, articles of clothing, exposure, way of doing the hair, etc. Inasmuch as now by the ideal and actual accentuation of the part under consideration, it is projected as a more independent structure, and separates itself from the personality as a whole, it is involuntarily isolated in idea by the fetishist, and becomes generalized to constitute an independent stimulus, which may now temporarily or permanently completely take the place of the personality as a whole. This physiological process embraces both the lesser and the greater fetishism of Binet. The lesser fetishism consists in this that the lover, without going so far as to lose sight completely of the entire person of his beloved, still directs his attention to individual special charms, or is in general first attracted to the beloved woman by means of quite distinct qualities such as the shape and smallness of the hand, the color and sparkling of the eyes, the abundance and softness of the hair, the complexion, a distinct odor, a melodious voice, etc. In the lesser fetichism, the partial representation plays indeed a very prominent part in the general picture, but does not entirely obliterate this picture. In the greater fetichism, on the other hand, a particular portion or function or quality, or an article of clothing, or an object of customary use belonging to the beloved person is isolated from this latter, and in a sense becomes transformed into the latter, and assumes wholly and completely the character of a being capable by itself of exercising a sexually exciting influence. This is genuine sexual fetichism. Binet and von Schrenck-Notzing have referred the genesis of fetichism, as a rule, to some chance occurrence during childhood, a fetichistic impression, which chanced to coincide with sexual excitement, and thus obtained a permanently sexual coloration. The time of puberty and the first sexual relationships are especially dangerous for the formation of such associations of ideas. Von Schrenck-Notzing rightly draws attention to the fact that this perverse associative connection, as a reaction to powerful external impressions, does not occur only, as Binet assumes, in predisposed individuals, but is also quite peculiarly characteristic of the childish mental life at the time when the brain is undergoing growth, as well as of the less developed intellectual powers of savage races, among whom at the present time in quite other provinces than the sexual fetichism is cultivated in the most excessive manner. Thus fetichism is often manifested by persons with perfectly normal brains. Such chance occurrences, for the origination of sexual fetichism, occur in games, in reading, in solitary and mutual masturbation. Nearly always in connection with the genesis of fetichism, we can prove that there has been some such actual predisposing cause. In numerous cases of the greater fetichism, especially in the category of the hair fetichists, plate cutters, shoe fetichists, and handkerchief fetichists, there is also associated a more or less severe psychopathic constitution, on the foundation of which the fetichistic impulse has developed as a kind of coercive idea obsession. These are the cases which have the greatest forensic importance and which gain publicity. We shall now proceed to give a brief account of the most important forms of sexual fetichism, and those most frequently encountered. First of all, parts, functions, and qualities of the body may constitute sexual fetishes. The possibilities in this respect, extending from head to foot, have been enumerated above. Moreover, odd as it may sound, the entire human being may also become a sexual fetish, not as a whole personality that would be normal love, but as a national or racial individual. In such a case, we have the so-called racial fetishism. The European newspapers are full of interesting reports of the peculiar attractive force exercised by exotic individuals, female or male, such as Negroes, Arabs, Abyssinians, Moors, Indians, Japanese, etc., upon European men and women, respectively. Whenever members of such races come to stay in any European capital, we hear of remarkable love affairs between white girls and these strangers, of romantic abductions, and other mad adventures. The novelty, peculiarity, piquancy of the strange races has the effect of a fetish. The size, the figure, the physiognomy, tint of skin, smell, tattooing, adornment, costume, speech, dance, and song of these savage men exercise a fascinating influence. White men have from very early times had a peculiar weakness for Negroes and for mulatto women and girls. As early as the 18th century, there existed in Paris Negro brothels, and somewhat later, after Napoleon's Egyptian expedition, Negroes and Negresses came in large numbers to Paris and were utilized for the gratification of the lusts of both sexes. Notwithstanding the deeply rooted racial hatred, even in America, racial fetichism gives rise to numerous connections of this kind. The colored girl exercises a powerful attractive force upon the American man, and even the proud American woman manifests with an especial frequency in Chicago a certain preference for the male Negro, but much greater is the alluring force exercised by the white upon the Negro, more especially among civilized Negroes. Does the white woman play the part of a fetish? This is the explanation of the frequent rape or attempted rape of white girls on the part of Negrosone of the principal causes of the Southern lynchings. Among the parts of the body which act as fetishes, we have especially to mention the hair of woman's head. Hair fetishism is widely diffused both in the physiological lesser form and in the pathological greater form. The abundance and the color of the hair have an equal influence in normal love, also as a fetish hair of sweetest flesh. The tenderest, sweetest growth, as Eduard Greisbach terms it in his new Tannhäuser, has a profound sexual significance with primitive man also. It probably played the same role of a sexually stimulating veil, which was later played by tattooing and clothing the hair of the head, and special modes of arranging that hair play an important part in sexual selection. Among the savage races, the odor of the hair also has a sexually stimulating influence and remains persistent in the imagination. The softness also of the hair, the waving curling movement of woman's loosened hair, and the rustling of the hair excite the imagination. But most important of all is the color of the hair. And in this respect, blonde or reddish blonde hair unquestionably takes the first rank as a sexual fetish. Blonde hair exercised such an influence in the days of the Roman Empire. The demimonde of all times has utilized this form of hair fetishism, felt by men for its own purposes, either by dyeing the hair a fair color, or by the wearing of fair-haired wigs. There exist also fetichistic impulses towards brown, black, and red hair. Respectively, John Lehmann tells Breslauer Zeitung, August 24, 1906, of a great libertine who was happy with any or all pretty girls, as long as they had not red hair, and were not the daughters of clergymen. Innumerable times had he made this assertion. Many years later, Lehmann found him as the happy husband of a red-haired clergyman's daughter. Cest Lammer, quia fate cella, he answered laconically to the astonished question why he had been so unfaithful to the principles of his youth. Hair fetishism manifests itself in various ways. Many people are, properly speaking, rather smell fetishists than hair fetishists. They content themselves simply with smelling the hair, and this constitutes their only or their principal sexual gratification. Other hair fetishists obtain sexual enjoyment by looking at the hair, or by passing the fingers through it. The following case, reported by Archenholz, England, and Italy, Vol. Roman, 1p 448, Leipzig, 1785, is typical. I was acquainted with an Englishman who was an honorable man, but he had a very peculiar taste which, as he frequently assured me, was deeply rooted in his soul. His greatest pleasure, which alone could intoxicate his senses, was to comb the hair of a beautiful woman he kept a very handsome mistress for. This purpose only love and woman did not in the ordinary sense come under consideration. He had nothing to do except with her hair in the hours that suited him. She must take down her hair, and let him pass his hands through it. This operation produced in him the most intense degree of physical voluptuousness. The most remarkable class of hair fetishists are the so-called plate cutters. The transition to this morbid state depends upon the custom, widely diffused in earlier times, of cutting off and preserving locks of hair as erotic fetishes. This sexual reliquary cult flourished especially in the 18th century during the period of sentiment. Friedrich S. Cross reports Anthropophytia, Vol. Roman 1p 163, that among the southern Slavs young men and women gave one another tufts of pubic hair as sexual fetishes. The wig collectors also belong to the category of harmless hair fetishists. More serious are the genuine plate cutters, persons who are accustomed to cut plates of hair from the heads of girls, who are happy in the possession of these plates, and who obtain sexual gratification simply by looking at and touching them. These plate cutters are almost unquestionably pathological individuals who act under the influence of coercive impulses. Recently in Berlin, two such cases attracted public attention. The judicial proceedings connected with the former of these cases elicited such interesting details regarding the development, psychology, and activity of plate fetishism that it is worth preserving, and is therefore given here at length, quoted from a report in the Berliner Tageblatt, No. 118 of March 6, 1906. Perversities before the law courts. The plate cutter whose arrest attracted so much attention appeared yesterday in the assessor's court under the presidency of the judicial assessor. Forster, the accused, Robert S., was a student of the Technical High School at Charlottenburg. The accused was prosecuted and defended by counsel. He was born at Valparaiso in the year 1883. The accusation was that between the months of November and January last he had, in 16 cases in the public streets, cut plates of hair from the heads of young girls, taking also the ribbons with which their hair was tied. This charge was one of theft in 12 cases. Also, he was accused of bodily maltreatment and actual injury. Two medical experts were present to advise the court during the inquiry. the public was excluded from the court, but the representatives of the press were admitted. The accused replied to the inquiries of the president that he had come to Germany in the year 1888 and that he had been at school in Thorn-Bergedorf and Hamburg in Hamburg. He had passed his final examination and had received a good report on leaving. He had always had a special fondness for mathematics. He had studied for one term at Munich. He had always worked very hard. He admitted that in 16 cases he had cut plaits of hair from the heads of girls in the streets of Berlin in his rooms. 31 plates had been found. President, had you such tendencies in earlier years? Accused, yes. At the age of 16 years, I secretly one evening cut some hair from the head of my sister, 13 years of age, and kept it. I have always had a desire for beautiful long hair. Finally, this desire became so strong that I was unable to resist it any longer. The first time that I cut some hair from the head of a girl was the day of the entrance of the crown princess. I do not know why I suddenly was unable to resist the impulse. It became more powerful after I returned from a journey to South America, which I made as a voluntary machinist. The voyage lasted 5 months. I had worked very hard while on board. During the whole voyage, I was in a gloomy mood. And when I returned, the impulse became continually greater. President, in what way did the impulse affect you? Accused, I frequently ran after little girls, without being able to gratify the desire to possess their hair. Then I succeeded amid the crowd at the entrance festivities, unter den Linden, to cut some loose hair from the head of a girl, with a pair of scissors, without the girl becoming aware of it. President, what did you do with the hair? Accused, nothing at all. President, what did you think about while you were doing it? Accused, nothing. I simply put the hair into my pocket. President, and afterwards. Accused, several times unter den Linden, I cut loose hair from girls' heads. President, when did you begin to cut off entire plates? Accused, in November at the entrance of the King of Spain. Then in the Opernplatz, I cut a plate from the head of a child. The girl did not notice it, and I remained quiet. The plate was fastened with ribbon. President, what did you do with the plate? Accused, I took it home, combed it, and put it in a box on my writing table, on which was the inscription mementos. I afterwards frequently took the hair out and kissed it often. I laid it on my pillow and rested my head on it. President, were you not fully aware that you were doing something wrong and that you were interfering profoundly with the rights of another individual? Accused, I did not think about it. President, if the proceedings were now to come to an end, and if you were discharged, would you do the same thing again? Accused, I do not think that I should do it again, now that I have experienced what the consequences are. President, can you give security that in the future your will be stronger than the impulse? Accused, I cannot give any guarantee. President, have you never read in the papers that the citizens of Berlin were very much agitated by this cutting off of girls' hair? Accused, I have read nothing of the kind. President, when were you arrested? Accused, on January 27. From a girl whose hair was plaited in 2 plates. I cut one plate when she came near me again. I wanted to cut off the other plate, and then I was arrested. President, is it true that you put a ribbon round each plate of hair and marked it with the date you had cut it off? Accused, to some extent, I did so. President, have you ever had sexual relations with women? Accused, no, never. I have only had a strong impulse to gain possession of beautiful long hair. President, would not long beautiful men's hair have satisfied you as well? Accused, yes. Counsel for the defense, did you not have this morbid impulse in quite early youth? You told me that you remembered the hair of many girls from the time that you were at school in Thorn. At that time, you were 8 years old. You said to me that you had thought no more about the persons to whom the hair belonged, but only and all the more about their hair. Accused, that is correct. It is indifferent to me whether the person to whom the hair belonged is young and beautiful or old and ugly. My only interest is in the hair. President, have you the same interest in white hair? Accused, my attraction is only to fair hair. In reply to a further question on the part of the president, the accused declared that he had been a very active member of the academic gymnastic club and that he belonged to a students' Purity Alliance. Counsel for the defense, the accused has stated that while he is at work, it often happens that suddenly plaits of hair seem to appear before his eyes. He often has reveries in which it seems to him that in all countries women and girls with beautiful hair are at his disposal, and that he is able to rob them of their hair among his colleagues. The accused has always felt himself to be thrust into the background. He had the feeling that he was destined for great things, and that his comrades would not recognize this. The accused, whose father is dead, had received assistance for his studies. His brother is an officer at sea. One of his sisters is mentally disordered. Of the witnesses who had been summoned to attend, 3 only were examined Captain von W., whose daughter, when walking in the Leipziger Strasse, had been robbed of part of her hair, by the accused gave evidence that the affair had had very disagreeable consequences to his daughter. Since that time, the child had suffered from a terrible feeling of anxiety. She had experienced a nervous shock and frequently cried out anxiously in the middle of the night because she was dreaming of the plate cutter. The next witness, Frau Gall, an old acquaintance of the family of the accused, described his character as exceptionally good. All who knew him had been astonished to hear of his actions. No one who knew him had ever observed this passion for hair recently. He had obviously been overstrained mentally and very distrayed. Generally speaking, he was not high-spirited and happy like other young fellows, according to further evidence given by this witness regarding the family history. It appeared that the accused was affected with congenital taint. Undergraduate Schmieding, president of the Alliance for the Maintenance of Chastity, had become intimately acquainted with the accused. In consequence of their holding similar views, he described him as having a good character, but as dreamy melancholy and reserved and unfamiliar with harmless cheerfulness. And Dr. Hoffman, one of the medical advisors to the court, said, "We have in this case to do with a peculiar mode of activity of the sexual impulse. Although such an impulse does not completely abrogate responsibility, still, in this case, normal responsibility is greatly limited from early youth onwards. The accused has an imaginative belief that he is not sufficiently esteemed. He believes that he could make himself invisible. He believes that he could build a great castle and furnish the rooms of this castle with innumerable plaits of hair. Moreover, he is hereditarily tainted with insanity, and bodily examination shows that he has numerous stigmata of degeneration. 51 of the Criminal Code should apply to this case, since the accused can hardly be supposed to have the power of controlling his impulse. It would appear necessary that he should be treated in a lunatic asylum. Dr. Lepman, the other medical advisor, said, "The case before us is one of extreme rarity. The accused suffers from severe congenital taint and exhibits a number of stigmata of degeneration. At the time his offenses were committed, the accused was certainly emotionally disturbed, and at the present time is still." Roman 99. Von Kraft-Ebing reports only a few such cases, and the same is true of Dr. Moll. The accused was incapable of free voluntary determination. He is still unhealthy and must be treated as a sick man. Counsel for the prosecution: if the accused had been in possession of normal mental health, it would have been necessary to punish him with exceptional severity for such offenses as his profoundly endangered public security. It would not be right for any gaps to exist in our criminal code, which made the punishment of such an offense impossible. We may dispute in detail under which paragraph the offense comes, but there can be no question but that it is a punishable offense. The medical experts had, however, shown that the accused was not fully sane, and he must be dealt with from this standpoint. The president summed up as follows: "The public sense of justice naturally demands severe punishment for such an offense. The accused, however, is not criminally responsible. In view of the evidence given by the medical experts, the accused must be discharged on the understanding that his family will immediately take steps to have him confined in an asylum." It was possible that this decision would not satisfy everyone, but in view of the evidence before the court, no other course was possible. This case appears to have had a suggestive influence, for shortly afterwards, a cashier, Alfred Roman 50, was arrested, who had cut plaits of hair from the heads of two young girls in his home. Were found, in addition, 17 plaits of hair, which he had bought, among these the queue of a Chinese, already, when a schoolboy. Roman 50 had been affected with this morbid impulse. There exist also homosexual or pseudo-homosexual hair fetishists, especially among women, to whom the hair of another woman's head becomes a fetish. Remarkable is the following passage in Gabriel D. Annunzio's romance, Lust, pp. 210,212, Berlin 1902. "Do you remember," asked Donna Francesca of her friend Donna Maria at school, "how we all wished to comb your hair, how we used to fight about it every day? Imagine, Andreas, that blood used actually to flow. Ah, I shall never forget the scenes between Carlotta Fiordali's and Gabriella Vanni. It was maniacal to comb the hair of Maria Bendinelli. Was the one ardent desire of all the girls, great and small, alike. The infection spread through the whole school. There followed prohibitions, warnings, severe punishment. We were even threatened with having our own hair cut off. Do you remember, Maria? All our heads were bewitched by the black snake, which hung from your head to your heels. What passionate tears every evening. And when Gabriella Vanni, from jealousy, made that treacherous cut with a pair of scissors, Gabriella had really lost her wits. Do you remember? Andreas remarked that none of his lady friends had had such a growth of hair, so thick, so dark a forest, in which she could conceal herself. The history of all these young girls in love, with a plait of hair, filled with passion and jealousy, who burned to lay comb and hands upon this living treasure, seemed to him a most stimulating and poetic episode of cloistral life. There exists also a negative hair fetishism. Hirschfeld reports the case of a prostitute who was a well-developed fetishist for baldness. Among many races, removal of the hair is a means of sexual stimulation. Nose, lips, mouth, cf. Bellot's novel La Bouche de Madame Roman 10, and ears can all become the objects of sexual fetishism, though in most cases only of the lesser fetishism. The eyes also, which as fetichistic charms play an important part, and are effective especially through their color. It is uncertain if in this relationship clear blue eyes or sparkling black eyes have the greater importance. The female breast is a natural physiological fetish for the male sex, but over and above this there exists a remarkable variety of breast fetishists who employ the isolated breast, separated from the body, for the binding of books. According to Witkowski Tetoniana, p. 35, Paris 1898, certain bibliomaniacs and erotomaniacs have books bound with women's skin taken from the region of the breast, so that the nipple forms a characteristic swelling on the cover. A further account of these human skin fetishists is given by Dr. Picard in the Gazette Médicale de Paris, July 19, 06. Von Kraft-Ebing contests the existence of a special genital fetishism, but the universal diffusion of the phallus cult contradicts his opinion. The phallus cult is unquestionably connected with fetichistic ideas, which are embodied in the symbols of the lingam, and the yoni. According to Weininger, woman, speaking generally, is only a phallus fetishist. Man exists for her only as a sexual organ. I think people have been unwilling to sear, they have been unwilling to say, they have hardly formed accurate idea for themselves what the copulatory organ of a man is for a woman as wife, even as virgin, what it psychologically signifies, how it dominates to the uttermost the entire life of woman, although she herself may be completely unconscious of the fact. I do not mean at all that woman regards the male penis as beautiful or even pretty. She regards it as man regards the gorgon's head, as the bird regards the snakeate, exercises upon her a hypnotizing, magical, fascinating influence. Goethe lays stress on the beauty which the male penis has in woman's eyes, when in the Paralipomena to the first part of Faust Weimar edition, Vol. Roman 14 p. 307, he makes Satan say in his address to women, Far uch sind zwei den von kostlichem Glanz, des leuchtend Gold, und ein Glanzender. Georg Hirth also weighs to love pp 566-567, speaks of an instinctive belief on the part of woman in the beauty and the paradisaical force of the phallus, and he regrets the unnatural depreciation and mendacious concealment of this portion of the male body by the conventional morality discovered by the world of men. The wide diffusion of the genital fetichistic tendencies in man and woman is clearly manifested by the extremely frequent occurrence of isolated adoration of the genital organs in the practices of cunnilingus and fellatio, which in numerous individuals completely replace normal coitus. Very rare is a case which came under my own observation of isolated penis foreskin fetishism in a heterosexual man. He is 30 years of age and a student of natural science, in whom at the age of 4 years, the first manifestation of sexual excitement occurred later towards the age of puberty. Sexual excitement became always associated with the mental representation of a male penis, and more especially of the foreskin of that organ, whilst he felt antipathy to the idea of actual sexual intercourse with men and felt attracted to women. Still from time to time, the imaginative representation of the membrum virile takes possession of his mind, as a sort of coercive idea, and when this happens the patient masturbates at the same time, often making sketches of a penis. A singular case of exclusively genital fetichism is reported by P. Garnier, Les Fetichistes pp. 170,174, Paris, 1896. This case was that of a man 48 years of age, who in normal sexual intercourse was almost completely impotent, and who could obtain sexual gratification only by the observation of the genital organs of human beings and animals, and who, as in the case just mentioned, was sexually excited by making sketches of genital organs. This person exhibited obvious symptoms of nervous disorder. We might regard it as hardly possible that cases should exist in which the fetishism related to genital organs of a dubious character hermaphrodite fetishism. And yet a veritable case of such hermaphrodite fetishism has come under my own observation. The case is that of an officer who is always searching for hermaphroditic formations of the genital organs. He is pretty well known in this respect among the prostitutes of Berlin, who make use of his inclination for their own advantage. By a demonstration to him of reputed hermaphrodites, he has had the good fortune to discover several real hermaphrodites, but notwithstanding all his endeavors, his affection has never been returned. The hand, especially a woman's hand, is not simply an object for cheromancy, but is also the occasion of a sexual fetishism, by which the hand is spiritualized. The beautiful finely-formed hand is a powerful love charm. Binet reports the case of a young man in whom sexual excitement was exclusively produced by a woman's hand, and he was always on the lookout for opportunities of touching the beautiful hands of women. Isolated foot fetishism is rarer. It is generally associated with the very common shoe fetishism, vd in for the buttocks. The callipygian charms of women have always been a sexual fetish for men among flagellants. This may become isolated as a fetish and completely divorced from the personality as a whole for such individuals in sexual relationships. Only the posteriora exist. Among the bodily functions which are capable of acting as fetishes, the smell, the emanation of the body, unquestionably takes the first place. Smell fetishism is a very frequent phenomenon regarding the intimate relationships between the sense of smell and the vita sexualis, and regarding the existence of certain specific sexual odors. I have already recorded the most important facts in the first chapter of the present work, pp. 15-18, as sexual odors: the emanation from the hair of the head, the emanation from the armpits, the smell of the genital region, and the general emanation from the skin come under consideration. The fetichism for red hair is frequently no more than an apparent hair fetichism. Much more often, it is really a smell fetichism, because since early times red-haired individuals have been supposed to emit an emanation, having a powerful sexually exciting influence in the Romance countries France and Italy. This belief is universally diffused. I quote another passage from D. Annunzio's Lust p. 66. Have you noticed the armpits of Madame Clysalores, the Duke of Beffy, indicated the dancer upon whose alabaster forehead a firebrand of red hair was shining like that which we see in the priestesses of Alma Tadema? Her bodice was fastened on the shoulders by very narrow straps, and in the armpits one could see two luxuriant tufts of red hair. Bominaco begins to speak at large regarding the peculiar odor which is diffused by red-haired women. Binet tells of a student of medicine who one day, when sitting on a bench reading, suddenly had an erection of the penis, and on looking round, he saw sitting on the same bench a red-haired woman, whom he had not before consciously observed, from whom a powerful odor emanated. The odor of the armpits also appears in France to find fetichistic lovers. The French cocotte commonly assumes during coitus a position in which the man has his nose in one of her armpits, and sometimes spontaneously offers this position at the unrestrained dances in the Parisian winter season, more especially at the very free bal des quatre arts held in the spring. We frequently see the men sniffing at the armpits of the girls. It is unquestionable that the odor of the body at large may in certain circumstances act as a sexual fetish. Many peculiar love relationships prove this fact from very early times among the common people. The odor of sweat has been regarded as a powerful aphrodisiac. I may allude to the case reported by von Kraft-Ebing of King Henry Roman III, who dried his face with the chemise of Maria of Cleves dripping with sweat, and thereby was inspired with a passionate love for her. I may refer also to the case of a peasant who, when dancing, was accustomed to dry the face of his partner with his handkerchief, which he had carried in his own armpit, and thus produced in her voluptuous excitement. An Indian king, when choosing his beloved, did so simply by smelling the clothing moistened by their perspiration, and selected the woman whose clothing was most agreeable to his sense of smell. Oscar A. H. Schmitz informed me that an English traveler in India related to him that in India, lovers sometimes changed underclothing. Each wears the shirt impregnated with the perspiration of the other. The love of Princess Chimay for the gypsy Rigo is stated to have been a typical smell of this kind. It is said that the odor of negresses and mulatresses has an especially powerful exciting influence upon Frenchmen, of which the poet Baudelaire is mentioned as an example. This writer declared that smell was the third and highest degree of voluptuousness. Recently, Peter Altenberg in Prodromos has described the sexual importance of the odor of the body. At large, such typical smell fetishists luxuriating in the general emanation of the feminine body, are mentioned by Mace, the chief of the Parisian police. He describes very vividly how, in the larger shops, such men move about among the feminine customers in order to intoxicate themselves with the odors proceeding from them. In opposition to these general bodily odors, the specific genital odors play in the human species a subordinate part. They are for the most part perceived as unpleasant. Falk is of opinion that this antipathy only becomes apparent after sexual intercourse, whilst before such intercourse, the odor of the genital organs has a slight erotic stimulating influence. Many cases of cunnilingus and fellatio are certainly referable to olfactory impressions. The following case is plainly indicative of the sexual influence of genital odors. An Italian woman loved after sexual intercourse to retain on her hands the odor of the genital secretions, and on such occasions, although usually a scrupulously clean person, she avoided washing her hands. She was especially fond of mingling this odor with that of cigarette smoke. She was entirely free from stigmata of degeneration. On the contrary, she was an extremely robust, well-developed person. One of the most remarkable and monstrous phenomena in the domain of sexual perversities is that by which the processes and products of the ultimate stages of metabolism become associated with libido sexuales, become true sexual fetishes, and can more especially give rise to a formal speciality of smell fetichism, the position of the orifices of the alimentary canal and of the urinary apparatus in the immediate neighborhood of the genital organs, gives rise to a certain associative conjunction between the functions of these parts, and this association is rendered more intimate by various circumstances. Cf. My contributions to the etiology of psychopathia sexualis, Vol. Roman 2 pp. 224-225. In addition, the idealizing influence of libido sexualis plays a part here. The identification of the desired individual with the lover's own ego leads the disagreeable and disgusting character of those processes and parts to disappear, and ultimately brings about a comparison between the real aesthetic charm of the beloved person and the coarsely material processes in question, which takes the form of a sensually stimulating contrast. There is not in this case any quite unusual association of ideas on the part of a completely degenerate individual. We have rather to do with a general anthropological and ethnological phenomenon. I was myself the first to give an elaborate proof of this fact. Contributions to the etiology of psychopathia sexualis, Vol. Roman 2 pp. 223,240. And I illuminated more especially the remarkable role of the so-called scatologithet is the sexual influence of the ultimate products of human metabolism and of the processes associated therewith in folklore, in mythology, in superstition, and in the literature of all nations and times. In this way do we first arrive at an understanding of the possibility of an erotic influence exercised by defecation and micturition, which is so often observed at the present day, above all in the so-called muse latrinaline, the widely diffused practice of scribbling obscene inscriptions on the walls of public lavatories. 633, which finds expression also in sexual coprolagnia and urolagnia. Compare in this connection S. Saukonoff contribution, a l'étude des perversions sexuelles, published in Annals Medico-Psychologiques January and February, 1901, a case of urolagnia and coprolagnia, in a habitual masturbator, 27 years of age, a remarkable case of sexual excitement produced by the odor of newly made hay in a lawyer 25 years of age, is reported by Amrine Anthropophytia Vol. Roman 4 p. 237. This person took off all his clothes and rolled as if intoxicated in the hay. Until ejaculation occurred, he called his impulse a vis major. It is clear that masochistic and sadistic elements play an important part in many cases of urolagnia and coprolagnia, but there are pure forms of smell fetichism in this category, as we see in the case of those persons who become sexually excited in consequence of the smell of the urine and feces of the beloved person, or speaking generally by the smell of those excrements, the person from whom they are derived being a matter of indifference. These are the renifleurs and épingeurs of the French observers who haunt public lavatories in order to obtain sexual excitement from the smell of the excrements of persons of the opposite sex. There even exist individuals who have the acts of defecation and micturition performed by others on to their own bodies. In this case, the masochistic element is associated with the element of smell fetichism. A greater role than that of the natural sexual odors is at the present day played by artificial perfumes, which as a fact are frequently employed as sexual fetishes. Their origin and the cause of their use has been already explained p. 17 from early times prostitution, and the demimonde have made the most extensive use of these artificial scents for the sexual allurement of men are in general more sensitive to sexual stimulation by means of perfumes than women are these perfumes are partly derived from plants. In fact, the simple odor of certain flowers produces sexual excitement, a fact well known to many peasant girls. Other sexually stimulating scents are derived from the animal kingdom, such as musk civet and ambergris. A French firm of perfumers advertises a parfumecharme secret, local employment of which is clearly suggested in the advertisement. But in most cases, only a portion of the clothing or underclothing is perfumed. There exist typical perfume fetishists who can, as a rule, be sexually excited only by means of some definite perfume, in the absence of which they are impotent. In comparison with smell, taste plays a very minor part, still a primevally old popular custom. The use of priapistic flavoring agents rests upon fetichistic ideas of this kind. Cunnilingus and fellatio are perhaps also committed with the desire to taste the genital organs. Just as the same must be the case with those not very rare practices in which flavoring agents or beverages are brought into contact with the genital organs, are impregnated, as it were, with their essence, and then swallowed. To this belongs also the following original case. A man obtains sexual gratification only in this way by introducing a cigar small end first into the female genital passage, leaving it there a long time, and then smoking it with the end thus impregnated in his mouth. There exist many other forms of fetichism. It is impossible to enumerate all these varieties. I shall, for example, refer only to the not uncommon fetichism of women for athletes and acrobats, or for singers and actors, and to that of men for dancers, and especially for horsewomen whose appearance has quite a fascinating influence on many men, more particularly when they are actually on horseback. Analogous to the previously described hermaphrodite fetichism is fetichism for other bodily defects, as for obese, lame, and hunchbacked persons. Von Kraft-Ebing reported the case of a man who loved only girls with a limp, which I can parallel by an observation of my own, a merchant 32 years of age, with slight stigmata of degeneration, Darwinian pointed ears, slight asymmetry of the skull, but in other respects with a very powerful build of body, and having performed his year's service in the cavalry, who since 10 years of age has been addicted to excessive masturbation, is potent only in intercourse with a girl who limps. He cannot state when this perversion first manifested itself in him. In any case, it has developed into a typical fetichism. To this category belong also the abnormal love towards elderly individuals, heterosexual geronophilia, and the fetichistic influence of certain peculiarities of character. Thus it is an old experience that a Don Juanesque bold and self-assertive appearance on the part of men, and even depravity and sexual lawlessness, exercise a fascinating influence upon many women. This is, as it were, homologous to the previously described influence of prostitutes and fast women upon. A peculiar fetish is constituted also by the human voice. A sympathetic voice has often been the cause of a violent love passion. Singers, both men and women, know something of this powerful fetichistic charm of the voice. Finally, sexual fetichism can extend to objects in relationship with the beloved person or with any human individual. Object fetichism, and this is very readily accounted for by the personification and spiritualization of these objects of human use, and especially of clothing, which appears to be a part of the personality itself, and so quite naturally becomes a sexual fetish. See the detailed description given on p. 140 et seq. Among the various forms of clothing fetichism, by far the commonest is shoe fetichism or retifism, after the Marquis de Sade, who in his writings described the most important sexual perversions. Active algolagnia has been termed sadism, and after Sacher-Masoch, passive algolagnia has been termed masochism. I consider, therefore, that with the same and even greater justification, as I have already suggested in my work on Retif de la Bretonne, foot and shoe fetichism may be denoted by the term retifism, for it is this sexual perversion which manifests itself most markedly in Retif's life, 17,341,806, and in him also. This perversion found its first literary interpreter and apostle in exactly the same manner as sadism was made known in wider circles by de Sade, and masochism by Sacher-Masoch. Retif, first described typical foot fetishism and shoe fetishism, and also wrote the first history of this subject in him. This tendency appeared at the early age of 10 years, as he relates Vol Roman 1 pp 9093 in his celebrated autobiography, a work greatly admired by Goethe, Schiller, Wieland, and other heroes of our classical literature in this place. Also, he gives a very good explanation of the genesis of foot fetishism and shoe fetishism. This fondness for beautiful feet which in me is so strong that it unfailingly arouses my most powerful lust, and leads me to ignore any ugliness in other respects. Does it arise from any physical or emotional predisposition in all those who have this peculiarity? It is very strong. Is it connected with any preference for an easy gait, for a gracious, voluptuous dancing movement? The peculiar attraction which the foot covering exercises is only the reflex of the preference for beautiful feet which stimulate even an animal. Thus a man comes to prize the covering almost as much as the thing itself. The passion which since childhood I have felt for such beautiful foot coverings was an acquired inclination, which however rested on a natural preference. But the love for a small foot has a physical basis, which finds expression in the Latin proverb parvis pes baratrum grand. Rediff was a typical shoe fetishist. He trembled with desire on viewing a woman's shoe. He blushed when he saw it as if it were the girl herself. As a true fetishist, he collected the slippers and shoes of his mistresses, he kissed them, and smelled them, and sometimes masturbated into them. Especially fascinating to him were the high heels of women's shoes, a sight of which sufficed to produce in him intense sexual excitement. Shoe fetishism existed in ancient times and long ago. It was assumed that there was a relationship between the foot and the vita sexualis. References to this matter will be found in my earlier work, Contributions to the Etiology of Psychopathia Sexualis, Vol Roman 2 pp 323,325. In modern shoe fetishism, masochistic ideas of being trodden on, of placing the beloved's foot on the back of the neck, or sadistic ideas of treading upon the beloved's feet, etc., played a part. Also, there were associated sensations of smell, proceeding from the leather. The color of the shoes is likewise of importance. The footworsthis are the shoe fetishists, named in the speech of prostitute, shave the most varied inclinations in respect of different shapes and fashions of shoes. 1. Loves ladies' boots, another riding boots, a third. Dancing shoes, a fourth. Slippers, a fifth. Actually loves coarse wooden peasants' shoes, also in respect of ornamentation, color, heels, etc. Fancies vary. In one case known to me, a clergyman was purely a heel fetishist. Hirschfeld records the nature of love p. 140, 8. The case of a man who was sexually excited only by means of the ankle wrinkles in boots. Also the case of a woman who was fascinated by the dusty boots of men, etc. Of other articles of clothing, the corset, petticoat, chemise, apron, and more especially stockings and handkerchiefs, form objects of sexual fetishism. Felicien Rops appears to have been at once a corset fetishist and a stocking fetishist, for he frequently draws feminine figures, naked, except in respect of their wearing corset and stockings. There are many men who are able to complete intercourse with a woman only when she keeps on her stockings or shoes. Others are excited only by the articles of clothing. For instance, they represent in imagination corset shops in order, by looking at the corsets, to produce orgasm and ejaculation, or they collect or steal feminine underclothing, especially handkerchiefs, in order to obtain sexual excitement from smelling or looking at these, or to masturbate with them. Finally, there exist fetishists for particular materials such as fur, loved especially by masochists, satin, silk, or even entire costumes, such as a woman's riding dress, tights, mourning, etc. D. Estock describes under the name La Course des Araignées the spider race, the appearance of 20 women in a brothel who were clothed only in long black gloves, reaching to the shoulders, and long black stockings. In the Berlin newspapers, there recently appeared an account of the fetishism of a prince for long gants de suede on slender women's arms, unique in its kind. Would appear to be the case of the spectacle fetishist, of which Hirschfeld gives an account op. Cit. pp. 145-146. Chapter 23. Acts of fornication with children, incest. Acts of fornication with corpses and animals, bestiality, exhibitionism, and other sexual perversities. Appendix: the treatment of sexual perversities. But what a source of devastation is a public or private teacher of youth, when his heart is impure. What a tragic example of misleading is he who himself, in a position imposing upon him the duty of leading others towards virtue, is animated by the most detestable of all passions. Johann Peter Frank. Contents of Chapter 23. Acts of fornication on the part of adults with children, pedophilia, erotica, superstitious motives, shunamitism, as a popular custom opportunity, as a cause of pedophilia, its frequency among manservants and schoolmasters, acts of fornication with children less than 6 years of age, examples with children between the ages of 6 and 14 years, alluring influence of fruits verts upon debauchees, causes the mania for defloration, other causal factors of acts of fornication, with children examples. Early appearance of the sexual impulse in children, causes in the country the demivirge type, early puberty in girls, examples of sexual intercourse between children, child prostitution, Parisian flower girls, matchselling girls, and music pupils of Berlin, blackmail causes of child prostitution. Incest causes incest in France, sexual relationship with a third individual on the part of two persons, closely related to one another. Acts of fornication with animals, zoophilia, bestiality, genuine zoophilia, a remarkable case, thereof causes of bestiality, its frequency in the country report of cases bestiality, on the part of a woman, reputed seduction of human beings by animals. Acts of fornication with corpses, necrophilia, motives, symbolic necrophilia, love of statues, influence of museums on uncultured individuals, sexual intercourse with statues, Pygmalionism, acts of fornication with objects resembling the human body, dames, et homs de voyage, exhibitionism, morbid. Foundation of this other motives, masturbation, as a cause a remarkable case of exhibitionism. Frauteurs, example, voyeurs, secret sexual clubs, escures, stercoraires, platoniques, pedication, opium, hashish, and ether employed for sexual purposes. Use of these drugs in Paris, sexual fantasies of the opium smoker. Appendix, the treatment of sexual perversions, importance of psychological factors, in the treatment of sexual perversions, management, of the primary trouble, psychotherapeutics, and suggestive therapeutics, verbal, suggestions, confidence in the knowledge of the physician, sexual perversions, as diseases of the will, need for the education of the will, suggestion in the waking state, suggestion, by means of letters, by means of hypnosis, special prescriptions. Chapter 23. One of the most tragic, but unfortunately, one of the most frequent of occurrences, is premature sexual intercourse, on the part of children, partly resulting from acts of fornication by adults with children, partly resulting from premature awakening of the sexual impulse in children, and premature sexual activity on their part. These two varieties of premature sexual intercourse in children must be sharply distinguished each from the other. The alleged increase of sexual offenses in which children are concerned is by von Kraft-Ebing wrongly associated with the more widely diffused nervousness of recent generations. As a matter of fact, such offenses have occurred at all times, and among all peoples with no less frequency than at the present day. Erotic pedophilia is a very widely diffused phenomenon. It arises from superstitious grounds, as for example from the belief which prevails in many countries that venereal and other diseases are cured by copulation, with an intact child, the primeval belief that intercourse with immature girls prolonged life, that an emanation from them, rejuvenated old men, the so-called shunamitism led in former times and leads, even at the present day, to acts of fornication with children, less commonly due to timidity and impotence on the part of adult men, rendering intercourse with adult women difficult or impossible, give rise to the seduction or rape of defenseless and unsuspicious children. The act of fornication with children as a popular custom is a symptom of a primitive degree of civilization, and is therefore met with even at the present day, among savage nations, a matter regarding which Ploss Bartels gives detailed accounts. Passing to consider the cause of acts of fornication with children at the present day, and the means by which such acts are effected, unquestionably, opportunity plays an important part in their production. All those persons who by their occupation are brought into prolonged diurnal and nocturnal association with children, and are frequently alone with them, such as manservants, nursemaids, governesses, housekeepers, schoolmasters and schoolmistresses, the directors and other officials of orphan asylums, etc., constitute a disproportionately large contingent of those who commit offenses under 1763 and 182 of the Criminal Code. This does not arise from exceptional criminality on the part of these persons, as compared with those belonging to other professions, but simply and solely from the fact that they are continually alone with children, and that any sexual excitement which may arise is thus directed towards these because no adult is there sometimes a morbid neuropathic or psychopathic constitution, plays a part, but more commonly, we have to do simply with lasciviousness and sensuality, which avails itself of the opportunity thus offered. Redif de la Bretonne warned parents regarding manservants and nursemaids as seducers of children. These persons are apt to execute unchaste acts with children in the very first years of life. In order to gratify their own voluptuousness, they play with the genital organs of these poor innocents and thus prematurely awaken sexual sensibility and often give rise to premature onanistic habits. These acts of impropriety, carried on with small children which must be sharply distinguished from those with older children, the cases being classified as relating in the first place to children under 6 years of age and in the second place to children between the ages of 6 and 14 years are far commoner than is usually imagined, and perhaps even more dangerous in respect of the bodily and mental development of the child than the second variety of unchaste acts with older children. In most cases it is persons of the female sex who misuse small children in this way, and often this arises from the fear of impregnation, resulting from intercourse with an adult man. Generally, we have to do with a lascivious disposition, as for example in the following cases which came under my own observation. In one of these cases, a woman seduced a boy 4 years of age to the performance of systematic improper acts. In the other case, a boy of 5 years of age was taken horribile dictu by his own mother into her bed, and taught to perform coitus with her in so far as this was possible, and also to perform manipulations with her genital organs. The little boy repeated this practice with his sister 3 years of age, and being caught in the act, he confessed the whole history. A boy aged 4 played freely with his own genital organs, and also made peculiar coitus-like movements in bed, and in contact with his mother, when the latter, greatly alarmed, asked him how he had learned to do this. He explained that a young woman 20 years of age living in the house had performed these manipulations with him. Magnan also reports lectures on mental disorders, Nos 2 and 3p40. 1. The case of a lady 29 years of age, who performed sexual acts with her nephew aged 5. These cases rarely attain publicity, because they usually remain undiscovered fornicatory acts with children, such as are frequently alluded to in the newspapers, chiefly concern children between the ages of 6 and 14 years. In these cases, the offenses are most often committed by schoolmasters and schoolmistresses or by private tutors and governesses. We further often find other women undertaking such acts, displaying a sexual activity which they have no opportunity of satisfying in intercourse with full-grown men. In the third place, debauchees and exhausted rouse seek new and piquant excitement by intercourse with such fruits verts of such laurent rites. They have used and misused woman, they have explored all the stages of natural and unnatural love, they have visited Lesbos and Paphos, and they have experienced every possible sexual artificiality. Their sexual desires have become torpid, their manliness is on the decline, and sexual death approaches. But the more exhausted they are, the less willing are they patiently to acquiesce in their loss. It is with them, as with inebriates who are full to the throat, and still continue to drink. One day, they notice a little girl in the street, and feel stimulated by her youthful charms, thus their love begins. The blameless, the natural, and the pure in the essence of the child, and of the intact virgin, has a stimulating influence upon such perverted individuals. It acts as a contrast to their own sexual shamelessness and artificiality. The contrast, in fact, has the effect of a most powerful stimulus, nor can we fail to recognize the existence, in such cases, also of a sadistic element in the performance of coitus with a defenseless child, and in the sanguinary act of defloration of an immature individual. In the 80s, there flourished in England such a mania for defloration, the scandalous details of which were illustrated in a lurid light by the revelations of the Pall Mall Gazette. With regard to this sadistic element in acts of fornication with children, we must take into account the possibility that in the corporal punishment of children by the teacher may have originated the awakening of the latter's sexual activities, and that in this we may find the cause of the beginning of sexual relationships between teacher and pupil. Other not infrequent causes of the sexual misuse of children are to be found in alcoholic intoxication and in senile dementia. Tramps, also, who have for a long time been deprived of the opportunity of intercourse with women, are apt to gratify their long repressed libido on the body of the first child they meet. Child labor in factories, also offers opportunities for fornicatory acts with children. A few especially striking instances of acts of fornication with children are appended. The son of a greengrocer, a 20 years of age living in the Cablestrasse, had for a long time immoral intercourse with the 8-year-old daughter of the milkman W in the same street. He had not only violated her, but had committed other injuries. The young fellow continued his immoral conduct after he had become infected with venereal disease, and therefore naturally infected the girl. She became so ill that she had to be confined to bed, and the doctor who was called in diagnosed venereal infection. Notwithstanding this, the little girl continued to lie about the matter, and only after a whipping did she admit having had intercourse with the latter, a man with a crippled foot. As soon as he saw that his misconduct had been discovered, concealed himself in an outhouse, and was only arrested by the police after a prolonged search. He is now in prison. The model and friend of a painter during the absence of the latter from home seduced his son, 12 years of age, after preliminary repeated masturbation, to coitus and cunnilingus. A celebrated actress, now in advanced age in the case of a boy who sought a situation in her house, gave rise by various manipulations to an erection of the penis, and seduced him to coitus. She invited him repeatedly to visit her, and continued this scandalous practice with him for 8 years. The governess Friederike B. was accused of improper conduct and seduction of the little boy Shepson, and was condemned to 6 months' rigorous imprisonment. In April 1900, Shepson disappeared through her connivance. She had him confined under false names in various cloisters. The accused denied all blame, and declared that she was the benefactress of Shepson, whom she intended to bring up as a priest. The evidence, however, sufficed for her conviction. A very scandalous affair is reported by Le Matin. Some time ago, the Parisian police arrested a young fellow on account of an offense against certain civil and natural laws. The accused thereupon denounced an old Count W. and others of his friends, and also Baron A., who daily waited the coming out of the boys from certain Parisian schools, and then took them in his automobile to his own house, or to that of Count W. The police, having received information, kept under observation the sons of certain distinguished families attending the school in question, and ascertained that the statements were true. The Count and his friends carried off the boys, among whom were 3 sons of an engineer, the eldest 13 years of age, to the Avenue Macman, or the Avenue Friedland A., who is engaged to a young lady belonging to the Parisian aristocracy, was arrested. Count W. has escaped the examination of their dwelling, disclosed all kinds of compromising materials. In view of the wide diffusion of acts of fornication with children, we must always keep one point clearly before our minds, on account of the great forensic importance of the matter. That is the question whether the initiative to the improper act proceeded in the first place from the child, consequence of a premature awakening of the sexual impulse. See, for example, Emil Schulze Malkowski, The Sexual Impulse in Childhood in the periodical Sex and Society, 1907, No. 7 pp 370,373. He reports 5 sexual scenes dating from the year 1864, the heroine of which was a little girl 7 years of age. In a certain proportion only of such cases have we to do with a degenerative morbid inherited state. In many instances, this sexual perversity occurs in children who in other respects are perfectly healthy, and is evoked by seduction, bad education, and chance causes such as intestinal worms, etc. This is to be observed also in children of savage races, among whom this phenomenon of sexual prematurity is perhaps more frequent, in part owing to climatic conditions in the country. The observation of sexual acts on the part of animals frequently occurring under their very eyes makes children early acquainted with the fact of sexual intercourse in large towns, prostitution, and overcrowded dwellings, in ways to which we have already alluded in detail, give rise in many cases to a very early initiation of children into a knowledge of the facts of sexual life. Apart from the question of child prostitution, to which we shall allude presently, we can observe such early mature types of children also in every class of the population of large towns, among the circles of the middle classes, and among the upper 10,000, we have the type of the demivirge which, recently Hans von Kallenberg has so admirably described in his Nichtchen in the female sex. This early sexual maturity is much more clearly manifest in an essay entitled The Zoo as an Educator in the weekly newspaper Der Roland von Berlin, No. 27, July 5, 1906. We find a striking description of such a type. We find definite types of early ripe girls, which we must regard as a peculiar acquirement of the 20th century. We distinguish without difficulty the simple hot-blooded sensual variety from the thoroughly developed perverse types. A short-legged buxom type is the most predominant. Such girls seem extraordinarily energetic and appear also to excel in mental powers. Their pale-cheeked and half-lived male companions, their dress is extremely conspicuous, and they wear highly ornamented hats whilst when we look at them from behind their whole figure, suggests the age of 15 or 17 years. The front view suggests that they are at least 8 years older. They prefer to lace very tightly in order to display their rounded hips, and to make their already strongly developed breasts all the more imposing. But this development displays their mental and physical corruption, especially when undeveloped shoulders and thin arms show beyond question that they are really of a very tender age. The sharply cut features with the sparkling black eyes, which at once fascinate us, plainly indicate the lines which the passions are about to engrave on their features. We discern also that by the age of 30 they will already be old women. Sexual intercourse on the part of children with one another, or with grown persons in cases in which the invitation has proceeded from the child, are by no means rare occurrences. The following remarkable cases may illustrate this. Some years ago, a schoolboy KJ, 13 years of age, was accused in Berlin of several acts of sexual intercourse with girls of from 6 to 8 years. The guilt of the accused was fully proved. He was sent to a reformatory. A young man made the acquaintance of a girl, 16 years of age. Although greatly impassioned, he did not dare to touch the girl because he was deceived by her sweet and blameless demeanor, and did not wish to be her first seducer. Soon afterwards, he learned that this angel had had sexual intercourse for several years with a married man 40 years of age. Legros showed in 1890 at the weekly meeting of the physicians of the Hospital St. Louis a boy 11 years of age, who after 3 months' sexual intercourse with a syphilitic girl aged 7 years, had been infected in the ordinary manner, per Via's Naturals reference in Unnaz Monatscheft für Dermatologie, 1890 vol Roman 10 p. 335. In Paris in December 1906, according to the Vossische Zeitung of December 15, 1906, No. 558, a band of youthful street and shop thieves, 10 in number of ages varying from 11 to 14 years, were arrested. Their leaders were a boy of 12 and a girl of 13 years, the latter Eliza Cales by name, known generally by nickname of Beautiful Aliette. This Aliette, a strikingly pretty little person, in a long dress of extremely fashionable cut with a wonderful hat and most elegant gloves, ruled her band with the most exemplary self-confidence. They were all smart fellows, they were all of them her lovers, and with these 10 husbands she was the happiest of wives. Acts of fornication with children also explain the melancholy phenomenon of the existence of a widely diffused child prostitution in all large towns of the Old and New World, regarding which in the previously mentioned works on prostitution in these towns detailed accounts will be found. The little flower girls of Paris, the Berlin match sellers and wax candle sellers, or music pupil saul, these provide a large contingent to child prostitution. To a great extent, they are associated with equally youthful criminals and souteneurs, and avail themselves for blackmailing purposes of the existence of 1763 and 186 of the Criminal Code. Among them, there are even individuals given to peculiar sexual specialities, who gratify perverse lusts in various artificial ways. Social misery, bad example, and seduction are indeed often to be blamed as causes of this early sexual depravity. But it is precisely in respect of child prostitution that Lombroso's doctrine of the born prostitute has considerable justification. In exceptional cases, only does incest sexual intercourse between those nearly related by blood, either in the same generation as between brother and sister, or in the ascending and descending line, depend upon pathological causes. The origin of the dread and horror inspired by incest remains a moot question of historical research. Within historical times, and among savage peoples, incestuous intercourse was permitted and widely diffused, without doubt. Racial hygienic experience regarding the pernicious effects of this extreme form of incest gave rise to the recognition of the fact that incest must be forbidden. At the present day, incest occurs almost exclusively as the result of chance associations, for example, in alcoholic intoxication, in consequence of close domestic intimacy in small dwellings, in the absence of other opportunity for sexual intercourse. In such circumstances, not infrequently among the lower classes of the population, we observe as a favoring factor a complete absence of any conception of the immorality of incest. Remarkable is the tendency to incestuous unions in certain epochs, for example in the period of the French Rococo, when it was introduced by suggestion on a large scale, and manifested itself with alarming frequency. Numerous credible historical examples of this I have recorded in my recent researches concerning the Marquis de Sade, pp. 165,168, Murraybau, and especially Redif de la Bretonne. See my work on Redif pp. 380, 1382, luxuriated in horribly blasphemous, incestuous ideas, according to Theodore Munt, who speaks of these tendencies in his Sketches of Paris during the Second Empire Vol Roman, 1 pp. 140-142, Berlin 1867. It appears that the French nature is not repelled to the same degree as the German by the idea of sexual union between those nearly related by blood. Eugene Sue relates in his Mysteries of Paris that among the lowest strata of the population, fathers often have intercourse with their own daughters. But such things also happen in Germany. In August 1907, a manual laborer 4 to 7 years of age was condemned to 3 years imprisonment because he had had incestuous intercourse with his daughter, now 27 years of age, during the previous 15 years, and had continued this incestuous relationship after he had himself remarried. The girl had been for several years living in intimate sexual relationship with her father, who watched jealously to prevent his daughter having anything to do with another man. Among many Indian tribes of Central America, incest is said to be always practiced when the eldest daughter accompanies the father for a few days into the mountains in order to prepare his maize bread for him. Relations somewhat analogous are those in which parent and child have sexual intercourse with the same person when, for example, mother and daughter have the same lover. Other peculiar combinations are possible and are actually observed. Unique, however, would appear to be the case reported by D. Estoc Paraceros p. 209, in which a young man had sexual intercourse with a woman with her 2 daughters, and also utilized the father of this family as a passive pederast in a manuscript novel, which I once saw. A man was made the lover of both husband and wife. One of the most remarkable of sexual aberrations, in the reality of which, as Murraybau remarked, it is hardly possible to believe, is fornication with animalsophilia and bestiality. We will first describe zoophilia, a sexual inclination towards animals without actual sexual intercourse. Genuine zoophilia, or animal fetishism, as a perversion monopolizing the human being's circle of sexual ideas, is very rare. Until recently, only a single case has been published, that recorded by Dr. Hank in 1887 in the Wiener Medizinische Blätter, and quoted also by von Kraft-Ebing. But I myself, in the year 1905, observed a second case of genuine zoophilia, and have recorded it elsewhere. This extraordinarily rare case may as well be once more detailed here. The person concerned was a farmer 4 to 2 years of age, of a large and imposing appearance, a healthy aspect and normal conformation. His family history did not show any points of importance, throwing light on the peculiar development of his vita sexualis. In the family, several unhappy marriages had occurred. The patient's parents had also lived in such an inharmonious marriage. His mother had a masterful manner. He felt no love for her. He knew nothing of any sexual abnormalities in his family. He lays a special stress upon the fact that, when an infant, he was brought up on the bottle, and that, in this way, he missed the first unconscious natural sexual stimulations, which, according to the theory propounded by S. Freud, proceed from the suckling at the maternal breast. To this, he mainly ascribes his lack of sexual sensibility towards the female sex. When he was a boy 12 years of age, the patient experienced sexual excitement for the first time when riding on a fine horse. Since that time, his sexual sensibility as a whole has been closely connected with the idea of fine horses in this way, that merely to look at them produced libidinous excitement, so that for years, once a week while riding, he had an ejaculation accompanied by intense voluptuous sensations. It is, however, remarkable that he never had any erotic dreams connected with horses, as already stated. His sexual sensibility regarding the human female, and also the human male, is non-existent. His views regarding women are Schopenhauerian. The few attempts he had made at intimate intercourse with women, in most cases, these were puel. Public, were repulsive to him. He had on these occasions no erection at all, or only a very slight one. The vita sexualis of the patient is, speaking generally, by no means an active one. He does not experience nocturnal pollutions, and is completely satisfied sexually by the weekly ejaculations and libidinous excitement, which occurs when riding on horseback for several years. The patient has suffered from frequent insomnia, the cause of which he considered to be material troubles combined with gloomy thoughts about his abnormal sexual condition. Bromides, veronal, and other hypnotic drugs are of little use to him, for habituation soon sets in. On the other hand, cold footbaths have a better effect the patient who, as he himself says, has a strong antipathy to normal sexual intercourse, which he regards as a bestial act, believes that he might perhaps attain a normal sexual condition if he could meet with a wife who would be sympathetic and would be in harmony with him, mentally and physically. He is, however, in this respect extremely skeptical, since he is well aware of the rarity of that complete harmony, which is the indispensable prerequisite of a happy marriage. The patient exhibited no symptoms whatever of degeneration. The genital organs were normal, and nervous sleeplessness, in a man 42 years of age dependent upon material cares and emotional depression, cannot be regarded as a symptom of degeneration. When we reflect how frequently in persons who are otherwise quite healthy such nervous insomnia may make its appearance as a result of the struggle for life at or near the age of 40 years. True zoophilia is a typical sexual perversion and appears to occur principally in men. The use of animals, dogs, for purely onanistic purposes, in the way of licking the female genital organs, cannot be included in this connection. In French novels and moral studies of recent times, such types of zoophilous women are indeed described. Thus, for example, in Octave Mirbeau's Batteries, Eins Neurastheniker's, 1902, we find a description of Princess Caragnine as such a perverse woman endowed with a peculiar passion for animals, especially for stallions, who caresses them with obvious signs of sexual excitement. And in the de Goncourt's diary, I find the following remark. Every time I visit the zoological gardens, I am struck by the number of bizarre, remarkably eccentric, exotic, indefinable women we meet here, to whom the contact with the animal world of this place appears to constitute an adventure of physical love. Edmond and Jules de Goncourt, Leaves from a Diary, 1851 to 1895. R. Schwiebel also gives an interesting account of the zoophilous tendencies of Frenchwomen, Les Detraquis de Paris, pp. 203,212. Unquestionably, modern zoological gardens offer even more than country life opportunities to women of zoophilous instincts, and can in this respect become dangerous. I remember from my own school days in Hanover remarkable scenes in the much visited zoological gardens of that town, scenes which at that time we naturally did not really understand, but on which the above remarks and observations throw a clear light. Thus, we shall no longer be surprised by the following extremely remarkable case of zoophilia in the female sex. Kleptomania in a girl aged 13. A girl, 13 years of age, who is incurably affected with kleptomania, and who at the same time has a morbid inclination towards horses, is the most recent phenomenon in the province of Decadence. The unfortunate child is the daughter Frida of a married couple living in the Hochstrasse. She had committed a number of thefts of vehicles, which might have been attributed only to skilled professional thieves. The morbid tendency compels the child to take the horse by the bridle and lead it away. She does not appear to have any tendency to sell the animal or to steal anything from the carriage. Her love for horses led her in earlier years to unusual acts. Thus, she took the horse of a dairyman in the Elbingerstrasse out of its stall, mounted it, and rode away. The child has been under medical treatment for a long time on account of her extremely unusual tendency, and we understand that the medical evidence shows that she cannot be held legally responsible for the offenses she has committed. Berliner Tageblatt, No. 352, July 14, 1906. Passing now to consider definite acts of fornication, with 644 animals sodomy, note 648 to p. 640 bestiality, there is hardly any animal which has not been in some way, and at some time utilized for the gratification of human lust, but naturally in most cases the animals always available were employed, such as dogs, cats, sheep, goats, hens, geese, ducks, horses. Martin Schurig, as early as 1730, in his Gynecologia pp. 380,387, recorded a large number of cases of bestial aberrations, in which, in addition to the animals above mentioned, apes, bears, and even fishes were employed. In antiquity, snakes were often the objects of unnatural lust on the part of women, playing the part of the modern lapdog. Bestiality is very widely diffused, countries especially celebrated for the frequency of this practice are China and Italy. In the former country, geese, in the latter, goats, are preferred for sexual malpractices. In India, and also among the southern Slavs, horses and donkeys play the principal part as objects of bestial love. Acts of fornication with animals are due to various causes. In exceptional cases, only can they be referred to morbid predisposition in the lower classes of the population, and among many races, for example, among the southern Slavs, and among the Persians, superstitious belief that venereal disease can be cured by intercourse with animals occasionally gives rise to bestiality. More frequently, the lack of opportunity for normal gratification of the sexual impulse is the cause of bestiality, and it is naturally of more frequent occurrence in the country for the reason that their human beings live in closer association with animals than they do in the town. The herdsman alone with his herd, in a solitary place, the groom, who in the stable suddenly finds himself in a state of sexual excitement. The peasant whose wife is perhaps ailing gall, these indulge in bestiality. Simply from opportunity, Friedrich S. Cross learned from a trustworthy authority that in the Austrian cavalry Slavonic soldiers frequently gratified their sexual impulse upon mares. When they are caught doing this, they excuse themselves by saying that they are too poor to pay a woman. Commonly, these fellows escape punishment in brothels. Also, bestial practices are common in some cases. Debauchees themselves take part in these practices. In others, prostitutes make a display of bestial intercourse frequently. Also, sadistic impulses similar to those which find expression in the torturing or slaughtering of animals during coitus play a part in bestial intercourse. An eyewitness describes such a brothel scene, which took place in the Via San Pietro all Ordo at Milan. An old Rao played the principal part in this. He had become so depraved that he had sexual intercourse with a duck, the throat of which was cut during the bestial act. Some 40 years ago in the Kärntnerstrasse in Vienna, a prostitute was found in her room murdered, and her chambermaid and professional companion was condemned to imprisonment as guilty of the murder. After some years, however, the real murderer was discovered, and he was detected by the fact that he was only able to have an erection of the penis. When he killed a hen, he was known among the prostitutes as the henman. Another case of sadistic bestiality was recently reported by the veterinary surgeon Grunman at Marienburg. In Saxony, the reference will be found in the Berliner Tierärztliche Wochenschrift for September 14, 1906. A man 38 years of age of bad reputation one night found his way into a byre in order to gratify his sexual desires by intercourse with a cow first. He introduced his penis into the vagina of a heifer 9 months old. Then he tried the same thing on a cow, which threw him off, and he fell to the ground in a rage at this. He seized a pitchfork and forcibly thrust one of the prongs first into the anus of the heifer, and then into that of the cow. The cow died speedily, whilst the heifer had to be slaughtered next day. In the cow, in addition to a laceration of the rectum about 112 inches in length, there was found laceration of the capsules of the right and left kidneys, perforation of the mesentery of the colon of the liver, and of the diaphragm, also a laceration 112 inches long and equally deep in the right lung. These extensive injuries showed that the pitchfork must have been thrust in repeatedly. The appearances in the body of the slaughtered heifer were similar to those found in the cow. The accused was condemned to imprisonment for 2 years and 3 months, part of this term being for the offense against morality, and part for the injury to property. The following extremely rare case of bestiality on the part of a woman was seen by Cross opposite p. 281. If I can venture to credit the reports I have so frequently heard, and it is difficult to believe that they are pure inventions among the southern Slavs, intercourse between women and horses, or asses, is comparatively common. How they go to work in this matter, I do not know from personal observation. I did, however, once see a Croat woman of ideal beauty who stood at night, completely naked in front of a lighted lamp, and in this position had intercourse with a tom cat. She experienced so intense an orgasm that she did not notice me, although I watched the scene barely 2 paces from the window. The part played by lapdogs in the case of many ladies has been previously mentioned. Formerly, the question was quite seriously discussed whether a human being could be seduced or violated by an animal, and Hufeland relates a fantastic story of copulation between a dog and a sleeping little girl, which I have criticized in another work. But there are, as a matter of fact, no proofs of such an occurrence or of its possibility in brothels. Certainly, dogs are from time to time trained to have intercourse with prostitutes. Much rarer than acts of fornication with animals are similar acts with corpses, the so-called necrophilia in the works of de Sade. We find references to the algolognistic factor of this rare sexual aberration, to the sadistic or masochistic element in necrophilia, inasmuch as in the case of the dead individual, we have to do with a completely helpless and defenseless being who is totally unable to resist the act. Sadism is also manifested in the not uncommon mutilation of the corpses, and the sadistic impulse further obtains gratification from the idea of decomposition, from the smell, the cold, and the horror, in the case of necrophilia opportunity, also plays a part soldiers and monks who are occupied in watching the dead, and who chance to be seized with sexual excitement, have gratified themselves with female corpses. Sexual acts with corpses are indeed not so rare, as was formerly assumed, but they belong to the class of sexual aberrations regarding which we have but few authentic observations, most of these derived from French authors. Remarkable is the following recent case, which occurred in April 1,901,656. The following hardly credible case of necrophilia is reported from Skonau in the cemetery of that place. Frau Maschke, 30 years of age, was buried in the morning, but the grave was not completely filled in the evening. An inhabitant visited the grave of a relative, which was close to that of Frau Maschke, and she noticed with alarm that the top of the coffin in which the corpse of Frau Maschke was lying was moving up and down. The discoverer of this alarming occurrence hastened to the sexton and reported the fact. The sexton hurried to the cemetery with several workmen, and there, to their horror, they surprised an inmate of the poorhouse named Wakech, as he was in the act of violating the woman's corpse. The bestial criminal was at once arrested. Soon afterwards, a judicial investigation took place, for which purpose the corpse was removed from the grave and taken to the mortuary, in order to determine how far the criminal had actually proceeded in his attempt on the body. In folklore, mythology, and Bellis letters, necrophilia plays a large part, a matter to which I have referred at greater length in another work, Contributions to the Etiology of Psychopathia Sexualis, Vol. Roman, 2 pp. 280, 8296. The idea of intercourse with a dead body, and also that of intercourse with an insensible human being, somewhat frequently gives rise to peculiar forms of sexual aberration. First of all, in this connection, we have to consider symbolic necrophilia, in which the person concerned contents himself with the simple appearance of death. A prostitute or some other woman must clothe herself in a shroud, lie in a coffin, or on the bed of death, or in a room draped as a chamber of death, and during the whole time must pretend to be dead, whilst the necrophilist satisfies himself sexually by various acts. Cases of such a nature are reported by Desaid, Neri, Taxil, Tarnowski, etc. Closely allied to these necrophilist tendencies is the remarkable Venus statuaria, the love for and sexual intercourse with statues and other representations of the human person, here also apart from certain aesthetic motives, which may predominate in the case of statues of exceptional artistic perfection. We have to do for the most part with the same motives that give rise to necrophilia, sadistic, masochistic, and fetichistic, in the case of individuals who are sexually extremely excitable. A walk through a museum containing many statues may suffice to give rise to libido of this. We have examples. Generally, however, we have to do with immature, youthful, and above all uncultured individuals who are devoid of all aesthetic sensibility and have grown up also in a state of prudery and horror of the nude. It is of similar persons that the Catholic moral theologian Bouvier speaks when, in his Manuel des Confesseurs, Verviers 1876, he discusses the case of masturbation before a statue of the Holy Virgin. We have previously given examples of the fact that direct sexual intercourse with a statue occurs as part of a religious fetichism and phallus cult. P. 101. In such cases, the statue is taken for the divinity, but in a profane statuette it is taken for the living human being, as in the celebrated case of the gardener, who attempted coitus with the statue of the Venus of Milo. The idea of the life of the statue is even more distinctly manifest in the so-called Pygmalionism, an imitation of the ancient legend of Pygmalion and Galatea, and a utilization of this legend for erotic ends. Naked living women in such cases stand as statues upon suitable pedestals, and are watched by the Pygmalionist, whereupon they gradually come to life. The whole scene induces sexual enjoyment in the Pygmalionist, who is generally an old, outworn, debauchee candler, has described such practices as going on in Parisian brothels. On one occasion, 3 prostitutes appearing respectively as the goddesses Venus, Minerva, and Juno. In this connection, we may refer to fornicatory acts effected with artificial imitations of the human body, or of individual parts of that body. There exist true Vaucansons in this province of pornographic technology, clever mechanics, who from rubber and other plastic materials prepare entire male or female bodies which, as homs or dames de voyage, subserve fornicatory purposes more especially, are the genital organs represented in a manner true to nature even the secretion of Bartholin's glands, is imitated by means of a pneumatic tube, filled with oil, similarly by means of fluid and suitable apparatus. The ejaculation of the semen is imitated. Such artificial human beings are actually offered for sale in the catalogue of certain manufacturers of Parisian rubber articles. A more precise account of these fornicatory dolls is given by Schwiebel Les Detraquis de Paris, pp. 247,263. The most astonishing thing in this department is an erotic romance, La Femme Endormie by Madame B. Paris, 1899, the love heroine of which is such an artificial doll, which, as the author in the introduction tells us, can be employed for all possible sexual artificialities, without like a living woman resisting them in any way. The book is an incredibly intricate and detailed exposition of this idea. A comparatively common sexual aberration is exhibitionism, first described by Laisk, the exposure of the genital organs or other naked parts of the body, or the performance of sexual acts in public places, either in order by the public exposure to produce sexual excitement or else, as a result of the blind yielding to sexual impulse regardless of the fact of publicity. In these cases, we have almost always to do with a morbid phenomenon, dependent upon epileptic or other mental disorders, thus safer, among 86 exhibitionists, found 18 epileptics, 17 dements, 13 degenerates, 8 neurasthenics, 8 alcoholics, 11 habitual exhibitionists, and in 10 cases various other morbid conditions. Of the 86 cases, 11 concerned persons of the female sex. Recently Burgel, in a careful and critical work upon exhibitionism, has suggested the terms exhibition and exhibitionism, the former to be employed to denote an isolated act of exhibition, the latter to denote the repeated or customary act of exposure of the genital organs coram publico. This distinction is important because exhibition occurs in mentally healthy persons, as well as in those suffering from mental disorder. Exhibitionism, on the other hand, is, if we accept extremely rare instances in debauchees, not suffering from mental disorder, met with only in insane or mentally defective individuals. In the case of these latter, we have always to do with the actions of weak-minded persons, or with impulsive actions in persons in a state of epileptic or alcoholic confusion, or finally with coercive ideas in neurasthenic or hysterical persons, in paranoia, in general paralysis of the insane, or in some other form of insanity. But cases of exhibition or exhibitionism may sometimes occur from other motives in more or less healthy persons. Among the Slavonic peoples, exposure of the genital organs or of the buttocks is frequently an expression of contempt towards some one or also an act of superstition. Cross-exhibitionism, as a popular custom, occurred at medieval festivals, and also in connection with the obscene gestures of the ancients. By habituation, in early childhood the tendency to exhibitionism can be favored, we learn from the case reported by von Schrenck-Notzing, in which the person concerned had as a boy taken part in childish games, in which the children passed by one another with bared genital organs. In his monograph upon the anomalies of the sexual impulse, which abounds in fine touches, Hoch op. Sit p. 488, very rightly refers to the manner in which the exhibitionist tendency is favored. By habitual masturbation, through the practice of masturbation, the sense of shame in respect to one's own body is certainly destroyed. And thus in the case of an onanist, when some unusual impulse impels him, for example, to expose his genital organs, in the presence of a person of the other sex, certain powerful inhibitory impulses are lacking which in non-onanists would immediately overcome this impulse. Of the two following cases of exhibitionism, that of a homosexual officer, 25 years of age, is certainly the most remarkable. In youth, this patient had also masturbated to great excess, and he gives the following report of his exhibitionist tendencies. As a boy 7 to 10 years of age, that is, before I began to masturbate, it was a pleasure to me to go barefoot, and to show myself to others in this way. This impulse suddenly disappeared. But at about the age of 15 or 16 years, the time when I began to masturbate, this impulse reappeared and has continued down to the present time. Inasmuch as time and opportunity were generally wanting, I could only satisfy these desires in my own home. When I went home on furlough, since, in the neighborhood of my home, I was very well known. I endeavored, by taking extremely long walks or by little journeys to neighboring parts to reach places where I might hope to remain unrecognized. I was accustomed on these occasions to wear a shooting jacket and knickerbockers. The knickerbockers were wide and loose, and of as thin cloth as possible, so that I could easily roll them up in order that my thighs might be bare, for if the thighs remained covered the whole affair would have given me no pleasure further on these occasions. I was accustomed to wear no ordinary underclothing, but only a nightshirt as soon as I reached the desired place, and had hidden the jacket, stockings, and shoes in a suitable place. The nightshirt was arranged. As a blouse, usually I had beforehand tried the arrangement of the dress at home often. I went up to people who were engaged in field labors. I was especially fond of haymakers, and begged them to allow me to help them, which they were usually willing enough to do. I then took off my coat and bared my feet. And then, although there seemed no apparent reason for that, I took off my knickerbockers, until ultimately I was in the costume above described. I must, however, as already said, be seen common people or workmen, had usually to suffice me. But when people of education, for example visitors at health resorts, saw me, this was what I greatly preferred. When once one gentleman said to another, "Look at his beautiful legs, what lovely legs he has." And I heard this by chance, I was extremely happy. I was then 18 years of age. But even now I look back upon that incident with great pleasure. I also loved to show myself entirely naked. In such cases, I always remained quite close to a pond or a stream, in order, if necessary, to be able to make the excuse that I had just been bathing. Frequently, however, I lay down close to a railway, in a suitable place, quite naked in an artistic posture, and enjoyed the pleasure of seeing the trains go by. I commonly did this only in warm, fine weather, but I also did it sometimes in snowy weather when going about like this, in very little clothing, or entirely naked. I had extremely agreeable sensations. The affair usually ended in my masturbating, until ejaculation occurred, after which I returned as it were to reality. Otherwise, I believe, I should never have been able to bring myself to resume my normal clothing, for in this state, I was almost insensitive to hunger, thirst, fatigue, heat, etc. It was in fact a trance-like, extremely happy state. The desire to be photographed naked came later. I should have been extremely delighted to play the part of a naked model. I tried with great energy in various places, Vienna, Leipzig, and Hamburg, to get such a photograph as I wanted, but I was always turned away with a shrug of the shoulders or a shake of the head. Finally, I succeeded in Erfurt at a small photographer's. In having my wish fulfilled, the patient sent a copy of this photograph. As the description clearly shows, we have here to do with exhibitionism upon an epileptic or neurasthenic basis. The patient describes the confusional state out of which he awakens to reality very vividly. An objection, however, to the idea of epilepsy is to be found in his very complete memory of these transactions. Without doubt, in the following case, reported by von Schrenk, Notzing op. Cit. p. 96, we have to do with a case of neurasthenic exhibitionism. The patient, a portrait painter 31 years of age, was accused in the law courts of repeated acts of exhibitionism. The imagination and sensuality of the accused have been abnormally excitable since earliest youth. For the last 20 years, he has masturbated to excess almost every day with imaginative representation, when masturbating of male and female genital organs in coitus. He obtained no gratification. He preferred to expose his own genital organs to persons of the female sex, in the belief that he would in this way produce in them sexual excitement. This exhibitionism is a central point in his sexual life, and has acquired the character of a coercive impulse. He is profoundly neurasthenic, and exhibits extensive changes of character, loss of energy, lachrymosity, ideas of suicide, etc. Exhibits signs of mental weakness. Exhibitionism is to him a complete equivalent to ordinary sexual enjoyment, and is performed owing to an organic compulsion. Ethically, his personality is weakened. The accused was discharged on account of greatly diminished criminal responsibility. As a subvariety of exhibitionists, we must refer to the so-called frauteurs, individuals who rub their genital organs, either bared or covered, against persons of the opposite sex, and thus obtain sexual gratification in their case. Also, we almost always have to do with morbid conditions. The following case, Vossisch Zeitung, No. 258, June 6, 1906, was recently observed in Berlin. The architect Eduard P. was accused of offenses committed in the Opera House of Berlin in February and March 1906. He had repeatedly soiled ladies' clothing in a disgusting manner, at a time when the ladies had their whole attention directed to the stage, the offender standing or sitting. Behind them contaminated their clothing, and disappeared in the next interval. The whole mode of procedure suggested the activity of a man with an abnormal morbid predisposition, who in this place yielded to certain perverse impulses. Several complaints having been made, some detectives were dispersed through the audience, until finally the accused was caught in the act during the second act of a performance of Lohengrin. The detective Brum observed the accused pressing up from behind against a lady, and in the semi-obscurity of the performance acting in the manner already mentioned. P was arrested and admitted that he had repeatedly acted in this way before the judge. The accused also confessed that he had done the same thing on other occasions. How he had been led to do it, he could not say. Each time, after committing the offense, he had suffered very bitter remorse. The accused was acquitted of the criminal charge on the ground of mental disorder. The psychical element of exhibitionism also plays a part in the practice of the so-called voyeurs and voyeuses, that numerous group of male and female individuals who are sexually excited by regarding the sexual acts of other persons, active voyeurs, or who allow themselves to be watched by others when themselves performing sexual acts. Passive voyeurs in many brothels, apertures in the wall or other arrangements have been made for these voyeurs or gagas, through which they watch sexual scenes in fashionable dressmakers' shops. Men are also said to watch ladies trying on dresses, at least, so I have been informed by a Parisian. Recently, women also have been more and more inclined to see such spectacles, so that Schwebel devotes a special chapter to the voyeuses in his book on the perverse women of Paris. Messalina compelled her court ladies to prostitute themselves in her presence. Not infrequently, male and female voyeurs unite to form societies and secret sexual clubs, in which all the sexual acts are performed in public. Thus, in the end of September 1906, in Graz, a secret society for immoral purposes was discovered by the police. At the head of this club was a merchant 30 years of age, B. Jun. A number of other persons of good position belonged to this sexual club. They met in the great restaurant Zum Königsteiger under the title of an assembly of beauty festivals were held in the magnificent garden of this restaurant, which were concluded as orgies behind closed doors. The beautiful gardens of the Schlossberg were also the scene of many meetings of the club. A remarkable category of voyeurs is constituted by the so-called Sterkorers platoniques, individuals who obtain sexual enjoyment by observing the acts of defecation and micturition performed by persons of the other sex, and seek opportunities for such observations in brothels or public lavatories. In the closet of one of the Berlin railway stations, such a Sterkorer recently made a small artificial opening in the wall through which he was able to watch other persons when engaged in the act of defecation. Here also we may refer to heterosexual pedication, to coitus analis, which according to the reports of French authors Tardieu, Martineau, and Taxil, appears to be especially common in France, but which is by no means rare also in other countries. It becomes comprehensible only in view of the fact that the anus may itself be an erogenic zone. Details regarding this matter are given by Freud Cross also in the second volume of his Anthropophytia, p. 392 et seq. Has given numerous examples of pedication. Among others, he reports 2 cases related to him by the ethnologist Friedrich Müller, in which men had coitus with their wives only per annum. Finally, we must refer to a practice which appears to be confined to France, the customary use of opium, hashish, and ether for the purpose of inducing sexual excitement, regarding which Schwebel op. Cit. pp. 1936 and D. Estock op. Cit. pp. 151,158 give very interesting reports. There exist in Paris special opium houses, hashish houses, and ether houses, some for men and some for women. 3 opium houses are to be found, for example, in the Avenue Hoche, the Avenue Jena, and the Rue Lauriston. There is an ether restaurant in Neuilly, one for opium, hashish, and ether in the Rue de Rivoli. All these means of enjoyment evoke, after a time, sexual ideas and fantasies of an extremely peculiar character, associated with actual voluptuous sensations. Opium gives rise to ardent, brilliant pictures of an excessively stimulated imagination, frequently of a perverse character. Hashish has a similar but even stronger influence, and ether gives rise to a more powerful stimulation of the sexual organs, to a vibration of the flesh, and of the soul. The interior of these unwholesome places of exotic enjoyment, in which frequently homosexual acts also occur, is vividly described by both the above-named French authors. Appendix The treatment of sexual perversions. In the treatment of sexual perversions and anomalies, always a matter of great difficulty knowledge of mankind tact, and the finer understanding of the physician for the psychological peculiarities of each individual case, must play a greater part than any definite method of medical treatment. An exact understanding of the true nature of the sexually abnormal personality is the indispensable preliminary to our exercising a favorable influence upon morbid impulses and practices. Unquestionably, the physician must in the first place treat all actual diseases underlying the sexual abnormalities by means of the physical and pharmacological therapeutical methods open to us in such abundance. Bodily and mental repose is here often the first need we have to satisfy, and for this purpose, a change of environment, climatic cures, and such drugs as bromide and camphor may be very useful, but the principal matter must remain psychical suggestive treatment, the mere discussion of the matter, with the physician the possibility at length of confiding in one capable of taking a thoroughly objective, calm, comprehensive view of the matter, one who by his profession is instructed in all secrets of the human spiritual and impulsive life, and who is aware of all the bodily necessities. This by itself suffices to restore to these unhappy beings, who are tortured by the evil demon of their unhappy impulse, who are often in a state of spiritual despair and hypochondria, to restore to them an inward confidence and a healing repose. This is the great triumph of medical research in this hitherto tabooed, and yet so enormously important department, which only crass ignorance or evil-minded hypocrisy could designate as improper or unworthy. We have passed beyond the fruitless and dangerous method of moral preaching to attain a scientific understanding of sexual anomalies. We have exposed the roots of these anomalies, lying deep in the physical and psychical nature of humanity, and we have recognized their connection with so many other phenomena of the civilization of our time. When I speak of a treatment of the common widely diffused sexual anomalies, it appears to me that that standpoint is the best which regards them as pure diseases of the will which have been diffused in all times, but have never been more distinctly manifest, and never have possessed more importance than they do at the present day, when will energy has become the most important weapon in the ever more violent struggle for existence, as Napoleon Roman III said. It is not to the apathetic man, but to the energetic man that the future belongs. To the man with the will of iron, but nothing paralyses the will so much as the dominance of blind, and above all of abnormal impulses. Unquestionably, they conceal within themselves, when frequently gratified, feelings rather of pain than of pleasure, and become the unconquerable source of hypochondria and self-contempt. The stronger the impulse becomes, the longer the habit has lasted of yielding to that impulse, the greater is the loss of will from which the individual suffers. The first and most important task of the physician is therefore to weaken the impulse by means of strengthening the will. He must consistently and methodically educate the will in order to assist the patient to obtain the victory over his impulse, as Goethe says in his Epimenides. Noch ist vieles zu erfüllen. Noch ist manches nicht vorbei. Doch wir alle durch den Willen sind wir schon von Banden frei. Much there remains to fulfill. Many things have yet to be endured. Still all of us by the exercise of will can to a large extent free ourselves from our fetters. The best way to attain this is to employ personal influence by means of suggestion. We must recommend frequent conversations on the part of the patient with the physician, which can be powerfully supplemented by epistolary communications on the part of the physician, of which an excellent example will be found in the Psychotherapeutic Letters by H. Oppenheim, Berlin, 1,906,670. Hypnosis is also of value, although it does not appear to do any more in these cases than is affected by suggestion in the waking state. It is not so easy to transform a Hamlet into a man of action. We must impose tasks upon the will, tasks both mental and physical. We must regulate the mode of life. We must give to the individuality special prescriptions adapted to the particular case, and we must call to our assistance, whenever advisable, the friends and associates of our patient. The great enemy of the will, alcohol, must be absolutely prohibited. On the other hand, the taste for finer enjoyment, and also for easy sports and pastimes, must be stimulated. The vita sexualis needs repose in every case, and above all, masturbation must be energetically resisted if we succeed in diminishing the intensity of the impulse and in increasing the power of the will. We have already done much in isolated cases. We must also always make the attempt to conduct the libido and its activity very gradually into normal channels, perhaps with the assistance of suggestive ideas in coitu, for which above all the assistance of the sexual partner is indispensable. Only an experienced physician can here hit the mark. These sexual fantasies of the opium smoker probably occur only in the initial stages of indulgence in the drug. The confirmed opium smoker, like the man habituated to the hypodermic injection of morphine, is probably, with rare exceptions, completely impotent sexual appetite and power return, however, when the habit is cured. Translator. Supplementary note with regard to offenses against morality, see the comprehensive work by Mittermeier, Crimes and Offenses Against Morality, Berlin 1906, gives a comparative description of the legislation of various countries. See also J. Worthwer, Offenses Against Morality in Large Towns, Berlin 1907. Chapter 24. Offenses Against Morality from the Forensic Standpoint. In view of the peculiar character of sexually perverse acts, or rather in view of the widely diffused interest in sexual questions, and of the hypocrisy which seems inseparable from their consideration, it is easily comprehensible how to these acts there is commonly ascribed a forensic importance, greater than that which properly attaches to them, and it is precisely this hypocrisy with which all questions connected with sexuality are treated on the public platform, which hinders a natural mode of regarding them, and renders so difficult an unprejudiced judgment regarding all the relevant facts. J. Salgo. Contents of Chapter 24. Importance of sexual perversions to the state and to society. Exaggerated views regarding their injurious influence, one-sided condemnation of them, from the forensic psychiatric standpoint, their wide diffusion among healthy individuals, protection against real injury, to public and private interests from sexual offenses, their frequency among diseased persons, the idea of degeneration, congenital taint, and the stigmata of degeneration. Significance of these stigmata, social causes of degeneration, significance of tattooing. 51 of the Criminal Code, the idea of diminished responsibility, characterization of sexual emotions, other factors lessening responsibility, menstruation, etc. Points of view. In the punishment of acts of fornication with persons under age, value of the evidence of children. In the law courts, the age of consent, the condemnation and punishment of sexual offenses. Chapter 24. It is the evident duty of the state to protect society from certain manifestations of the sexual impulse, occurring publicly, in the form of offenses against morality, and whenever these manifestations interfere with the persons and the rights of citizens, the sexual impulse has been compared with a powerful stream which, when confined to its natural bed, is a never-ending source of blessing to the surrounding country, but which, as soon as with elemental force it overflows its banks and gives rise to widespread floods, is the cause of unspeakable misery among the entire population. This comparison would be just if the facts were as stated, but as I have already pointed out, as a whole, sexual perversions have played a far smaller part in the decadence of fallen nations than has hitherto been assumed. The biological and economical history of civilization has taught us to recognize numerous other influences, which in such a process of national decay play at least as great a part as sexual degeneration, and in many cases a much greater part than this. Frequently, indeed, sexual perversions and unnatural modes of gratification of the sexual impulse are in the first place a consequence of economic and social abnormalities, and are intimately connected with the so-called social problem. The above-named stream to pursue the image only trickles over its banks here and there without giving rise to any widespread and devastating flood, and so long as these destructive tendencies are wanting, the state has no right to take measures against sexual perversions, or at most, can justly do so only by dealing with their social causes, in view of the extensive diffusion of sexual anomalies among persons who in other respects are perfectly healthy. We must ask ourselves whether the importance of these anomalies, in respect of the offenses against morality, to which in certain circumstances they may give rise, has not been overestimated. This idea has recently been put forward by J. Salgo in his valuable monograph, The Forensic Importance of Sexual Perversities, Holland 1907. I am more especially pleased to find that this author shares the view which I have myself advocated for years, that sexual perversities in the majority of cases are not indications of degeneration, as has been assumed both by psychiatrists and neurologists, especially under the influence of the doctrine of Mobius, who pushed this idea much too far. Moreover, the late Jolly, in his lectures to practicing physicians upon sexual aberrations, expressly maintain the justice of my view of sexual anomalies as an anthropological phenomenon. With regard to the nature of sexual perversions, psychiatric science will have greatly to modify its general views in order to attain an objective consideration of their significance. Psychiatry says Salgo op. Cit. pp. 37-38 must not follow the decoycle of the law, which has wandered into a blind alley, by endeavoring to cover with the mantle of specialist science the serious legal errors in the matter of perverse sexuality, the incontestable domain of psychiatric experience in forensic questions is already sufficiently large, and it needs no artificial extension, but it is an artificial extension to indicate as morbid all the aberrations of sexual activity, or any single one of such aberrations, in the absence of indubitable or demonstrable symptoms of physical disturbance, and in the absence of a clearly recognizable and abnormal course simply, because they contravene the existing criminal law. The blind alley of psychiatry is the prison, and the asylum because psychiatry is principally concerned with those sexual perversities, which have criminal or psychiatric importance with the abnormalities, and the crimes of the sexually perverse psychiatric science failed to recognize the extraordinarily wide diffusion of sexual perversions among persons who are mentally and physically healthy, among the healthy homosexuality, sadism, masochism, fetishism, etc., may make their appearance in more or less severe forms, just as other vicious habits may occur in the healthy, just as passionate tobacco smoking or intoxication with any sport may become an ineradicable habit, or at least a habit extremely difficult to eradicate. Neither jurisprudence nor psychiatry can be spared the accusation of having misled public opinion. This terrible monster, so often hostile to civilization, in respect of sexual perversities regarding whose nature recent scientific research, and above all anthropological research, has diffused a light. I am acquainted with a number of persons whose bodily and mental health is excellent, persons who are indeed imposing in respect of their primeval German racial force, who have assured me that they suffer from the most severe sexual perversions. Recall the description given on p. 584 of a masochistic slave of the most extreme type. I do not go so far as Salgo, who demands for sexual anomalies, in so far as they are not criminal, the same right of existence, p. 7, as for the normal sexual impulse. But I do assert that sexual anomalies exist in individuals who are in other respects perfectly healthy, and that they do not always injure the personal health, or the bodily and moral well-being of another, as is the case with sexual perversions arising upon a morbid foundation, and attaining forensic importance. Above all, I must sharply condemn the fashion of glorifying sexual perversities, which have been regarded as a peculiar privilege of the highest mental development, and as corresponding to an especial refinement of sensibility. This assertion may be refuted by reference to the fact, often mentioned before, that the most incredible and most artificial sexual malpractices occur among savage races, who in this respect could give points to our modern decadents and Epicurean aesthetes. In any case, sexual perversions in themselves have neither a moral nor a forensic importance, and must be regarded as more or less biological variations of the normal impulse. Where, on the other hand, the public or individual interest is injured by these perversions, the state has unquestionably the right of intervention, and the right of prevention in every case in which we have to do with the production of a public nuisance, with the bodily or mental injury of other human beings, with the employment of force, with the misuse of the lessened or absent responsibility of children, of unconscious persons, of those asleep, and of those mentally disordered. Society must intervene in its own interest, and must take suitable measures to protect itself against such offenses. Now it is certain, and to have established this is an honor to psychiatric science, at that it is precisely these latter sexual offenses which in the great majority of cases are committed by diseased persons, and by those who are more or less irresponsible. Therefore, we are thoroughly justified in demanding that in every such criminal case, the bodily and mental condition of the accused should be subjected to a medical examination. A typical mental disorder, such as imbecility, epilepsy, alcoholic insanity, general paralysis of the insane, paranoia, etc., will be detected without difficulty, and thereby responsibility will at once be excluded. More difficult are the transitional stages between health and disease, the so-called borderland cases, the cases of psychopathically deficient responsibility, and of disequilibrium. In forensic medicine, two ideas play a very great part in this connection, that of degeneration and that of diminished responsibility. Every sexually perverse person must be examined for signs of severe hereditary taint, as well as for the so-called stigmata of degeneration. If we can prove that in his family, there have been several instances of severe mental disorder of alcoholism, syphilis, diabetes, and other diseases leading to degeneration, the suspicion that there is a psychopathic foundation for the sexual offense is justified. But we must insist that congenital taint does not make itself felt in every case and cannot therefore always be made responsible as a causal influence in the production of a sexual perversion. The so-called stigmata of degeneration have importance only when they are very markedly developed, and when several of them are simultaneously present, we distinguish physical and mental stigmata degenerationists. To the former belong disturbances and inhibitions of development malformations, such as asymmetry of the skull, narrowness of the palate, hair lip cleft palate, anomalies of the teeth, and the hair, difficulties of speech, tic, convulsive, abnormal, and morbid states of the genital organs and genital functions, and more especially malformations of the ear, such as Morell's ear, the complete or partial absence of the helix or antihelix, the Darwinian pointed ear, etc. The mental degenerative phenomena comprise all that are known as bizarre or abnormal characters. Those who possess such characters are termed eccentrics and originals, or are known as persons psychopathically below par. J. Roman 50a Koch, as disequilibrated Eschel, as superior degenerates. Magnin. These phenomena comprise peculiar disturbances of the harmony of the spiritual life, characterized by lack of balance between emotion and intellect, as well as by an abnormal irritability, an undue reaction to stimulation. We may find complete absence of ethical perception, so-called moral insanity, of which E. Kripalin and his school have proved that it may arise secondarily as sequel to certain mental disorders. Striking in these unbalanced persons is the disharmony of the entire conduct of life, the internal lack of the point, d'appui, the unsteadiness, the suddenness of their actions, which often occur under the influence of coercive ideas and abnormal impulses, the abnormally early appearance and the extraordinary intensity of the sexual impulse, the tendency to cruelty. O. Rosenbach. In judging the personality of the degenerate as a whole, we must always take into account the entire course of life, to which only too often the remark of Stifter applies in his life. We saw only beginnings without continuations and continuations without beginnings. On the other hand, we must not forget that many of the bodily stigmata of degeneration occur also in healthy persons, and that the existence of such stigmata in mentally disordered persons, and in criminals, may also be referred to social causes, to bad conditions of life, and deficient nutriment, to alcoholism, syphilis, or rickets. For this reason, P. Nacke rightly insists that many of the so-called stigmata of degeneration are socially produced and will therefore disappear with the employment of a purposive social hygiene. He gives as an example the rachitic bandy legs of English factory laborers. Therefore, for the proof of degeneration, we must lay more stress upon mental stigmata, upon abnormality of the spiritual personality, abnormality of its intellectual and emotional character, and from this proceed to infer the irresistible character of a morbid impulsive manifestation. In addition to the study of the stigmata of degeneration, the study of tattooing is of forensic importance in the consideration of the sexual offenses. The character and the date of the tattooing give sometimes interesting information regarding the nature of the personality. Thus, Lombroso reports the case of an offender against morality, 50 years of age with prominent ears and scanty growth of hair. This man ravished a girl of 15, whose mother was his mistress at the early age of 15. He had had the most obscene pictures tattooed upon his body, and upon inquiry, he stated that he had begun to masturbate at the age of 13 years, and had begun to have intercourse with women at the age of 15 years. He denied the accusation of rape, and maintained that he had enjoyed the girl without using force. His tattooing, however, gave evidence of his capacity to commit sexual crime. The pictures served as a certain and important proof of this. This appeared even more clearly in the case of the ravisher Francesco Spiteri, published by Dr. F. Sant'Angelo in 1892, whose utterly immoral and sexually perverse mode of life was most wonderfully displayed and recorded by means of the tattooings by which his entire body was covered. It will suffice here to allude to the drawing of a fish, and of 7 points upon his membrum. This indicated that his penis Italian pes fish, since his youth, had pedicated 7 boys 7 points. In the case of sexual offenses, we have to consider, in addition to the question of degeneration, that of diminished or entirely absent responsibility in cases of unmistakable mental disorder responsibility does not exist nor in epileptic confusional states, nor in profound alcoholic intoxication between complete irresponsibility and complete responsibility. There are numerous transitional stages, which are all classified under the idea of diminished responsibility. This fact is not recognized by 51 of the Criminal Code, which runs as follows. A punishable offense has not been committed when the accused at the time the action was performed was in a state of unconsciousness, or in a state or morbid disturbance of mental activity, by means of which his freedom of will was excluded. In this, we find the idea of morbid disturbance of mental activity, which is definitely wider than the idea of mental disease, in so far as it embraces transient mental disorders in persons who are not suffering from definite mental disease, but it does not take into consideration the even more important notion of diminished responsibility, which is applicable to all the above described borderland states and transitional conditions, lying between mental health and mental disease. Hostler op. Cit. p. 39, as long as 80 years ago, demanded the recognition of the idea of diminished responsibility, that is, of a condition in which responsibility for the action was diminished by an imperfectly developed intelligence, without the disturbance of intellectual activity being sufficiently great completely to abolish free voluntary determination. Aschaffenburg, since that time, by the address given on September 16, 1887, to the Association of German Alienists at Frankfurt on Diminished Responsibility, Jolly opened a discussion upon this question. In this discussion, the majority of German psychiatrists recommended the legislative recognition of such an idea among these: Wollenberg, Hoch, Kramer, Kern, Aschaffenburg, von Schrenk, Notzing, etc. In connection with diminished responsibility, we must distinguish between individuals and actions. Among the individuals recognized above as persons psychopathically below par responsibility may be diminished permanently, and for a number of different actions. But in other cases, healthy normal individuals may exhibit diminished responsibility in respect of isolated actions, when, for example, an excessively strong emotion or a state of acute intoxication has for a certain time and in relation to a particular action abrogated responsibility. In this connection, in addition to acute alcoholic intoxication, certain sexual processes have especially to be considered. Hostler recognized the influence of the sexual impulse upon responsibility, and considered that certain actions performed under the influence of that impulse were performed without complete responsibility, and he declared that the voluptuary was a person whose mental health was imperfect. Forel also regarded the slaves of the sexual impulse as mentally abnormal as individuals whose responsibility was diminished. I consider it indisputable that sexual emotions, especially when they arise, suddenly diminish responsibility, and limit to some extent at least the freedom of voluntary determination regarding certain processes of the vita. Sexualities such as the epoch of puberty in both sexes regarding menstruation, pregnancy, and the climacteric in women. This fact has been already generally recognized. It ought, however, to be admitted regarding the sexual impulse in general, more especially when the whole character of the action proves that it has been the consequence of a suddenly arising powerful emotion. Von Kraft-Ebing also is of this opinion. It is, moreover, in most cases possible to determine whether the offense was caused only by a powerful sexual emotion, by means of which the intelligence and the freedom of the will of a person in other respects normally responsible were temporarily limited or completely arrested, or whether other motives intervened, so that the action must be regarded as the result of conscious choice. In conclusion, another point must be considered which is related to the question of sexual offenses committed with children, and which possesses forensic importance. This is the circumstance that, in many such cases, there is no question of the seduction of children, but that, on the contrary, the incitation first proceeded from the children themselves. In the previous chapter, we discussed the early appearance of sexual activity in children. Moreover, in such cases, we could distinguish between a nobler and a grosser, more sensual love. As an example of the former, I may allude to the ardent, affectionate love of a girl of 12 for a thoroughly honorable man of 40 years of age, who certainly had no idea of sexual intimacy with the child, and who was unable to free himself from her passionate caresses. We often observe such intimate inclinations on the part of young girls towards mature men, and we must be careful in such cases to avoid immediately thinking of pedophilic unchastity. In another case, a mother complained that her daughter, 7 years of age, was in continual pursuit of a boy of 14 and could not be cured of the affection. Maria Lishnuska reports Mutterschutz 1905 p. 155, the case of a boy, not yet 6 years of age, who drew up the nightgown of his foster mother and endeavored to have intercourse with her. The sexual offenses committed by clergymen and tutors upon the girls taught by them are apt to be seen in a different light when we subject the youthful accuser to a strict cross-examination, and in addition to a physical examination, whereby in many cases we bring to light the fact that long before the recent offense they have been accustomed of their own free will to have sexual relations with other men. Casper, long ago, drew attention to these circumstances, very often from the pupil herself. Proceed actual advances of the worst kind, which have proved ruinous to many a young teacher, whose morals were previously above reproach. Finally, there is an important point, which must not be forgotten: the untrustworthy character of childish evidence, a matter which has recently been discussed by the specialist Adolf Baginski. This writer, whose knowledge of childish psychology is so profound, remarks: the evidence given by children in the law courts appears to those who are really familiar with the child mind to be absolutely worthless and utterly devoid of importance. And this is the more the case the more frequently the child repeats its statement, and the more firmly it sticks to its evidence. He alludes to the law of Sweden, according to which the child is not competent to give evidence in a law court before the completion of its 15th year. All these circumstances must be considered in relation to the question of the so-called age of consent. Roman 1000 Hirschfeld justly remarks that the natural age of consent is equivalent to that at which a child is competent to make a choice. The nature of love, p. 284. I consider that the decision of the Italian Criminal Code is the best. By this code, the age of consent for both sexes is placed at the conclusion of the 16th year. The majority of crimes committed from purely sexual motives belong to the crimes of passion in the sense of Ferris, and indeed to crimes committed under the coercion of the most powerful of organic impulses. I doubt whether the existing punishments are the most suitable for the purpose for which they are designed. In any case, gentleness is here above all demanded, and we should invoke the saying, "Judge not that ye be not judged." Indeed, an evangelical minister speaks truly when he says, the enormous majority of men and women who constitute themselves the judges of offenses against morality, whilst they themselves take every opportunity of infringing the moral laws they profess to uphold day after day throughout their whole life, their position is built upon hypocrisy and lies. It very rarely happens that a judge who condemns a thief or a murderer has himself been guilty of this crime, but without doubt it frequently happens that a judge condemns other men on account of sexual offenses, which he has himself committed. In the case of sexual crimes, we almost always have to do with individuals to whom more good could be done by medical influence than by imprisonment. We must entrust the physician with the duty of protecting society against such offenders in this province. Physicians will become the judges of the future, says Roman 1000 Hirschfeld. Most justly, until this end is attained, let us remind German judges of an anecdote which I found in an old French encyclopedia. A courtesan in Madrid killed her lover on account of his unfaithfulness. She was condemned and brought before the king, from whom she hid nothing. The king said to her, "Thou hast loved too much to be a reasonable being." On the question of responsibility in mental disease, English readers will naturally refer to Maudsley's classical work, bearing this title, published in the International Scientific Series Translator. Chapter 25. The question of sexual abstinence, die Enthaltsamkeitsvrede. O heiliger Busser Folg ich dir. Folg ich dir, Frau Min. Eduard Greisbach. Holy penitence, art thou my aim? Or is it thou whom I pursue, lovely woman? Contents of Chapter 25. Great variation in the views held regarding sexual abstinence. 5 groups: the apostles of absolute asceticism, criticism of their views, view of duplex sexual morality, its refutation, the unfounded doubt in the possibility of abstinence, recommendation of relative, temporary abstinence from the medical and moral standpoint, relative abstinence, as an ideal of civilization, recognition of this ideal among the ancient Israelites, wise prescriptions and utterances in the Bible, and the Talmud misrepresentation of this idea by the notion of absolute asceticism, reaction against the latter rules regarding the frequency of intercourse self-command, as a principle of enjoyment abstinence, before the first sexual intercourse, sexual maturity and physical maturity, sexual tension of the third decade of life. Erb's experiences regarding the harmful consequences of abstinence Lowenfeld's reports comparison with the dangers of extraconjugal sexual intercourse value of abstinence later, in life influence, upon intellectual activity, higher civilizing value of the idea of abstinence. Chapter 25. There is no disputed question, in respect of which the divergent views are so sharply opposed as they are regarding the importance, the value, and the consequences of sexual abstinence. The question has been recently discussed by O. Schreber in a paper entitled Sexual Abstinence, published in Medizinische Blätter, 1907 Nos. 25-27. I distinguish 5 groups of opinion. The apostles of absolute asceticism during the whole of life, Tolstoy, Weininger, Norbert Grabowski, Koenig, etc. The medical advocates of relative temporary continence, until it becomes possible to enjoy permanent hygienic intercourse free from all objections. The advocates of duplex sexual morality, who demand from woman sexual abstinence, until she marries, but who regard this as impossible in the case of man. The Vera enthusiasts who on moral grounds demand abstinence for both sexes, until marriage. Those who doubt the possibility of abstinence of any kind for either sex, whether absolute or relative. Regarding those mentioned under the first heading, who demand absolute lifelong sexual abstinence, it is hardly necessary to say a word. It is nonsense, a pious superstition, a utopia contrary, alike to nature and to civilization, born of the belief in the sinfulness of sexual intercourse. The normal sexual impulse is a natural phenomenon, it is pure and thoroughly ethical, and it is only in an insane confusion, and in a morally reprehensible falsification of his own nature, that man has come to regard it as a sin, as an evil man has a natural inborn right to the gratification of the sexual impulse. Absolute asceticism must be rejected as a thoroughly immoral doctrine. The same is true of the duplex sexual morality, alluded to under the third heading, by which that is justified to man, which is denied to woman. This morality, Lucas a non lucendo, presupposes for man a natural impulse and demands for him a right to gratify it, whilst the existence of such an impulse, and of such a right, is denied to woman. We have shown that this view is an inevitable consequence of coercive marriage morality. The standpoint of the skeptics alluded to under 5 is one which denies the possibility of any abstinence, even merely temporary abstinence. But this view is equally to be rejected. Man is a natural being, his sexual impulse is a natural instinct, and as such one whose existence is justified. But at the same time, man is a civilized being. Civilization is an elevation and ennoblement, a transfiguration of nature, whose unduly powerful impulses and powers must be tamed and harmonized by civilization. The right to sexual gratification is therefore opposed by the duty to set bounds to the sexual impulse, to conduct it into such paths that no harm can result from its exercise, either to the individual or to society, and in order that, like all other impulses, it may subserve the purposes of the evolution of civilization. To this end, however, a relative abstinence is of great importance. This is a matter which has not hitherto been sufficiently recognized. But this course it is only possible to follow when at the same time we emphatically affirm the rightness of sexuality, and when it is our desire to utilize it as a civilizing factor of the first rank. The individualization of the sexual impulse has been described in detail in an earlier chapter of this work, to which I may refer the reader if we fail to recognize the value of temporary abstinence and the importance of the storing up of sexual energy, which is thereby affected, and the transformation of this energy into other energies of a spiritual nature. Such an individualization becomes impossible. Alike the medical advocates too, and the moral advocates for of a relative temporary abstinence for both sexes, have from their respective standpoints made a just demand. This is in fact in both cases an ideal standpoint, to use the phrase of F. A. Lange, but it is also an ideal most desirable to set before youth, and more especially before our German youth. We cannot repeat too often or insist with too much emphasis what an endless blessing results from the endeavor towards, and from the realization of temporary sexual abstinence, more especially in the years of preparation for life, but also in the years of independent creative work. The importance of relative sexual abstinence was first recognized by the ancient Israelites. Numerous wise prescriptions and utterances prove this. Julius Prius, the most celebrated student of ancient Jewish medicine, has recently in an interesting study of sexual matters in the Bible and the Talmud Allgemeine Medizinische Central Zeitung, 1906, No 30 et Sec, collected the following facts bearing on the matter. Chastity was a self-evident demand for the unmarried. It is true that in view of the early occurrence of puberty, they married very young at the age of 18 or 20. And Rabbi Huna is of opinion that anyone who at the age of 20 is still unmarried passes his days in sin, or which he regards as even worse in sinful thoughts. There are three whom God praises every day: an unmarried man who lives in a large town, and does not sin; a poor man who finds an object of value, and returns it to the owner; and a rich man who gives his tithe secretly. Once, when this doctrine was read out in the presence of Rabbi Safra, who as a young man lived in a large town, his face lighted up with joy. But Rabbah said to him, "It is not meant such a one as thou art, but such a one as Rabbi Chanana and Rabbi Ashaja, who live in the street of the prostitutes, and make shoes for them, to whom therefore the prostitutes come and look upon them, but who notwithstanding this do not raise their eyes to look upon the prostitutes." After marriage also they endeavored by valuable prescriptions to enforce the great civilizing idea of temporary sexual abstinence. Thus intercourse during menstruation was strictly forbidden and was regarded as a deadly sin. The same was the case as regards intercourse when there was any other hemorrhage from the genital organs, but in this case the abstinence must last even longer. It is remarkable that the Catholic theologians allowed sexual intercourse without limit when such morbid hemorrhage was present, and allowed it also with certain restrictions during menstruation. Further, among the ancient Hebrews, intercourse was forbidden during the week of mourning for parents or brothers or sisters. It was forbidden also during the Festival of Atonement. Guests in an inn, when traveling, were also forbidden. Sexual intercourse, doubtless on grounds of decency. Intercourse was likewise forbidden in times of famine, in order to spare the bodily forces. Golden sayings recognize the value of moderation and of relative abstinence. According to an ancient Israelitish popular saying, sexual intercourse is one of 8 things which are beautiful when enjoyed in strict moderation, but harmful when enjoyed very freely. The others are walking possessions, work, wine, sleep, warm water for bathing, and for drinking and venesection. Rabbi Jachanan said, "Man possesses a little limb, he who satisfies it hungers, he who allows it to hunger is satisfied." Rabbi Eli said, "When man observes that his evil impulse is more powerful than he is himself, let him go to a place where people do not know him, let him put on dark clothes, let him wear a dark turban, and let him do that which his heart desires, but let him not publicly profane the name of God." This can only mean that in general he only controls the desire who has already tasted the fruit. That is to say that abstinence is the safest means against lust. But he who, notwithstanding this, finds that the impulse threatens to become too violent, still has the duty to fight against it, and in any case not to yield immediately. This ancient notion of relative asceticism was unfortunately falsified and thrust into the background by the utopian and contranatural idea of absolute asceticism. Its great value was completely obscured by the inevitable reaction against the principle of absolute chastity. This reaction led actually to the formation of rules regarding the frequency of intercourse, such as that attributed to Luther: "Twice a week does harm neither to her nor to me," although it is precisely in this department of life that no rules can be given, and that the greatest individual variations occur, so that twice a week may for many constitute by far too much, and can only be regarded as permissible to robust constitutions. Daily indulgence in sexual intercourse, continued for a long period of time, would be deleterious even to a Hercules, and in all circumstances would be harmful to both parties. Nature herself, by exhibiting a certain periodicity in sexual excitement, which periodicity is admittedly far more distinct in women than it is in men who can always love, has facilitated temporary abstinence. This is in fact a natural demand even of the most extreme ethical materialism, for, as Friedrich Albert Lange rightly points out, even though the individual sensual pleasure, as with Aristippus or Lametri, is raised to a principal self-control, still remains a requirement of philosophy, if only in order to assure the permanence of the capacity for enjoyment. So also the poet of the New Tannhäuser sings, "Selig der de Geschmachtet, say Jefferson Tantalus, hat gewonek trektet, word is oxkan uberdress, gib mir immer ein Bier, os der Wallen Trobner, und ich schmach Jern sither." Lebenslang auf deiner Spur. Happy is he who eternally desires. A happy man art thou, Tantalus. If he ever attained that for which he longs, he would instantly taste satiety. Let me have but a single grape. From the full cluster, gladly Cytherea will I live, ever desiring in thy courts. The question of abstinence is an entirely different one according as it relates to the time before or after the first experience of sexual intercourse experience, shows that in the former case, abstinence is far easier than it is when the forbidden fruit has once been tasted, if with the author of this book. Relative asceticism is regarded as the most desirable ideal. We shall endeavor in youth to realize that ideal for as long a time as possible, without any interruption by sexual intercourse. Whereas in the later period of the fully developed sexual life, we shall practice sexual abstinence only from time to time. With regard to the former point, it would be the greatest good fortune for every man if he could remain sexually abstinent until the complete maturity of body and mind, that is, until the age of 25. But this is in most cases an impossibility, yet it is possible for every healthy man, and it is an imperative demand of individual and social hygienito, abstain completely from sexual intercourse at least until the age of 20, that is possible without any harm resulting, and it is carried out by innumerable persons of both sexes. It is indeed a fact that in civilized countries, the physical and mental maturity of girls and boys by no means coincides with their sexual maturity, but on the contrary occurs from 3 to 5 years later. First, between the ages of 20 and 22, does man attain complete development if the sexual impulse is not artificially awakened and stimulated during these years of adolescence. It may remain very moderate without masturbation and without pollutions, and can be easily controlled. Relations with the other sex have not yet become necessary for the development of the individual personality. The human being has still enough to do in isolation. First, with the commencement of the third decade of life, do the conditions alter, and sexual tension becomes so great as to demand the adequate and natural discharge given by the normal sexual act. If this is impossible, pollutions form the natural, or masturbation forms the unnatural outlet. And when abstinence is continued for a long time after attaining this age, the vital freshness and the spiritual and emotional condition are more or less impaired. To have emphasized this fact, in opposition to those authors who declared that total sexual abstinence is absolutely harmless to mature men, was the great service of Wilhelm Erb, the celebrated, widely experienced Heidelberg neurologist. It is a well-known fact, he writes, that healthy young men with a powerful sexual impulse suffer not a little from abstinence, that from time to time they are as if possessed by the impulse, that erotic ideas press in upon them from all sides, disturb their work and their nocturnal repose, and imperiously demand relief. I always remember the remark of a friend of my youth, a young artist, who, when speaking of these things, was accustomed to say, with intense meaning, were nie die Kummervallen nacht in seinem Bettweinen sass. And the same man could not sufficiently extol the relaxing, disburdening, and positively refreshing influence of an occasional gratification. And the same thing has been said to me innumerable times by earnest and thoroughly moderate men. Women also gave him similar assurances in numerous cases. Erb observed physical and mental harm to result from abstinence sometimes in healthy individuals, but more especially in the neuropathic. Important also are the investigations of Roman 50, Lowenfeld, regarding the influence of abstinence. He found that in men, under the age of 24, any troubles worth mentioning, as a result of sexual abstinence, were comparatively rare as compared with the case of men between the ages of 24 and 36 years, the years of complete manly power and sexual capacity. And he found that whereas in healthy persons these disturbances were indeed of a trifling character, general excitability, sexual hyperesthesia, hypochondriacal ideas, disinclination for work, slight attacks of giddiness in neuropathic persons, on the contrary, there would occur coercive ideas, melancholy feelings of anxiety, and even hallucinations. Females, according to Lowenfeld, bear abstinence, even absolute abstinence, much better than men, but in them also hysterical and neurasthenic conditions may develop as a result of sexual abstinence. All these harmful consequences of abstinence are, however, neither in man nor in woman of such a nature that, where an opportunity for sexual intercourse at once hygienic and free from ethical objections is wanting, the gratification of the sexual impulse need be advised by the physician as a therapeutic measure. No Erb himself, insists that on the contrary, the dangers threatened by venereal diseases altogether outweigh the comparatively rare and trifling injuries to health resulting from abstinence. Extraconjugal sexual intercourse involves the dangers of syphilitic or gonorrheal infection or of illegitimate pregnancy, which latter today must unfortunately be regarded as a kind of severe disease. In contrast with these evils, any harmful consequences of abstinence fade away to nothing. Later in life, when the possibility of a permanent pure love exists, the value of temporary abstinence is to be found especially in the spiritual sphere, precisely for the erotocrat, as Georg Hirth terms one endowed with a powerful and healthy sexual impulse. Is this temporary abstinence of a certain importance, because the stored up quantum of sexual tension reinforces the inward spiritual productivity? A number of men at once, endowed with strong sexual needs and with a noble mental capacity, have assured me that in consequence of abstinence, they have temporarily experienced a peculiar deepening and concentration of their mental capacity, by means of which they were undeniably enabled to increase their mental output. This point in the hygiene of intellectual activity, which seems not to have been unknown to Goethe, has been as yet too little studied. In any case, it is definitely established that from the standpoint of civilization, the idea of sexual abstinence is justified if for this reason alone, because in it we find a great means for increasing and strengthening of the will, but in the second place, because in it we have a valuable protection against the dangers of wild love, and finally, because sexual abstinence emphasizes the fact that life contains other things worth striving for besides matters of sex, that the content of life is far from being exhausted by the sexual, even though the sexual impulse, in addition to the impulse of self-preservation, will always remain the most powerful of all vital activities. Chapter 26. Sexual Education. Better a year too early than an hour too late. Blom. Contents of Chapter 26. Science and practice have hitherto, for the most part, ignored the danger of blind chance in the sexual province necessity, for the enlightenment of the coming generation's sexual education, as a part of general pedagogy, the right to the knowledge of one's own body, sexual enlightenment of young people, the dispute regarding the when and the how distinction between the youth of the country and the youth of the town. Points of association. A passage from Gutzkau's autobiography, Disastrous Sources of Early Sexual Enlightenment Character, of the pedagogic enlightenment importance of the suggestions regarding the methods of sexual enlightenment. Sigmund Lischnewska, F.W. Forster, My Own Views, Education of the Character, and of the Will Principal Rules of Sexual Pedagogy Education to Manhood. Chapter 26. The manner in which up to the present day humanity has, properly speaking, completely ignored the fact of sexuality is at once remarkable and difficult to understand. Until recently, people went so far as to regard scientific research into sexual matters by adult persons as improper. The mystical idea of the sinfulness of the radically evil character of the sexual was a dogma which even natural science appeared to admit. Our attitude towards the sexual was as if it were at once Sphinx and Gorgon's head, as if it were the veiled statue of sighs. We stood helpless in the face of this mysterious and malignant power against the blind hazard of chance, which plays so momentous a part, more especially in sexual affairs, as everywhere in life, so here also the dominion of chance could be overcome only by means of knowledge. The solution of the sexual problem demands in the first place openness, clearness, learning in the department of the sexual knowledge of cause and effect, and the transmission of this knowledge to the next generation, so that this latter may without harm become wise. Sexual education is an important chapter in general pedagogy. Regarding animals, plants, and stones, the youthful human being of today acquires the most exact information, but we have hitherto refused him the right to understand his own body, and to acquire a knowledge of certain important vital functions of that body. There can be no doubt about the fact that the modern human being, who has learned to so large an extent to regard himself as a social being, has a sacred natural right to this knowledge. Celebrated pedagogues of 100 years ago, such as Rousseau, Salzmann, Bastow, Jean Paul, etc., expressed themselves in favor of the early sexual enlightenment of youth, and gave the most valuable advice regarding the methods to be employed, but their views remained for the most part devoid of practical effect, and it is only in recent years, in connection with the question of the protection of motherhood, with the campaign against prostitution, and with the attempt to suppress venereal diseases, that interest in this matter has been reawakened, and there now exists in this department an extensive literature belonging chiefly to the last few years, proceeding from the pens of physicians, pedagogues, hygienists, and advocates of women's rights. It is in truth the burning question of our time, the solution of which is here attempted correct sexual education forms the foundation for the ennoblement and resignation of our entire sexual life, only knowledge, and will can here effect a cure, thus sexual pedagogy, naturally falls into two-part sexual enlightenment and the education of the will. The need for sexual enlightenment is now recognized by all far-seeing social hygienists and pedagogues. The only difference of opinion concerns the when and the how. Some plead for enlightenment as early as possible in the first years of school life, others wish to defer enlightenment until puberty or even later. I am of opinion that the circumstances in this respect are entirely different according as we have to do with small towns and the open country where more careful watching of children is possible, and where the dangers of premature sexual development and of seduction are not so great, or as we have to do with large towns where, in my view, the children cannot be enlightened too early, since town life brings the children of all classes and social misery, brings more especially the children of the lowest classes of the population, so early into contact with sexual matters that a purposive enlightenment becomes absolutely indispensable. Children living in large towns should from 10 years onwards be gradually and carefully made acquainted with the principal facts of the sexual life. We find here more points of association than is usually imagined. Gutzkow, in his admirable autobiography, From the Days of My Boyhood, Frankfurter Roman 1852, pp. 263-264, has beautifully described this. The first appearances of love in the heart of the child occur as secretly as the fall of the dew upon flowers. Playing and jesting innocence gropes its way through the darkness. Words, perceptions, ideas, which to the adult appear to be full of dangerous barbs, the child grasps with careless security and takes the duplex sexual life of humanity to be a primeval fact which came into the world with man as a matter of course, and one which requires no explanation. Born from the mother's womb to the child, the mother is the secure bridge by which it is conducted past all the riddles of womanhood. The child imitates the love of the father for the mother, plays the game of the family, plays father and mother, plays at being himself a child. From the rustling autumn, leaves from abandoned bundles of straw, huts and nests are built, and for half an hour at a time, completely blameless boy can lie down beside his girl playmate quietly, and as if magnetized by the intimation of love. Danger is in truth not far distant from such a practice of childish naivete. It lurks in the background and seeks only an opportunity to lead astray, but a child never understands the significance of the severe punishment which it so often receives for its imitative imaginary family life. The amatory life of the adult first breaks upon the imagination of the child, and upon his quiet play, like the opening of a door into a house. People take so little care of what they do before the innocent. They exhibit passionate affection for one another. They caress when the children are by. The child sees, ponders, and listens. Certain hieroglyphics alarm at tales, are laughed at tales, which suddenly throw a strange and wonderful light upon quite familiar human beings. The boy will notice that his elder sister has a joy or a sorrow, the nature of which he cannot completely grasp. He sees an elder brother filled with the joy of life, with the lust of youth, with the love of adventure, and no attempt is made to conceal these passions from the child. Such and similar experiences succeed one another without cessation, and tales which the child hears are listened to with eagerness. The red threads of love and of the charm of beautiful women are not to be grasped by the hand of a child, and yet they have upon the child a certain secret influence. The child hears and sees much that is erotic, even immoral, but does not stop to think about it, does not understand it. After a while, its ignorance becomes a puzzle. Soon lascivious thoughts arise. Maria Lishnuska describes very vividly this psychological process in The Soul of the Child. In part, according to her observations as a teacher, she justly criticizes the stork stories, to which the child listens without believing them, in order, subsequently, to be enlightened, in an extremely disagreeable manner, by older, ill-conditioned comrades. These children, 10 or 12 years of age, often learn about sexual matters from the lowest side. Without obtaining a true knowledge, they frequently acquire the most astounding verbal treasury of lewd expressions, and even sing obscene songs, of which Maria Lishnuska gives a remarkable example on the part of a girl, 12 years of age. No, there can be no question that the child at school from the 10th year onwards should, without fear of disastrous consequences, be enlightened regarding sexual matters by parents and teachers in order to avoid the dangers which we have just described. But this instruction must be divested of any individual relationship of any personal character, and must be communicated in thoroughly general terms as natural scientific knowledge as a medical doctrine, belonging to the province of philosophical and pathological science. In this way, will be avoided any undesirable accessory effect related to subjective perceptions, when Matheson esteems youth as happy on this account. Because the book of possibilities is not yet open to its gaze, this certainly does not hold as regards sexual enlightenment. Here, to a certain degree, this book of possibilities must be disclosed, if we do not wish all the poetry and all the ideal view of life to be utterly destroyed by contact with rude reality. Precisely in this case, do we understand the wonderful remark of Goethe that we receive the veil of poetry from the hand of truth? This first renders possible a truly earnest and profound conception of sexual relationships. This creates a consciousness of responsibility, which cannot be awakened sufficiently early. The true danger is, as Freud also points out, the intermixture of lasciviousness and prudery, with which humanity is accustomed to regard the sexual problem, just because people have not learned sufficiently to understand the connection between cause and effect in this department of human activity. Various methods have been recommended for sexual enlightenment. I shall discuss more particularly the suggestions of the Austrian Realschule professor Sigmund, of the Volksschule teacher Maria Lischnowska, and of the university professor F.W. Forster. Sigmund, quoted by Ullmann op. Cit. P7, considers that in the Volksschuler primary schools, in the case of children up to the age of 11 years, there should be no systematic explanation of sexual matters, and that this should be begun first in the gymnasium higher school. His scheme of instruction is as follows. The enlightenment of the pupils at the gymnasium is to be effected in 5 stages: classes Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 5, Roman 6, Roman 7. The enlightenment in the lower classes is limited to the processes of sexual reproduction. In the first class, the origin and birth of the mammalian young and the origin of insects' eggs are explained. In the second class, the origin and birth of reptiles and birds' eggs, the fertilization of the eggs of fishes and batrachians, the ova of the zoachin, and those of the jellyfish, are described. The act of sexual intercourse will not be alluded to in the first 2 classes, that is, it will not be mentioned to children before the age of 13 years. The completion of the idea of sexual life is effected by means of botanical and zoological instruction in the upper school, in a synthetic manner, wherein no important detail is omitted, but the copulatory act is kept in the background. All sexual matters expressly concerning human beings and all the pathological relations of the sexual life should be left to the hygienic instruction, which is given during 1 hour weekly to the 7th class, as a part of general instruction in somatology. The natural history taught to the 6th class will embrace zoology. Only the natural system will be considered in an ascending series, excluding human somatology, which in a logical manner is deferred until the study of zoology is completed, and it will thus be dealt with in the 7th class as a preparation to the instruction in hygiene. In conferences with parents, the parents can be kept informed regarding the nature of the instruction which is being given to their children, and can at the same time be led to work in unison with the school in this matter. Maria Lischnowska advises beginning already in the 3rd class of primary schools, that is, when the child is only 8 years old, to give instruction in the elements of natural science, more especially utilizing, as the first means of sexual enlightenment, the examples of vegetable fertilization, as well as the reproduction of fishes and birds. Even to the question, whence do little children come, an answer should be given more or less in the following terms. The child lies in the body of the mother. When she breathes, then the child breathes. When she eats and drinks, the child also obtains his food. It lies there warm and safe. Gradually, it becomes larger and begins to move. It has to lie somewhat curled up because there is so little room for it, but the mother feels that it is alive. She is full of joy and makes ready the child's clothing and its bed. Finally, it is fully grown. The mother's body opens, and the child comes to the light. Then the mother takes it into her arms with joy and nourishes it with her milk. Then the teacher would pause and continue, after a while, now would you like to see the child? Then there would naturally be a man voiced, yes, yes. And the teacher would show to the class a picture, such as our anatomical atlases exhibit now in beautiful form. The abdominal walls of the mother are turned back, and the child is seen slumbering. Then the teacher would say, thus you also slept within the body of your mother. You belong to her, as to no other human being in the whole world. For this reason, you should always love and honor her. Thus is the child's urgent demand for knowledge satisfied. He is freed from all prying into nooks and corners. He experiences a feeling of honorable respect towards the primary source of life. In the fourth school year, further examples of the reproduction of plants, fishes, and birds should be given in the fifth and sixth years. The first demonstration of the process of sexual union among the mammals, with some account of embryology, and the process of birth should also be described. Then there should follow, at about the age of 13 or 14, enlightenment regarding the development of the sexual life, and regarding venereal disinformation, that is to say, concerning hygiene and concerning the protection of one's own body. Physicians, such as Oker Blom and Dr. Agnes Hacker, definitely demand that elucidation regarding this latter point should not be deferred until the time of puberty. F.W. Forster proposes to postpone the whole process of enlightenment until the 12th or 13th year, and if at an earlier age a child expresses any natural doubt regarding the stork, fables, the following answer should be given op. Cit. p. 606. Where small children come from is a matter which you cannot yet understand. We grown-up persons even understand very little about it. I promise you that I will explain to you what we know of the matter on your 12th birthday, but only if you promise me something in return. Do you know that there are boys and girls so bumptious that they behave as if they already knew all about it because they have somewhere picked up a word or two without really understanding it? Promise me that you will never listen when such as these begin to talk about the matter, for you may be certain that the true secrets are matters of which they are ignorant. For this reason they would not speak about it. He who really knows holds it as a sacred matter. He is silent about it, and does not call it out at the street comers. Forster strongly advises against associating sexual enlightenment with a knowledge of the reproductive process in plants and animals, for this reason, that if this is done, the human being is brought too near to the vegetable and animal life, and the sacred thought of the elevation of humanity above the animal is obscured. He then gives very beautiful examples and modes of instruction for such sexual enlightenment of children 12 years of age. I myself am of opinion that without in any way making light of the difference between man and animal, the earlier elucidation, at about the age of 10 years, should be associated with the general instruction in natural history regarding the reproductive process of animals and plants, and then very gradually up to the age of 14. All important points in this department can be explained, including finally an account of the venereal diseases. It is obvious that after this time, more especially in the dangerous years of puberty, systematic enlightenment must be continued. That which is good and useful in this department of knowledge cannot be too often repeated. But all enlightenment will be useless unless hand in hand with it there proceeds a process of education of the character, and the will our school youth thinks and dreams too much and does too little. Up to the present time, it has been believed that it is sufficient to teach children and to continue to teach them to care for their health, to see that they have good food and sound sleep, without also taking into consideration the necessity for awakening the individuality and the energy slumbering in each one of them. The gymnasium must concern itself with the gymnastics not only of the body but also of the mind, and must thus restore that harmony between body and mind which appears to have been quite lost at the present day. Bodily education, by games and sports, is only one of the means for this purpose. The principal aim is to strengthen the character, to induce the habit of self-command and self-denial by a profound and intimate grasp of sexual problems. Nowhere does fantastic dreaming take revenge more thoroughly than in sexual relationships, for which reason also the so-called only children are especially endangered. Nowhere do clear knowledge, objective acquirements, and a firm will celebrate finer triumphs over blind impulses than they do here. The principal rule of sexual pedagogy runs as follows: avoid the first opportunity and the first contact, keep the child and the young man and the young woman at a distance from all the stimulating pleasures and enjoyments of the adult. The production of manliness, as it has recently been described by Mosso, Gusfeld Jorgsticker, and Ludwig Gerlit, has the greatest importance, more especially as regards the sexual life. This has been insisted on above all by Hans Wegener, and F.W. Forster. Op. Cit. Moral statistics have incontrovertibly proved that progress in civilization and morals does not depend upon punishment or upon prophylactic measures against errors and excesses of passion, but only upon the subjective improvement and strengthening of the single individual gizot declared cest de l'état intérieur de l'homme que depend l'état visible de la société. Drobish in his moral statistics has established this fact, yet more firmly energy is the magic word for all vital activities of the present day. Both spiritual and physical discipline work, abstinence, bodily hygiene, are the means for educating the character. And these also play the principal part in sexual pedagogy. Sexual instruction in the house and the school. Sexual enlightenment of young persons at puberty. Sexual instruction of teachers and parents. Sexual dietetics and education. The present position of sexual pedagogy in all these respects is exactly defined in this comprehensive volume, and in addition, at the conclusion of the book, we find a compend of the recent literature of the subject. Much of value regarding sexual regimen is to be found in the work of H. Man Art and the Sexual Conduct of Life, Oranienburg, 1907, and in that of A. Eulenberg Sexual Regimen, published in Mutterschutz, July and August 1907. As an opponent of early sexual enlightenment, we must mention G. Lubischer School Medicine and School Hygiene, pp. 6570, Leipzig, 1907. He considers that such enlightenment should only be given at the time of leaving school. His reasons, however, are not convincing, and above all do not apply to large towns. Chapter 27. Neo-Malthunism, the prevention of conception, artificial sterility, and artificial abortion. Formerly, the use of such devices was regarded as immoral and punishable, and was actually punished. It was condemned as an interference with the divine plan. But such views and measures are extreme here, as everywhere human foresight and methodical interference are permissible. Gustav Schmaler. Contents of Chapter 27. Importance of the problem of population, Malthus, and high doctrine, its fallacies, temporary validity, moral restraint, Neo-Malthunism, the foundation of the Malthusian League, great antiquity of Malthusian practices, disharmony of the family, instinct, the mica operation of the Australian indigens, artificial abortion, among primitive races, methods of preventing pregnancy in ancient times, in the 16th and 17th centuries, relative justification of the use of preventive measures, views of recent physicians on this subject, summary of the principal methods of preventing conception, limitation of coitus to particular times, advice of Soranos and Capelman Feskstatos, conception curve, influence of particular seasons of the year, prolongation of the period of lactation, Buttenstedt's happiness in marriage, and Funk's new revelation, criticism of these fantasies, divergences from the normal method of coitus, passive demeanor of the woman coitus, interruptus, exaggerated views of its injurious influence, coitus interruptus and anxiety neurosis, trifling effect in healthy individuals, repeated interruptions of coitus, mechanical means of preventing conception, compression, muscular action, Mensinga's occlusive pessary, Hallwig's obturator, the condom, chemico-physical preventive measures, douches, the lady's friend, antiseptic powders, and security sponges, combination of chemical and mechanical means, the venous apparatus, the duplex, occlusive pessary, inflammatory affections, after the use of chemical preventive measures, herpes progenitalis, artificial sterility, operative methods of inducing it, vaporization and castration, the ovaries, wide diffusion of artificial abortion, critical remarks regarding the punishment of abortion in Germany, the right of the unborn child, rape, and abortion, the methods of expelling the ovum, internal means, mechanical means, danger and consequences of both, social means for limiting abortion. Chapter 27. Whereas in former times opinions on social questions were determined principally by economic considerations, today we are to a great extent influenced also by the aims and endeavors of individual and social hygiene. For this reason, the so-called problem of population has come to occupy the consciousness of civilized mankind to a far greater extent than before. It has passed from the stage of theory into that of practice. Serious critical political economists, such as, for example, B.G. Schmaler, have recognized this, the increasing understanding of the conditions of social life, knowledge of the connection between economic conditions and the number and quality of the population must of itself lead to the discussion of the question whether the regulation of the number of children born is not one of the principal duties of modern civilization. The Englishman Robert Malthus was the first who, stimulated by an idea of Benjamin Franklin in the year 1798 in his essay on the principles of population, discussed this serious and even alarming question of the natural consequences of unrestricted sexual intercourse, and answered it in an extremely pessimistic sense, for according to him, whereas human beings tend to increase in number according to a geometrical progression that is in the ratio 1 2 4 8 16, and so on the means of subsistence. Increase only in arithmetical progression that is in the ratio of 1 2 3 4 5, and so on. Hence, it follows that the numbers of the population can be kept within bounds so as to remain proportional to the nutritive possibilities only by means of decimating influences, such as vice poverty, disease, the entire struggle for existence by preventive measures and by the so-called moral restraint in and before marriage, although this celebrated theory which filled with alarm not only all those already living in Europe, but also all those who wish to produce new life, has today been generally recognized as false, since it failed to take into account technical advances in the preparation of the soil and other ways in which it will become possible to increase the means of subsistence. And he equally ignored the possibility of a better division of property. None the less does his theory remain apposite. In respect of many of the social relationships of more recent times, the doctrine has in fact temporary validity for certain periods of civilization, such as our own Malthus, recommended as the principal means of preventing overpopulation abstinence from sexual intercourse, moral restraint before marriage, and the postponement of marriage. Thus, he was an apostle of the relative asceticism, recommended in the 25th chapter of the present work. In England, this early view found utterance among the political economists and sociologists, such as Chalmers, Ricardo John Stuart Mill, Say Thornton, etc. It was also actively discussed in wide circles of the population, so that as early as the year 1825, the disciples of Malthus were a typical phenomenon of English life. A further development of Malthusianism in the practical direction was represented by the so-called Neo-Malthusianism that is an actual diffusion of instruction in the means for the prevention of pregnancy and for the limitation of the number of children. Such a procedure was first publicly recommended by Francis Place in the year 1822, but no widespread teaching of practical Malthusianism occurred till a considerably later date, notably after the foundation of the Malthusian League on July 17, 1877. The principal advocates of Neo-Malthusianism in England were John Stuart Mill, Charles Drysdale, Charles Bradlaugh, and Mrs. Besant. Malthusian practice is, however, much older than the theory. Metchnikoff declares the endeavor to diminish the number of children to be a very widely diffused disharmony of the family instinct, which in itself is much more recent and is much less widely diffused in the animal kingdom than the sexual instinct. Animals, at any rate, know nothing of the prevention of conception that is a privilege of the human species by primitive races. Such preventive measures are very widely employed. Among these measures, one of the best known is the mica operation of the Australian native slitting up of the urethra of the male along the lower surface of the penis, so that the semen flows out just in front of the scrotum and is ejaculated outside the vagina. Regarding the wide diffusion of artificial abortion among savage races, Ploss Bartels gives detailed reports. The pursuit of material enjoyments, characteristic of civilized peoples, is not here, as recent authors have erroneously assumed, the determining influence. We have in fact to do with a widely diffused disharmony of the family instinct, for which in certain definite conditions, some justification must be admitted. The period for the unconditional rejection of Malthusianism by pietists and absolute moralists has passed away. Definitely not only physicians, but also professional political economists recognize the relative justification and admissibility of the use of preventive measures in certain circumstances for the limitation of the procreation of children. It has rightly been pointed out that in every marriage a time must eventually arrive when preventive measures in sexual intercourse are employed, and necessarily must be employed, because in respect of the state of health of the wife and also in view of economic conditions, their use is urgently demanded. These relationships have been discussed with great insight by a Heger, and he has proved the justification of practical Neo-Malthusianism in every ordinary marriage as well as for the population at large. By means of a regulation of reproduction, an immoderate increase of the population is prevented. By diminishing the quantity, we improve the quality of the offspring. Late marriages, long pauses between the separate deliveries, and the greatest possible sexual abstinence subserve this purpose. Like Heger, the Munich hygienist Max Gruber also recognizes the necessity for setting bounds to the number of children to be brought into the world, since the capacity of the human species to increase is far greater than its power to increase the means of subsistence. He describes very vividly the physical and moral misery of the parents, and the children when the latter are too numerous. He also shows that from the birth of the fourth child onwards, the inborn force and health of the children diminish more and more naturally. Also, diseases affecting the parents and the pressing danger of the inheritance of these diseases renders necessary the use of sexual preventive measures, or else of moral restraint. Gruber enunciates the thoroughly neo-Malthusian proposition: the procreation of children must be kept within bounds if mankind wishes to free itself from the cruel condition by which in irrational nature the balance is maintaineth in the mass side by side with procreation in the mass. Roman 50 Lowenfeld also sees in the recommendation of such measures for the prevention of pregnancy nothing either improper or immoral. He sees in these measures means for diminishing the poverty of the lower classes, and for abolishing to a great extent the high infantile mortality of these classes, although neo-Malthusianism is in no way a panacea for all the social evils of our time. And he writes very strongly against the condemnation of preventive measures by a perverse medical zealotry. In fact, he assigns to preventive measures an immense hygienic importance. Many other physicians, also such as Mensinga, the discoverer of the occlusive pessary, the first medical man in Germany, to assert with energy the justification of employing means for the prevention of pregnancy, and the first to establish with precision the indications for the use of these measures, especially in relation to the disadvantageous consequences to women's health of bearing a large number of children. Furbringer Spener and others have drawn attention to the eminent hygienic and social importance of measures for the prevention of pregnancy, whereas, on the other hand, in France, in view of the alarming decline in the population of that country, scientific medicine has adopted a more hostile attitude, no longer, however, so bitterly hostile, as in the work now somewhat out of date, but nevertheless containing interesting details of Bergeret, a layman, also Hans Ferdia Meyerhoff, has published a number of interesting works on practical neo-Malthusianism. We shall now proceed to give a brief account of the means commonly employed for the prevention of pregnancy. Roman 50, the restriction of intercourse to particular periods. It is clear that by means of relative asceticism, and by restriction of the number of individual acts of sexual intercourse, the possibilities of fertilization can be limited to a considerable extent. Thus Capelman, in a work published in 1883 entitled Facultative Sterility, without offense to moral laws, recommended abstinence from intercourse for 14 days after the cessation of menstruation and for 3 or 4 days before the commencement of the flow, in the belief that fertilization occurs principally during the days immediately before and after menstruation. Capelman thus revived the prescription of Soranos, a gynecologist of the days of antiquity. According to the researches of the physiologist Victor Henson, it is true that the greatest number of fertilizations take place during the first few days after the menstrual period, but conception may also occur on any other day of the menstrual cycle, although the probability of conception at other periods than those named is a diminishing one. Fesksteto has based upon statistical data an interesting conception curve, according to which the frequency of fertilization on the last day of menstruation, on the 1st, 9th, 11th, and 23rd days after the end of the flow, varies respectively according to the ratios 40, 8, 62, 13, 9, 1. Between these points, the course of the curve is almost straight on the 23rd day. After menstruation, the probability of conception is thus 1/6 of the maximum. Thus, though the probability of fertilization following intercourse on the 23rd day, after the cessation of the flow, is much less than the probability of fertilization as a result of intercourse shortly after menstruation, still the possibility of conception in the former case cannot be absolutely excluded. It has also been recommended that in certain seasons of the year, to which a peculiar influence upon fertility has been ascribed, more especially the months of May and June, abstinence from intercourse should be observed. But this is naturally quite untrustworthy, since the same mother can conceive in all months of the year, as is sufficiently proved by the ordinary variations in the birthdays of children. Somewhat more trustworthy, but still not absolutely to be depended upon, is the practice after the birth of a child of artificially prolonging the period of lactation, since it is well known that during lactation, the menstrual periods often fail to occur, and that fertilization is exceptional upon the recognition of this causal sequence. Notwithstanding the fact that it does not possess any absolute validity, there has recently been founded a very remarkable method of practical Malthusianism, which the two discovers Carl Buttenstedt and Richard E. Funk have announced to their astonished contemporaries as a new revelation. And as the realization of happiness in marriage, these remarkable apostles have combined another observation with the one mentioned above of the relative infertility of women. During lactation, the new observation being that sometimes by the mammary glands of women who are not pregnant, and even by those of virgin's milk, is secreted especially during menstruation. This fact was known to earlier gynecologists, as for example to Dietrich Wilhelm Busch. Buttenstedt, to whom the priority of the new doctrine of happiness, unquestionably, belongs an advocate of the extremely optimistic theory of the possibility of an everlasting life for humanity, and of the cessation of death, also conceived the idea of evoking lactation artificially in all women by means of the sucking of their breasts by men in this way. He believed that artificial sterility and amenorrhea might be produced. Naturally, also woman's milk is regarded as an elixir of life for old men, a true panacea for the elongation of life ad infinitum, and this happy marriage in itself is to be a means by which all the possible ills of degenerate humanity are to be cured in this pan. He is joined by Funk, who regards woman's milk as the best, most natural, and most valuable drug. And on p. 70 of his book preaches to girls and women the new categorical imperative sic. Thou shalt not leave thy vital force unutilized, thou shalt not menstruate, unless thou hast the firm will and desire to become pregnant. Thou shalt allow thy vital force in the form of milk to flow from thy breasts for the benefit and enjoyment of other human beings. Buttenstedt, who possesses some historical knowledge, wishes also to make the breasts of men lactiferous p. 24, so that the sexes can exchange their blood through the breasts, thus become more and more alike one another, and ultimately become earnings. This beautiful lactation idol, or more correctly mammalian idol, will not bear the test of scientific criticism in the first place. The effect of the proposed manipulations is exceedingly dubious, and would only produce the desired result in exceptional cases in the second place. Such an artificial lactation, continued for a long period, would be extremely harmful, just as an excessive protraction of lactation after normal delivery is known to be deleterious. And in the third place, last not least, the reputed anticonceptional effect would in the majority of cases fail to occur. At any rate, there appears to be no reason why pregnancy should not ensue, since the condition of the genital organs would apparently permit this, and would certainly differ from that which obtains in women who give suck in a normal manner after giving birth to a child. Divergences from the normal mode of coitus attempts have been made to prevent fertilization by means of various modifications of the sexual act, thus starting from the old belief that active participation in the sexual act on the part of the woman, as well as libido, and the sexual orgasm on her part, are indispensable prerequisites of the occurrence of impregnation. A more passive demeanor of the woman has been recommended, a distraction of the mind and the senses from the sexual act, after the manner of the kung fu of the Chinese, who frequently employ this trick during intercourse. This opinion is deceptive, for, in the absence of all activity and orgasm on the part of the woman in the most diverse conditions possible, conception may ensue. Thus in this case also we have to do with a quite untrustworthy method. Trustworthy, on the other hand, and therefore extremely widely diffused, is the so-called coitus interruptus, interrupted intercourse, in which the penis is withdrawn from the vagina shortly before the ejaculation of the semen, so-called withdrawal, Zurichsihen Sichenachnemen, Frauderen Congressus Reservatus Onanismus, conjugales. The views regarding the harmfulness of this method, by which pregnancy can certainly be prevented, have in recent years undergone considerable change in so far as the disadvantages are today considered less serious than they formerly were. More especially Dr. Alfred Dam, in his work Neura, overestimated the harmful effects of coitus interruptus, inasmuch as he attributed to it the entire degeneration of a race. These extreme views, supported by no facts whatever of the degeneration fanatic Dam, are briefly described in a little book by E. Peters, The Sexual Life and Nervous Energy, Cologne, 1,906,728. It cannot be denied, and has in fact been maintained by other physicians, such as Gaylard Thomas Goodell Valenta, Bergeret Mantegazza, Peyer Mensinga, Beardhurt Eulenberg, Freud von Tieskich Gattel, and others, that the ineffective excitement occurring during coitus interruptus, the absence of the natural discharge of sexual tension, the voluntary postponement of ejaculation, the strain put upon the will during the sexual act, may have a transient harmful influence upon the nervous system. But according to recent researches, It is only in those who are already neuropathic that permanent troubles result in the form of anxiety neurosis, which, as Freud has proved, is actually dependent upon coitus interruptus, or in the form of other neurasthenic and hysterical troubles, and also, sometimes of local irritative conditions. The harmful influence of frustrated sexual excitement is shown also by the frequency of nervous troubles during the period of engagement, which, as a witty colleague of mine remarked, must be regarded as a single long drawn out coitus interruptus. But it has not been proved that in healthy individuals coitus interruptus, even when the practice is continued for a long time, gives rise to serious and permanent injuries to health, according to the experience of Furbringer, Oppenheim, von Kraft, Ebbing, Rolder, Spener, and above all of Roman 50 Lowenfeld, who has instituted exceptionally exact researches into the matter. Such consequences are quite exceptional. This is also true of the disorders which coitus interruptus is reputed to cause in women. Another method for the prevention of pregnancy, which according to Barrucco is practiced especially in Italy, is the prolongation of sexual enjoyment by means of repeated interruptions of the act followed by renewed erections. This naturally is extremely harmful. Furbringer, however, reports the case of certain frigid men who were able to extend the act of conjugal intercourse for long periods without any disastrous effect upon their health. One of these men was able to find time during the act for smoking and reading. Mechanical means for the prevention of conception according to Kish in Transylvania, and in France, a method is in use according to which during the sexual act, the woman at the commencement of ejaculation, in the male presses her finger forcibly upon the root of his penis, just in front of the prostate gland. In this way, the passage through the urethra is temporarily occluded, and ejaculation of the semen is prevented. It regurgitates into the bladder and is subsequently evacuated with the urine unquestionably. This manipulation would be likely to prove exceedingly injurious to health. In Italy and in New Guinea, many women expel the semen from the vagina as soon as coitus is completed by means of muscular action, by vigorous movements of the perineum. A mechanical apparatus for the prevention of conception, which is unquestionably carefully thought out, is the so-called occlusive pessary of Dr. Mensinga hemisphere of rubber, surrounded by a steel ring introduced into the vagina before coitus, and even left in situ for prolonged periods, so that the os uteri is occluded. When accurately applied, it does in fact definitely prevent fertilization. Various considerations, however, render its use undesirable. One, the difficulty of the introduction, which most women are unable to master. Two, liability to displacement of the pessary during the act. Three, the occurrence of irritative conditions of various kinds, discharges, diseases of the uterine anexa, etc. If, as often happens, the pessary is allowed to remain in the vagina for a long time. Recently, a pessary has been constructed of waterproof cambric, which is said not to produce any such irritative reaction. Moreover, Mensinga himself and Ehrlich have made other improvements upon the occlusive pessary easier to introduce. Is Gall's balloon occlusive pessary in this instrument, by means of a compressible rubber ball and tubing, air is blown into the interior of a thin-walled rubber ring, which surrounds a soft elastic rubber disc, a dangerous article, and one to be avoided. Is Hallwig's obturator the ideal mechanical means for the prevention of pregnancy? Is once more the condom, regarding the application and qualities of which we have already said all that is necessary. Vidi supra, pp. 378-379, simple in its mode of application. It is when of good quality, certain in its effect, and is relatively the most harmless of all preventive measures. When it is used, coitus runs a perfectly normal course with the sole exception of the sensation during ejaculation. We must reject as harmful the use of the so-called stimulant condom, which bears a ring of spines or points in order to increase libido in the woman. Chemical physical preventive measures to these belong above all douching of the vagina immediately after sexual intercourse, for which purpose cold water solutions of alum 1% copper sulfate 12 to 1% sulfate of quinine 1/400, etc. may be used. The douching must be effected when the woman is in the recumbent posture, and the vaginal tube must be introduced deeply. This method, however, is very untrustworthy. The same is true of attempts to destroy the spermatozoa by the insufflation of chemically active powders, or by the insertion of antiseptic security sponges, which Rolder has rightly named insecurity sponges. Untrustworthy also is the combination of these with mechanical apparatus. The number of articles belonging to this category is legion. I need mention a few only: security ovals containing boric acid, quinine, or citric, acid little vaginal plugs Salus, Ovula Camp's anticonceptional cotton wool plugs, Huter's vaginal insufflator for the Malthusian Nox tampon speculum spermathanatin Weissel's, preservative a combination of speculum and rubber disc with a steel spring, and a cotton wool plug, impregnated with a drug the venous apparatus. Double rubber ball the smaller ball filled with venous powder sick, being introduced within the vagina, whilst the woman herself at the moment of ejaculation presses the larger ball lying near to her thighs, whereupon the powder is expelled from the smaller ball into the vagina, the duplex occlusive pessary, an occlusive pessary with double walls perforated with round apertures, containing in its interior boric acid tablets for the purpose of killing the spermatozoa. It may be that now and again, by some of the means just mentioned, conception may be prevented, but on the whole they are very uncertain, and on the other hand it is doubtful if the chemical substances introduced in this way are harmless. It is possible that many peculiar inflammatory conditions of the male and female genital organs may be referred to their use. For example, Blumreich reports the case of a man who, after coitus, in which a means of this kind had been used, had an extremely obstinate inflammatory eruption upon the penis. I take this opportunity of pointing out that the so-called herpes progenitalis, a peculiar vesicular eruption of the genital organs occurring chiefly in males, which alarms a great many patients, because they regard it as the result of syphilitic infection, is in the great majority of cases a perfectly harmless affection caused by some transient irritation. Besides the above-mentioned methods for the prevention of pregnancy, we have also to consider two radical means of practical Malthusianism, which belong to the purely medical province, and can only be employed when life and death are involved, when pregnancy and parturition would entail upon the woman severe illness or certain death. These two means are the operative induction of artificial sterility and artificial abortion. Artificial sterility can be produced by various measures, as by the intentionally affected malposition of the uterus, such as is practiced among the indigents of the Malay archipelago, by section of the fallopian tubes, as recommended by Kara, by the so-called castratio uterina, by means of vaporization, the application of superheated steam, by the method of pincus whereby menstruation is suspended and the uterine cavity is obliterated, and finally by castration, proper the extirpation of the ovaries, oophorectomy spaying Batty's operation, which was carried out in ancient times by quite savage races, in order to prevent reproduction in France, theoretically anti-Malthusian, but practically through Malthusian in the country from which the song originates. Ah lammers lammer, c'est le plaisir d'un jour, pour le regret de neuf mois. Ah love, tease the pleasure of a day, for the regret of 9 months. It appears, according to recent descriptions, that oophorectomy is greatly prized by distinguished ladies as a means for the prevention of pregnancy. It is said that there even exist specialists for the production of these child-hating ovaries, men who undertake this operation at a high fee in Germany. Happily, this radical measure for the prevention of conception is not employed in healthy persons. The operation is performed only in women who are seriously ill and strictly for therapeutic purposes. The preventive measures previously mentioned, if we accept coitus interruptus, and the condom, are all very untrustworthy, as we learn from the extreme frequency of deliberate artificial abortion in all countries, and among all classes of the population. Artificial abortion is, as is well known, a criminal offense punishable by a long term of imprisonment for all those concerned, the pregnant woman herself and her accomplices in the Orient and among savage races. However, abortion is not punishable among the civilized nations of Europe. Artificial abortion is punished in Germany. The mere attempt at abortion is punishable, even though only an imaginary pregnancy is present. That the state must take steps to prevent abortion as an immoral and unnatural action is obvious, and this is necessary above all because intentional abortion in so many cases endangers the life and health of women. But in order that such punishment should be reasonable, it is essential that society should work to this end, that the social conditions upon which the frequency of the practice depends should be abolished. Society should abandon the artificial defamation of illegitimate motherhood, and should in every possible way work for the improvement of the possibilities of motherhood. Should found homes for mothers, and for pregnant women should provide for the insurance of mothers, etc. It is a remarkable contradiction, to which Gisela von Straitberg draws attention, that illegitimate pregnancy is regarded as sinful and shameful simultaneously. The life of the child about to be born is regarded as sacred, whilst this same child, as soon as it is born, is once more regarded as infamous, in fact, to the illegitimate child in the social morality of our time, which is at once ridiculous and profoundly perverted, there inevitably attaches something despicable and dishonorable. It is right that those who make the procuring of abortion a professional occupation should be severely punished. But on the other hand, it is doubtful whether it is right to punish mothers, and more particularly, the mothers of illegitimate infants, against whom the criminal code is especially directed for artificially inducing abortion. It is in fact open to question whether the punishment is even legal. It is well known that according to one of the civil code, the rights of a human being are said to begin only with the completion of birth, and it is certainly open to question whether the as yet undeveloped human fetus has any personal rights at all. Without doubt, we have to do with a being which has not yet begun to exist, but which is only in process of becoming. Thus, juristically, and from the standpoint of the philosophy of law, the foundation for the punishment for abortion is a very unstable one. Consider, for example, impregnation resulting from rape. Should not the woman concerned have the right to employ any and all means available to her to destroy, at the very outset, the child thus forced upon her? The means for the induction of abortion prior to the 28th or 30th week of pregnancy are very various and may be considered under the two categories of internal and mechanical means. Respectively, infallible internal abortifacients do not exist, and almost all abortifacients are dangerous, owing to their toxic effects. Those most commonly employed are ergot ethereal oil of Savin juniperus sabina varieties of Thuja eutaxis baccata turpentine oleum, Sacchini tansy, rue camphor cantharides, aloes phosphorus, etc. Mechanically, abortion may be affected by blows, by violent movements, for example. During coitus, massage, perforation of the membranes, hot injections, steam manipulations with the finger at the os, uteri, the introduction of sounds, and other objects through the os uteri, venesection, application of the electric current, etc. With all these practices, there is involved great danger of injury, poisoning, infection, rupture and perforation of the uterus, the entry of air into the uterine veins, scalding of the internal genital organs, etc. It is therefore not to be wondered at that death so frequently ensues, and that almost always severe illnesses result from the use of these abortifacients. The state would in this way best put a stop to artificial abortion, if in addition to the above-mentioned removal of the disgrace attached to illegitimate motherhood, it diffused widely among all classes of society a knowledge of the permissible means for the prevention of pregnancy. The fact that neo-Malthusian methods are chiefly employed in large towns indicates their dependence upon economical considerations and upon the struggle for existence, which is especially severe in large towns. Hope for the future rests upon the removal of moral and legal coercion in marriage, in which Gutzkow Sacularbilder Roman 1, 175 saw the principal causes of social and sexual misery, and upon the rational regulation of methods for the prevention of pregnancy, which must be regarded as in no way identical with the hostility to fruitfulness. In the sense of Weininger, on the contrary, the yearning for children and the joy in their possession will then for the first time obtain their natural satisfaction. Chapter 28. Sexual Hygiene. Man scans with scrupulous care the character and pedigree of his horse, cattle, and dogs before he matches them, but when he comes to his own marriage, he rarely or never takes such care, yet he might by selection do something not only for the bodily constitution and frame of his offspring, but for their intellectual and moral qualities. Charles Darwin. Contents of Chapter 28. Sexual Hygiene as Social Hygiene, Its Foundation, by Darwin. Recent works, Reproductive Hygiene, Degeneration and Regeneration, Hereditary Taint, and Hereditary Enfranchisement, Possibility of the Disappearance of Morbid Tendencies, Eugenics, Galton, Love's Choice, and Sexual Selection Principles, Darwin's Prescriptions Regarding Sexual Selection, Prohibition of Marriage, Inheritance of Morbid Tendencies and Morbid Constitutions, Danger of Alcoholism, for the Offspring Families of Drinkers, Direct Influence of Alcohol upon the Germplasm, Observations on this subject, Syphilis, as a cause of racial degeneration, syphilis, and the duration of life, degenerative effects of tuberculosis, direct infection, inheritance of the tubercular habit of body, mental disorders, diatheses, and malignant tumors, nervous disorders, inheritable atrophy of the female mammary glands. Recent works on this subject, effect of excessive youth, or excessive age of the married pair influence of blood relationship significance of breeding, Inandin in relation to the evolution of the race, the dangers of too close blood relationship importance of spiritual qualities, in relation to love's choice the breeding of talent importance of this, in relation to the woman's question, in relation to the improvement of the race greater resisting powers possessed by women towards degenerative, influences a quotation from Carl Vogt unfavorable influence of coercive marriage morality and of mammonism importance of racial hygiene and of the sexual sense of responsibility. Chapter 28 Sexual hygiene in individual relationships has already been discussed in previous chapters, and more especially in those upon the prophylaxis and suppression of venereal diseases, upon the question of sexual abstinence, upon sexual education, and upon the use of methods for the prevention of pregnancy. Here, we merely propose to deal shortly with the social relationships of the hygiene of the sexual life, after Darwin more particularly in his work on the descent of man had published fundamental observations regarding the social importance of sexual hygiene. Other writers, influenced by recent anthropological and ethnological research, occupied themselves with these problems, more especially Heger A. Plotz and R. Kosman. The subjects considered by these writers have been aptly comprised under the name reproductive hygiene, which constitutes a part of general racial biology. Unfortunately, racial biology, as Max Gruber justly remarks, has formed exaggerated estimates of the ideas of degeneration and hereditary taint, and on the other hand, the complementary ideas of regeneration and hereditary enfranchisement have been unduly neglected. And yet it is certain that these latter influences are continually in active operation in the direction of the ricination and invigoration of the race, that the introduction of new and healthy blood is competent to bring about reanimation and regeneration, even in degenerate families. Gruber says with Justice Hygiene of the Sexual Life, p. 55 1905. Completely normal and entirely free from hereditary taint, no single human being can be, and on the other hand experience teaches us that just as morbid tendencies make their appearance in certain families, so also they may disappear from these families. Many of these tendencies can be rendered ineffective by a suitably chosen mode of life for the individual, and by means of repeated crossing with stems, which are free from these particular taints. The morbid tendency can be led to disappear unless the degenerative impulse is too powerful. The recognition of this fact does not in the least diminish the great importance of purposive choice in love and marriage, nor does it diminish the sense of sexual responsibility in relation to the great fact of heredity. But the recognition of the fortunate fact of hereditary enfranchisement supports, on the other hand, all our endeavors in the direction of rational eugenics. Galton, in accordance with which we must, as Nietzsche says, not merely reproduce, but produce in an upward direction, nicht bloß fortsondern, auch hinauspflanzen sollen. The central problem of reproductive hygiene is that of love's choice of sexual selection. It is a most difficult task, one which is rarely fulfilled to the utmost, for the right man to find the right woman, so that their individualities may in every respect correspond to and complement one another. In most cases, it is necessary to be contented with relative harmony, and with sufficient health on both sides. The laws of a refined, differentiated marriage choice have not yet been discovered. Havelock Ellis has instituted exhaustive researches on this subject without, however, attaining any positive result. He was only able to establish the general proposition that in love's choice identity of race and of individual characters homogamy, and at the same time unlikeness in the secondary sexual characters heterogamy, are to be preferred in other respects. However, very various and complicated influences are determinative in sexual selection. Havelock Ellis also detected a natural disinclination towards love between blood relatives, which, however, he regards as merely due to the customary life in close association from childhood onwards. Darwin propounded the principle for sexual selection that both sexes should avoid marriage, when in any pronounced degree they were defective either physically or mentally. Upon this idea rests the old and widely diffused custom of killing or exposure of sickly children, as well as the more recent prohibitions of marriage in certain states of the American Union. For example, Michigan, in which the marriage, also sexual union for procreative purposes, is forbidden on the part of those mentally diseased and of those who are infected with tubercle or syphilis. The most important fundamental principle, however, of rational reproductive hygiene is without doubt that only healthy individuals should pair, or at any rate, those only whose abnormalities or diseases, if any, would not injure their offspring, physically or mentally not in disease itself, but in the inheritance of disease, lies the great danger for the deterioration of the family. And the race it is for this reason that the study of the inheritance of morbid predispositions and morbid constitutions is of such enormous importance in racial biology. With regard to illnesses to which attention must especially be paid in connection with sexual selection, we have here in the first place to consider the three scourges of humanity: alcoholism, syphilis, and tuberculosis. Apart from the fact that alcoholism leads in the drinker himself to nervous weakness, to mental disturbances of all kinds, delirium tremens, imbecility, mania, peripheral neuritis, etc., it also exercises a very serious influence upon the offspring, who are unfortunately in many cases very numerous, as the study of drinker families shows. Cf. Georgia the Family Zero, published in the Archives. For Racial Biology, 1905, Vol. Roman 2, pp. 494,559, only a very small fraction of the offspring of such families are physically and mentally normal, about 7 to 17. The majority display a rapidly progressive degeneration, which manifests itself physically more especially by the tendency to tuberculosis and epilepsy, and mentally by the tendency to drunkenness, crime, and imbecility. Alcohol is a direct poison to the germ cells, so much so that according to the degree of drunkenness, it is almost possible to estimate beforehand the degree of hereditary taint. Moreover, an otherwise healthy father, in a single severe, acute alcoholic intoxication, may procreate a child either quite incompetent to live or weakly or completely degenerate. On the other hand, it has been observed that a person given to chronic alcoholism is competent during a temporary diminution in his consumption of alcohol to procreate a comparatively vigorous child from this. It follows that marriage or sexual union in general for reproductive purposes with a man or woman addicted to alcohol, and no less the act of procreation in a state of intoxication, are absolutely to be condemned. The danger of alcoholism to the offspring is illustrated by the experience that about one-eighth of the surviving children of drunken parents become affected with epilepsy, and that more than one-half of idiotic children are born of drunken parents. Kripalin, The Psychiatric Duties of the State, p. 3 Jena, 1900. In an earlier chapter, pp. 361,363, attention was drawn to the fact that syphilis rivals alcohol in its potency as a cause of racial degeneration. Thanks to the researches of Alfred Fournier and of Tarnowski, the sinister influence of syphilis in this respect is now widely recognized. E. Hedius rightly asserts that since at the present day the whole world is contaminated with congenital or acquired syphilis, the eradication of syphilis is the most important task of reproductive hygiene. The previously mentioned etiological and prophylactic therapeutic researches, among which may be included the quite recent discovery of syphilitic antibodies in the system of those who have formerly suffered from syphilis, open to us a prospect of the realization of this magnificent idea, the weakening and degeneration of the individual by acquired and inherited syphilis, is also shown by the recent researches into the influence of syphilis upon the duration of life, among which I may mention the works of Blasco and Hans Tilesius regarding the disastrous influence of syphilis, continued into the second and third generations. See the monograph of B. Tarnowski, La Famille Syphilitique, et sa descendance Clermont, Ois 1904, see note 325 to p. 363. The third disease leading to degeneration is tuberculosis, which may be inherited either by direct infection of the germ or, more frequently, by the transmission of a predisposition to the offspring. This simple predisposition recognized by the so-called tubercular physique, long, thin individuals with a flattened chest, poorly developed muscles, and a pale countenance, does not offer any absolute ground for prohibiting reproductive activity, since the health of the other party to the marriage may diminish or entirely remove the danger of inheritance. But on the other hand, manifest tuberculosis or scrofula is a contraindication to marriage. The same is true of actual mental disorders of severe diatheses, such as gout, obesity, or diabetes, and of cancer and other malignant tumors, whereas the bulk of nervous affections and other bodily diseases only exclude marriage in certain special circumstances. Very unfavorable to the offspring is the atrophy of the female breasts and the consequent incapacity for lactation, a matter to which Mensinga G. von Bunge G. Herth Emil Abderhalden, a Heger and others have referred, and which exercises a very unfavorable influence upon the offspring, since natural lactation cannot be adequately replaced by artificial feeding according to Bunge alcoholism, tuberculosis, syphilis, and mental disorders of the ancestry, are the principal causes of atrophy of the mammary glands, whether atrophy of the mammary glands is really on the increase, and whether it is hereditary are matters demanding, as Abderhalden insists, more careful critical investigation. Marriage at an age too youthful below 20 on the part of the woman, below 24 on the part of the man, and at 2, advanced in age above 40 on the part of the woman, above 50 on the part of the man, is also disadvantageous to the offspring, as manifested by higher mortality of the infants, by the more frequent occurrence of malformations, idiocy, rickets, etc. Equally disadvantageous is too close relationship by blood, since in this way any unfavorable tendencies are greatly strengthened upon a certain degree of inbreeding, or rather, upon an approximation to inbreeding. Depends the formation of every race, the racial problem in this sense, is a kind of exaltation of the inbreeding principle, for the very idea of race implies a more or less close relationship between all the members of a definite stock. Thus, the entire absence of fresh blood does not necessarily give rise to any degeneration. But it is certain that long-continued close inbreeding on the part of near blood relatives in the same family results in a progressive tendency to degeneration, because among those who unite in marriage, the same morbid tendencies are present and accumulate. In consequence of the inbreeding, this is shown very clearly by some statistics collected by Morris, published by Gruber op. Cit. p. 32. Marriage between uncle and niece, or between aunt and nephew, and the unfortunately far too frequent marriages between first cousins, are therefore to be condemned. The greatest value is to be placed in love's choice upon intellectual qualities. Intelligent persons, and those full of character, are to be preferred precisely in relation to the breeding of talents. Nietzsche recommended posthumous works. Vol. Roman 12 p. 188 Leipzig 1901 polygamy for men or women of predominant intellectual capacity, so that they might have the opportunity of reproducing their kind in intercourse with several persons of the opposite sex. And in this way, since the later children of the same women are not so powerful, nor of such striking capacity, as the firstborn, they might have the possibility of being the parents of several talented and distinguished individuals. In relation to the woman's question, the breeding of women well endowed with talent is a matter of especial interest, Charles Darwin writes. In order that woman should reach the same standard as man, she ought, when nearly adult, to be trained to energy and perseverance, and to have her reason and imagination exercised to the highest point. Then, she would probably transmit these qualities chiefly to her adult daughters. All women, however, could not be thus raised, unless, during many generations, those who excelled in the above robust virtues were married and produced offspring, in larger numbers than other women. In a valuable work, W. Schalmeier has recently discussed the great importance of the offspring of talented persons in the improvement of the race, and has considered the details of psychical inheritance. As in the entire animal world, so also in the human race, the feminine nature has a more conservative character, one more disinclined to variations, whether favorable or unfavorable as contrasted with the more variable nature of the male, which is also more prone to submit to degenerative influences. For this reason, in declining races, we meet many more women free from degeneration than men. Karl Vogt, in a passage, which appears to be very little known, writes on this subject in the following terms. It is the women, my friend, who maintain the race, who for the longest time safeguard the type of the people in body and spirit, and for this reason they form the mirror at once of the future and of the past which are allotted to that people. You will no doubt have noticed how in many races there exists a disharmony between men and women, so that in one race the male and in another the female stands behind the other in physical beauty and in mental development. This relationship between the two sexes is precisely that from which we are able to learn the past and the future of the nation. Good and bad, advance and retrogression, are first undertaken by the man, and by him passed to the woman, whose conservative nature much more gradually yields to strange influences. But since the stages of mental culture through which a race passes are not only reflected in its bodily development, but actually depend upon this development, it is easy to understand that, in a nature which is striving upwards, which we see in the process of advance towards better things, the men possess the advantage in the matter of beauty and of intellectual capacity, whereas when the race is a declining one, the advantages in these respects will lie with woman, if you find a race in which the women are beautiful. But as a rule, the men are ugly and badly formed, you can with certainty conclude that this race has long since passed its culminating point in development and has long been undergoing a process of decline. For racial biology, it is at least equally important, if not even more important, that healthy, vigorous, and talented men should reproduce their kind, rather than that in love's choice the corresponding qualities in women should be regarded as determinative racial biology, if it really wishes to obtain success in the breeding of humanity, is compelled to demand the abolition of the present evil coercive marriage morality. And according to the suggestions of Nietzsche von Ehrenfels, and others will not hesitate in certain cases to regard polygamy as desirable, if only from this standpoint that coercive marriage is the sole cause of the domination of mammonism in the sexual life, to the deleterious influence of which we have before alluded. Mammonism is dangerous, if for this alone, because it involves the annihilation of the sense of sexual responsibility, and in consequence of this natural love, is rejected on one side, and all considerations of a racial hygienic nature are cast away on the other. The lack of both is the cause of degeneration. Chapter 29. The sexual life in its public relationships, sexual quackery advertisements and scandals. One of the principal reasons which makes the eradication of quackery forever impossible is to be found in the fact which finds incisive expression in the proverb Die Dummen werden nicht, alles stupidity, is a hardy perennial Wilhelm Epstein. Contents of Chapter 29. Greater publicity of the sexual life in the age of commerce, three forms of this publicity: sexual quackery, the relations of quackery to the sexual life, recent examples: the trade in sexual nostrums, and other articles of immoral use, public puffing of sexual nostrums, quack advertisements. Newspaper advertisements for sexual purposes, matrimonial advertisements, their history. The two oldest matrimonial advertisements, mercenary marriages and marriages, for position nominal marriages, immoral advertisements, loan advertisements, acquaintance advertisements, friendship advertisements, employment advertisements, heterosexual and homosexual advertisements, advertisements regarding correspondence, advertisements of rooms, for sexual purposes, advertisements regarding instruction, rendezvous, and postalin dammer advertisements, post restant correspondence, private inquiries, advertisements, for the purpose of sexual perversion, street handbills, brothel guides. Public scandals of a sexual character, murders and suicides from love seductions, duels, procuress trials, orgies, and the life of swindlers. Chapter 29. In this age of commerce, of telegraphs, and of the press, the role which the sexual life plays before the public eye is notably greater than it used to be from very early times. Indeed, sexual matters formed the principal constituent of the chronique scandalous. But it was not then possible to disseminate such scandals by means of daily newspapers, as it is now so easy to do in three forms at the present day. The sexual life attains publicity in the form of an unscrupulous quackery, in the form of newspaper advertisements relating to the sexual life, and in the form of sexual scandals diffused by means of the press. We propose to refer briefly to the principal aspects of all three, and we shall find that they are for the most part of an unpleasant character. According to the well-known saying that hunger and love rule the world, quackery has from its very earliest beginnings concerned itself by preference with the provinces of disorders of digestion and of sexual troubles, and, especially in respect of the latter, have its developments been so astounding. In fact, there appears to be nothing else which gives such instructive information regarding the possibilities of human folly, depravity, and superstition. When we regard the history of quackery and medical charlatanry of all times, we discern, beyond question, the justice of the assertion that quackery is identical with the diffusion of sexual vice, and of fornication. These relationships of quackery to the sexual life and to sexual crime have recently had a vivid light thrown upon them by Roman 100 Reisig and Roman 100 Alexander. Reisig deals more especially with the immoral practices of many magnetizers, lay hypnotizers, and similar individuals, who under the pretense of giving help to the sick seek and find opportunity for the gratification of all kinds of immoral lusts. And he gives characteristic examples of these practices. Police reports have shown that numerous masseuses and male quacks, who commonly appear under the high-sounding names of professor, director, hygienologist, magnetopath, etc., and who profess to treat secret diseases or diseases of women, are in reality concerned with abortion, monitoring the production of artificial sexual excitement, and the provision of human material for the gratification of perverse lusts. Who does not know the ominous words rat und hilf advice and help under the mantle of quackery? The worst kinds of immorality are practiced thus. Alexander Op. Sit. p. 48 speaks of an ear specialist, who paving the way by gigantic advertisements in the local papers traveled from place to place nominally, in order to relieve defects of hearing, but who in reality utilized his opportunities, in order to make immoral attempts upon young girls' glatzesizes. July 10, 1896, the magnetizer M hypnotized young girls, and then violated them. Another examined the genital organs when professing to treat ear troubles, and carried out improper manipulations in an article Serene Highness. Quackery in the Erslich Variansblatt, No. 418, August 1900. Dr. Riesig reports that to Her Serene Highness the Princess Maria von Rohan in Salzburg, it appears to be a sacred duty to bear witness to the joiner Kuhn in Leipzig under date November 9, 1889, that his sexual friction baths had proved to be of inestimable value and had had a wonderful effect, and she felt impelled to recommend to physicians the most careful examination and trial of this new method of cure. The treatment of secret diseases in the hands of quacks does incredible harm, and the same is true of the uncleanly and dangerous practices of masseuses and of professional abortion-mongers closely connected with quackery, is the trade in sexual nostrums, and in other articles of immoral use. This trade is occupied in the manufacture and public recommendation of sexual articles of every kind, aphrodisiacs, protective articles, various celebrated measures for the relief of sexual weakness, infertility, pollutions, lack of voluptuous sensation, etc. The artificial sterilization not of women, but of men by means of Röntgen rays, is recommended. The newspapers overflow with advertisements recommending all these articles beneath the aliases of chiromancy and astrology. Sexual quackery also lies concealed. It allures its clients chiefly by means of newspaper advertisements. Newspaper advertisements for sexual purposes are not more than 200 years old. Their oldest and most harmless form was that of matrimonial advertisements, the first two of which appeared on July 19, 1695, in the collection for the improvement of husbandry and trade, published by Houghton, the father of English advertising. These two remarkable and historical advertisements run as follows. A gentleman 30 years of age who says that he has considerable property would be glad to marry a young lady with property amounting to about 3,000. He will make a suitable settlement. A young man 25 years of age with a good business, and whose father is prepared to give him 1,000, would be glad to make a suitable marriage. He has been brought up by his parents as a dissenter, and is a sober man. We see that from the very outset matrimonial advertisements did not forget the punctum saliens, which I need not specify all down to those of the present day, are alike. The only difference is that, in addition to these money marriages, advertisements of nominal marriages, and also of marriages for position, appear freely in the papers. The majority of matrimonial advertisements are inserted for mercenary or interested purposes, and really belong to the category of immoral advertisements, which conceal themselves under all possible titles. I give a short classification of some of the commonest immoral advertisements, and append some actual advertisements of each kind taken from leading German and Austrian newspapers. Loan advertisements. In most cases, a young smart lady begs an older gentleman for a loan, or vice versa. A young man directs the same request to a lady belonging to the best circles. Frequently, also, it is a lady living alone, a young widow, or a recently married woman, who, without the knowledge of her husband and in temporary want of money, seeks a helper. Almost invariably the need and the marriage are fictitious. These are in most cases the advertisements of secret prostitutes of a similar character to the advertisements of masseuses. The following advertisement must otherwise be interpreted. What noble-minded lady would be willing to lend to a young, widely-traveled engineer the sum of 12,000 marks 600 for 6 months on good security? Acquaintanceship advertisements, friendship advertisements, and employment advertisements. These may be divided into the two classes of heterosexual and homosexual advertisements. Examples of the former are the following. A young widow 27 years of age desires friendly intercourse with a man of position who will assist her with word and deed. A young stranger desires acquaintanceship to relieve her of a temporary difficulty. A merchant, a man of middle age, desires the acquaintanceship of a good-looking lady, a slender figure, preferred for the purpose of friendly intercourse. The following advertisements have a more or less definite homosexual note, A well-placed young lady, nearing the age of 30, desires an honorable, trustworthy lady friend. A cultured lady of middle age desires a ladies' club. A well-placed elderly gentleman desires friendly intercourse with a young man. A young merchant between 20 and 30 years of age desires friendly intercourse with a young man of good family. A young lady, a stranger to the town, desires a lady friend apply by letter to Lesbos at the office of this paper. A newspaper now defunct which formerly appeared in Munich, characterized by homosexual psychologico-philosophical tendencies, entitled Der Seelenforscher, edited by August Fleischmann, appears to have laid itself open to such advertisements. In No. 11 of the second year of issue November 1903, I find the following distinctive advertisements. A young, vigorous man, a Swiss 24 years of age, well recommended, desires a situation with a gentleman living alone. A young man, 20 years of age, of agreeable appearance, with an honorable and ideal mind, desires a position as correspondent or companion in the house of a well-to-do, even if elderly gentleman. A wealthy, talented Uranian young man desires the patronage of a noble well-to-do earning. A good, affectionate, and bright young man, who at the present time is in an official position, desires to find a well-to-do, kind-hearted, and lonely gentleman, to whom he could be a true life companion, and to whom, until the end of his life, he would give true affection, he would faithfully fulfill all his duties. The numerous advertisements also in which young girls and women, or widows, desire positions, as housekeepers, companions, etc., in the houses of well-to-do gentlemen living alone, have as a rule an immoral basis. Advertisements regarding correspondence, these, also form a permanent constituent of the advertisements of the daily papers, and serve in part the aims of prostitution or of assignations for sexual intercourse, but in part really aim at an exchange of more or less erotic letters, as is obviously the case in respect of the following advertisements. Young cultured man desires a stimulating correspondence with a young lady. Young lady desires to enter into correspondence with a lady of good position, with similar ideas. Advertisements of rooms. Among these advertisements, we find that of the convenient room, or the room with a separate entrance at storm-free diggings of the student. Such rooms are usually offered to men. Women must seek them for themselves, as in the following advertisement. A lady artist desires a well-furnished convenient room with bathroom and piano as an only tenant. The advertisements regarding rooms to be let during the day mostly refer to opportunities for fornication houses of accommodation. Pseudo-educational advertisements here. Also, there is a form of advertisement which enables us without difficulty to recognize their true purpose. For example, a young Englishwoman gives stimulating instruction. June Francaise Gaia Bayen Ricom qui enseigne de méthode facile et rapide dans des leçons. Very frequent are announcements of sadistic or masochistic instruction, in which the energy or imposing appearance of the instructor or instructress is emphasized, or in which the word discipline is displayed, in a significance which cannot be misunderstood. Rendezvous and postilion d'amour advertisements, these subserve the appointment of lovers, often adulterous lovers, but also the opening up of acquaintanceship. Examples. Veronica. Today, unfortunately prevented, therefore 21st. Wireless telegraphy. Best thanks for dear letter, drive today, 1,000 kisses Roman 50,726. Good report. A letter will be found addressed to Sophie G. Post Restant Vienna, Iwan Principal Post Office. Roman 1,000 SA. Today 4 please bring news, most intimate K Roman 500 Roman 500 A15. G. Naublipiet Jesper. Very frequent also are requests from male advertisers addressed to ladies they have chanced to meet in the railway, electric tram, etc., asking where the latter may live. These advertisements give a description of the appearance, costume, time, and place of the first meeting, and beg the lady to give her address in confidence or to come to some specified place of meeting. A very large number of letters addressed post restant are of an erotic nature and belong to this category. Private inquiries under this heading persons advertise in the newspapers that for an honorarium, usually a very high one, they will undertake to watch secretly any desired person, and, almost invariably, such watching relates to the sexual life and activity of the person under observation when employed. They use all the methods of the most unscrupulous detective. These individuals play a principal part in divorce proceedings. And in conjugal quarrel based upon jealousy, they are a cancer of our time, which cannot be too energetically suppressed. A detective advertisement of this character is the following: private inquiry, confidential, enlightening, unfailing, truthful, universal, extraordinarily satisfactory conjugal inquiries, mode of life, family relationships, liaisons, peculiarities of character, occupations, present condition, past misconduct, future prospects, state of property, secret intercourse, etc., etc. Advertisements relating to sexual perversions. We have already referred to homosexual advertisements. An even more important part is played by sadistic and masochistic advertisements, which usually appear under the cloak of massage instruction or of an energetic person. Examples: Masoch, who is interested in this matter, address Kismet office of this paper. Widow of noble birth, middle-aged, energetic, desires position in the house of a gentleman of standing as reader, or in some other capacity. Cabinet de massage par dame diplômée hydrotherapie, MME Roman 582, Rue Blanche. Massad Sudwa par dame diplômée tous, les jours de ten à 8 heures. Madame Martinet, Lekens de Mainchen. Monsieur des Gouvernante, Giaret Forte 40 a severe pour éduc enfant diffic, ABPR Amiens. Energetic, distinguished lady in temporary need, wishes to receive a considerable loan, but will meet only the actual lender. Severin is seeking his Wanda. A young man begs 30 marks from a lady Sascher Masoch, Post Office Kopnikerstrasse. Even fetichistic advertisements sometimes appear, such as the following from a shoe fetishist. A young man of means buys for his private collection elegant shoes which have been worn by leading actresses or by ladies of high rank. Handbills in large towns, these are distributed by persons standing at the street corners and usually relate to restaurants with women attendants. One example will suffice: the restaurant of the good-natured Saxon girl. The attendants at this restaurant are young and pretty girls from Saxony. Miss Ellie waits at the bar, piano playing and singing Your Kind Patronage is requested by the young hostess. Chiromantists, magnetopaths, and other charlatans advertise themselves by means of street handbills in the Latin countries, and more especially in Paris. True brothel guides stand at the street corners and conduct the passers-by to improper dramatic representations, or provide for them children for fornicatory purpose, or invite them to homosexual intercourse, etc. The third form under which the sexual life makes a public appearance is that of the great scandals and sensational occurrences with a sexual background, which are discussed by the press. I allude here, without attempting completeness, to murders and suicides arising from jealousy, from rejected love, or from love unsuccessful for some other reason, occurrences which afford sufficient proof that individual falling in love in our own time is just as violent and passionate as it was formerly, further to abduction and seduction, to divorce scandals and divorce proceedings, in general to all law court proceedings relating to sexual offenses, to duels dependent upon erotic motives, to family tragedies, upon a similar basis to the great procuress trials, to the discovery of secret sexual clubs and of erotic orgies, to revelations from nunneries, and from secular institutions to the exploits of swindlers, who very frequently make use of sexual passion in others to assist them in their pursuit of plunder, etc. Examples of all these varieties of scandals and sensational occurrences are found day by day in the newspapers. Very frequently, on account of the very nature of sexual psychology, they exercise a suggestive influence, so that we often hear of similar occurrences at brief intervals. If we assume the existence of psychical contagion, there is no doubt that these sensational newspaper reports play a far greater part therein than the whole of the so-called erotic literature. Chapter 30. Pornographic Literature and Art. Werwolf des Hocht aus Wollust, Mädchen der Kront ein Schwein in Worcester, Lash he, who devotes his talents to the glorification of lust, is like one who crowns a pig in the midst of a dismal swamphan's Bergmere. Contents of Chapter 30. Distinction between pornography and eroticism, an old medical thesis concerning obscene books dating from the year 1688. Definition of obscenity. In this thesis, modern definition of an obscene book, treatment of purely sexual relationships from the artistic and scientific standpoints, respectively summary of the general tendency, morality, fanaticism, and medical authorship, the artistic treatment. Of sexual matters, humorous mode of treatment, the erotic in caricature, the mystic satanic conception of the sexual, the importance of the individuality, and the age of the reader or onlooker danger of Bible reading for children, a remark of John Milton, upon this subject importance of the standard of the time, and of contemporary moral ideas in our judgment of an erotic work, example of the works of Nicolas Chourier, and of the Marquis de Sade observation, regarding the recent German translations of pornographic works comparison of obscene books with natural poisons, recent obscene literature remarkable fondness of great artists and poets for the pornographous erotic element, French celebrities, as pornographists Voltaire, Murray-Bow de Musset, Gaudier, Draws, etc. Goethe, and Schopenhauer as erotic. Writers Schiller's and Goethe's fondness for French erotic writings, occupation of women with pornographic literature, obscene pictures by great painters from Lucas Cranach, to the present time, pornographic garbage literature, and garbage art origin, of these dangers of Hawker's literature futility, of the efforts of purity societies, historical examples of this, the true means to render pornography harmless. Chapter 30. What is an obscene pornographic book or picture? In order to obtain an accurate and objective definition of this idea, we must always keep clearly before our minds the distinction between pornography and eroticism. The confusion between these two ideas explains the great conflict of opinion on the part of expert witnesses in connection with the question whether any specified book or picture is to be regarded as immoral or indecent. The obscene differs toto quo from the erotic in my own possession, is a rare work which is probably the first monograph regarding obscene books. It dates from the year 1688, and is the thesis of a Leipzig doctor at that time. It was still possible to compose academic essays upon such topics today. This would only be possible in the legal faculty, and from the criminal standpoint, in respect of the unprejudiced scientific and historical consideration of pornography, we have experienced a notable retrogression. And at the present day, a certain degree of courage is needed to make these things an object of scientific study, to consider in an unprejudiced and objective manner these peculiar outgrowths of the human soul. In the above-mentioned essay, the learned writer gives on p5 a definition of the obscene, which shows that he had not thoroughly differentiated it from the erotic, but confused the two ideas under the same term. In his view, obscene writings are all such writings whose authors use distinctly improper language and speak plainly about the sexual organs, or describe the shameless acts of voluptuous and impure human beings in such words that chaste and tender ears would shudder to hear them. But such improper descriptions might occur in a work, without its being possible to designate this, as obscene. A book can justly be called obscene only when it has been composed simply solely and exclusively for the purpose of producing sexual excitement, when its contents aim at inducing in its readers a condition of coarse and brutish sensuality. This definition clearly excludes all those literary products which, notwithstanding the existence of isolated erotic or even obscene passages, are yet composed for purposes radically different from that above described. It excludes, for example, artistic, religious, and scientific works, the history of civilization poetry, belles letters, medicine, folklore, etc. The question, namely whether simple sexual relationships can properly be made the object of artistic or scientific representation, may be answered with an unconditional affirmative if we presuppose a purely artistic or scientific critical representation and consideration of erotic objects, that is to say, in the work of art or the scientific work, as the case may be. The purely sexual must completely disappear behind the higher artistic or scientific conception. This is possible only when that which is represented is completely devoid of actuality, when time and place are entirely ignored, so that the object is regarded rather from its general human aspect, and when further in the artistic representation of the purely sexual, we find expression also on the part of the artist of a conception enlightening, and to a degree overcoming the purely physical, or when finally, on the part of the man of science, we recognize a critical point of view by means of which the causal relationships of the sexual find expression. General tendency is determinative, not the shocking individual detail. I need not waste any more words upon the importance of medical, ethnological, psychological, and historical works upon the sexual life. This fact is fortunately now fully recognized even by the greatest morality fanatics, and it would hardly now be possible in Germany that a law court as recently in Belgium 778 should witness proceedings against a medical, undertaking on account of pornographic illustrations. The same is true of the artistic consideration of sexual matters, for example, how readily everything sexual lends itself to the humorous point of view, how short here is the step from the sublime to the ridiculous, in a copy which lies before me of Frth. Vischer's first work, The Sublime, and the Ridiculous Stuttgart 1837, which was once in the possession of a friend of Goethe, the Dreiberg physician Anton Theobald Bruck, we find on p. 203, in his handwriting, the apt marginal note wit gilds, the nickel of the obscene. Sexual matters actually provoke humor. This fact was enunciated by Schopenhauer, and was ascribed by him to the profound earnestness, which underlies the sexual Welt als will und Vorstellung Roman 1 330. For this reason, as Eduard Fuchs rightly insists, the majority of all erotic creations are of the nature of caricatures. The most brilliant advocate of this humorous view of sexual matters is the brilliant English artist Thomas Rowlandson, whose works both in England and in Germany have long been kept under lock and key. The mystic satanic element in the sexual also stimulates artistic representations, and in the works of Baudelaire, Barbie d'Aurevilly Felician, Rops, Aubrey Beardsley, Toulouse-Lautrec, etc., we see that the perverse also is thoroughly capable of erotic representation, but even pure obscenity without any underlying ideas, for example, we see it today in the obscene. Drawings of Carixime have the effect of a simple artistic product if the taste of the onlooker is so far matured that the purely sexual can recede completely behind the artistic conception. We must, generally speaking, not fail to take into account the individuality and the age of the spectator or reader for children and immature persons, even works that are obviously not obscene, such as artistic, religious, and scientific literature, may in certain circumstances be dangerous works which adults regard and judge in the spirit of their own time, as for example the Bible and the writings of the fathers of the Church. John Milton, who was certainly not lacking in piety, wrote, "The Bible often relates blasphemies in no very delicate manner. It describes the fleshly lusts of vicious men, not without elegance. Books which are to be read by children cannot be chosen too carefully for a very large proportion, also of the literature which is not properly speaking obscene, but which deals with sexual matters, has upon the childish imagination an effect equivalent to that of true pornography upon the adult." In passing judgment on an erotic work, we must finally take into consideration the standard of the epoch to which the work belongs. We must bear in mind the nature of the contemporary moral ideas. Much which to us today appears obscene was not so in the Middle Ages. On the other hand, we must not excuse everything on this plea, for our forefathers were also familiar with pornographic and utterly obscene works, such as those of the Marquis de Sade or of Nicolas Chourier. Gesprek der Aloysia Sigia have not only an importance in the history of civilization, they also have an interest for anthropologists and medical men. They constitute remarkable documents of the nature and mode of manifestation of sexual perversities in earlier times. Moreover, all pornographic writings afford us valuable assistance in our study of the genesis of sexual perversions. But while we admit the importance of such writings, for example, those of Desadito, learned men, and bibliophiles, we cannot condemn in sufficiently strong terms the insane undertaking of translating de Sade's books in our own day. This is simply pornology for all those who, as medical men, psychologists, or historians of civilization, are occupied with pornographic literature area, at any rate should be competent to read these authors in the original tongue. I feel, therefore, that the mass of recently published German translations of the pornographic writings of John Cleland, Murraybau Nerschet, de Sade, of the Antijustine of Redif de la Bretonne, of the Portier des Chartreux, of Alfred de Musset's Gamini, etc., can only be described as pornography, although I must admit that the original editions are often inaccessible to the scientific student interested in the matter, who in such cases must faute de mea content himself with translations. These obscene writings may be compared with natural poisons, which must also be carefully studied, but which can be entrusted only to those who are fully acquainted with their dangerous effects, who know how to control and counteract these effects, and who regard them as an object of natural research, by means of which they will be enabled to obtain an understanding of other phenomena. The pornographic element of literature and art has an ancient history in Greece, Rome, and Egypt, but more especially in India, Japan, and China. There existed an extensive obscene literature in Europe. The French, Italian, and English obscene literature occupies the first place as regards comprehensiveness and wide diffusion, exceptionally dangerous in their effect, are French pornographic writings because their mode of expression is so elegant, whereas the English obscene books, with the single exception of Cleland's Fanny Hill, are positively deterrent on account of the coarse phraseology employed in them. The German writings in this department are not much better than the English, and consist to a large extent of bad translations of foreign pornographic works if we accept a few older writings which are repeatedly reissued, such as the Denkwerkdigkeiten des Herrn von H. by Schilling, or the Memoiren einer Sangerin, the first part of which is ascribed to the celebrated Wilhelmine Schroeder. Deviant speaking generally, it is a remarkable phenomenon, and one which is in flat contradiction to the assertion, so frequently made that pornography and true art cannot possibly be associated, that so many spirits of the first rank, great artists either in literature or plastic art, have enriched pornography themselves, by works of their own or failing. This have at least been notorious lovers of pornography. This fact was clearly manifested at the time of the Italian Renaissance, but it can be traced down to the present-day men, like Voltaire, La Pucelle d'Orleans, Murray Bow Education de Laura Ma Conversion, etc. Alfred de Musset Gamiani Guide. Maupassant les cousins de la colonelle Théophile Gaudier Letter, et la Présidente, and Gustave Draws Uneat, a la Campagne have written indubitably pornographic books. But the heroes of our own German literature have not been free from such tendencies. Goethe not only wrote the Tagebuch, but composed other still completely unknown erotica, which by command of the Grand Duchess Sophie were sealed and hidden away. Schopenhauer, who said to Frauenstadt that a philosopher must be active not only with his head, but also with his genital organs, was a lover of pornography, even of a scatological character, and was fond of telling body stories, which will not bear repetition. For example, he would enumerate the different kinds of kissing, describe the varieties of the sexual impulse, etc. Schiller and Goethe enjoyed reading Diderot's The Nun La Religieuse and his Bijoux Indiscrets Redifs Monsieur Nicolas, and the Liaisons Dangereuses of Choderlos de Laclos books, which would nowadays be suppressed as immoral. Lichtenberg also was a very zealous reader, and a connoisseur not only of erotic, but also of pornographic literature. In his letters, he alludes to reading such pornographic works as Cleland's Woman of Pleasure Letters edition, Leitzmann and Schudikopf vol. Roman 2 p. 187, and Lindemine, etc. Talented women of that period also read pornographic works. Pauline Wiesel, the beloved of Prince Louis Ferdinand of Prussia, greatly admired Murraybau's obscene writings, as we learn from a letter of Friedrich Gentz in which the latter decries them as cold libertinage, and recommends to his friend similar products of Voltaire, Krebelin, and Grecourt. These facts do not excuse pornography, but they refute the assertion that pornography and true artistic perception are incompatible. As Schopenhauer truly says, many contrasts can exist side by side in the same human being. This is even more clearly manifest in pictorial art. Anyone who turns over the leaves of Eduard Fuchs's book upon the erotic element in caricature will learn that the greatest painters have occasionally painted deliberately improper obscene pictures. I need mention only the names of Lucas Cranach, Annabelle Carracci, H. S. Beham, Rembrandt G. Aldegrever, Adrian van Ostade, Watteau Boucher, Fragonard, Vivian Denon, Gilray, Lawrence Rowlandson, Heinrich, Ramberg, Wilhelm von Kaulbach, Shadow, Otto Grainer, Willett, Cuban, Julius Passon, Beardsley, etc. Side by side with these higher pornographic works, there exists also a lower kind obscene garbage writings and pornographic pictures of the worst possible kind, such as picture postcards, act photographs, etc., in which all possible sexual perversities are represented either in printed matter or by pictures. Masturbation, poses, lubriques, representations of nude portions of the body, coprolognistic and urolognistic acts, bestiality, sadism, masochism, pederasty, incest, fornicatory acts with children, orgies, obscene paraphrases of proverbs, rape, etc. Kemmer op. Cit. pp. 3145 gives a detailed account of the sale of these obscenities, and of the way in which they are advertised in catalogs, etc. They are manufactured in France, Germany, Belgium, and Spain, especially in Barcelona. The dangerous character of these articles is indisputable. They have a suggestive influence and stimulate those who look at them to imitative acts. They may thus directly give rise to sexual perversities, but they are not so dangerous as the true hawker's literature and popular garbage writings about secret sins. These inflame the imagination and thus lead to crime and sexual infamies. This is an old experience. In the year 1901, at the trial of the boy murderers Tharigen and Croft Vossisch Zeitung, No. 161, April 5, 1901, the two murderers confessed that they had been incited to the commission of crime by backstairs romances and by tales of Indians and robbers. The same cause was alleged in December 1906 in Cottbus, by a boy 14 years of age who was accused of murder. How are we to counteract the moral harm done by such literature? I consider all the efforts of societies for the suppression of immorality to be illusory and two-edged, for they always fail to attain their end. And in addition, unfortunately, a matter of which there is no doubt they endanger the freedom of art and science, all measures calculated to keep away from children and immature persons' books, which might serve to give rise to sexual stimulation, are worthy of support, and it must be remembered that for children and immature persons, scientific books, religious writings, for example, the unexpurgated Biblind, also illustrated comic papers, etc., may be dangerous. But for the most part, all prohibitions, and the whole campaign against immorality, serve only to favor pornography. The stricter the measures taken against it, the wider becomes its diffusion. This is a very old experience and incontrovertible fact. Tacitus, and Roman 14 Roman 100, rightly explained this peculiar phenomenon. Libros, exuri jussit conquisitos lectitatas donec, cum periculo parabanter mox licentia habendi oblivionum atulit. He issued a decree that the books were to be burned. But as long as it was dangerous to publish them, they were in great request, and were eagerly read, whereas as soon as people were permitted to possess them, they passed into oblivion. The pornographic books which during the last 500 years have been burned by the public executioner, which have been confiscated, and which have been repeatedly destroyed to the last copy, the obscene engravings of which the plates have been destroyed have, all these disappeared from the surface of the earth. Have all these confiscations and condemnations of livers defendus been of any use whatever? No, all the pornographic writings confiscated and destroyed 1,000 times over reappear again and again. Indeed, they become more numerous the more the attempt is made to suppress them. The campaign against them has always been a campaign against a hydra, a labor of the Danaids which has no object, and only entails the disadvantage that, in the general zeal to put an end to immoral literature, scientific and artistic interests are most seriously endangered. Happily, this campaign is today less vigorous than it was of yore in proportion to the population. Immoral literature in Germany was before 1870 far more widely diffused than it is at the present day. During the 6th and 7th decades of the 19th century, it flourished more luxuriantly even during the time of the War of Liberation. Numerous original obscene books were printed in Germany. Today the interest in social, scientific, technical, and philosophically questions, and in sport has become so great, and the interest in sexual questions has become so much more profound, that an overgrowth of pornography is no longer to be feared. From these facts, we recognize at once the only way, and the right way which we must follow in order to paralyze the evil influences of pornography. This is to take a proper care for genuine popular culture, to increase educational opportunities, and to reduce the price of books. A single undertaking, such as that of a Riemann, who in his Deutsche Bücherei publishes for threepence a volume, a collection of choice literature, containing not only the best fiction, but also popularly written scientific works from the pens of leading men of science and ethicists. Such an enterprise is far more effective in the suppression of garbage literature than all the unions for the promotion of morality. Supplementary note to Chapter Roman 30. In connection with the questions discussed in this chapter, the reader may profitably consult the recently published book of Willi Skindler, written, however, from an unduly subjective standpoint, The Erotic Element in Literature and Art, Berlin 1907. English readers interested in the question of the dangers of pornographic literature and art in relation to that liberty of unlicensed printing, which is so essential to the welfare of the modern social democratic state, should read the thoughtful and luminous discussion of the topic by H. G. Wells in one of the later chapters of his admirable Mankind in the Making Translator. Chapter 31. Love in Polite Belletristic Literature. The question arises whether it is not absolutely necessary that art should represent this erotic element forbidden by the culture of our time, because it corresponds to a profound subjective human need, to a yearning for the completion of man's imperfect existence. Conrad Land. Contents of Chapter 31. Love, the nucleus of belletristic literature. Necessity for the erotic element in polite literature. Remarks of the aesthetic Conrad Lange on this subject. Sexual topics in belles letters are principally problem literature, as a mirror of the times. Description of puberty in our poems. The Demivirge type, the Vera books, misogyny and ascetic romances, and rejoinders, the intimacy and free love in literature, irregular sexual intercourse in literature, marriage in literature, novels of divorce, the emancipated woman in belletristic literature, novels dealing with fallen woman precursors and imitations of the diary of a lost woman, belletristic descriptions of brothel life, and of the life of prostitution alcoholism, and syphilis in literature sexual, perversities in belletristic literature, Lerox, voluptuuses, etc., homosexuality and bisexuality, in Bellis letters masochism and sadism, psychological love romances, more earnest and more profound grasp of sexual questions displayed in modern belletristic literature. Chapter 31. It is a familiar fact that from the very earliest uprising of belletristic literature, its nucleus has always been the passion of love. There are indeed very few recent romances or dramas in which love does not play a part. It is a fable to say that sexual matters have today for the first time been freely discussed in belletristic literature, to assert that the predominance of erotic literature, which is to be distinguished from pornographic literature by its artistic intention and form, especially characteristic of modern civilization. A glance at the catalogue of the library of the poet and bibliophile Eduard Griesbach, which contains the erotic literature of the world, teaches us that such literature has existed at all times, and among all civilized nations, the erotic in Bellis letters has not merely a permissive existence, but by necessity forms a part of it, a fact very justly recognized by the aesthetic Conrad Lange, who that knows human nature can doubt the fact. Lange remarks. Art which represents the nude, because an opportunity exists for it to delight in the representation of the flesh, because it regards humanity as the crown of creation, and because it admires the purposive anatomical structure of the human body. Such an art is within its own rights, and does what it may and must. If we regard the representation of the nude in painting and sculpture as not repulsive, although it does not suit us in ordinary life, to go naked, so also in the poesy of the erotic, we must sometimes allow a form to which in ordinary life a justification is refused indeed. The question arises whether it is not absolutely essential that art should represent the erotic, although this is forbidden by the civilization of our time, for this corresponds to a profound subjective human need, a yearning for the completion of man's imperfect existence. Next to hunger and thirst, love is the strongest human emotion. Next to death, its enjoyment is the most important human experience. It is not to be wondered at that art is especially fond of depicting it. Art, which wishes to represent life in general, cannot leave unconsidered an instinct which plays so important a part in the life of the majority of human beings, and from which such a number of conflicts proceed with regard to the degree and the kind of representation. The decision depends not upon moral, but exclusively upon aesthetic considerations. The task of the poet is no more than this: to describe transgressions of the moral code in such a manner that they appear to arise by an inner necessity, out of the whole course of activity, out of the characters, out of the objective relationships. Then the immoral content comes to the help of the illusion. It is naturally impossible within the narrow compass of this work to give an exhaustive account of the sexual element in modern belletristic literature. I shall only refer to a few well-known phenomena, which all exhibit a common feature: love and sexual topics in Bellis letters are principally problem literature, the earnest and profound social perception with which sexual problems are today considered and explained is reflected also in the literature of our time. The adult will long ago in these matters have risen above the level of shallow storytelling and schoolgirl morality, and demands an earnest and honest representation of sexual problems. Frey justly observes that it is a general and a healthy tendency of the time, not a tendency to perverse lust, which impels the choice of erotic material in the economically determined forced labor of persons of average ability, in the monotony and the poverty of adventure of our civilized life. It is only by eroticism that into many a life any individual coloring is brought. In the following brief sketch of the sexual problems treated in recent belletristic literature, I hope to give some idea of the very numerous and interesting topics which the various phenomena of the sexual life now offer to the poet. The very first sexual activities of the child have been subjected to poetic treatment, as in Frank Wedekind's drama Frühlingserwachen, The Awakening of Spring, and the sexual note of the time of puberty is treated in Bonnetaine's celebrated onanistic novel Charlotte Esmus, in Walter Bloem's novel Der Krasse Fuchs, in Max von Munchausen's Eckhart von Gepperin, and very strikingly in the novel Lothar oder Untergang einer Kindheit Lothar, or The Ruin of Childhood by Oscar H. Schmitz, in connection with the consideration of the time of puberty in belletristic literature. The following works may also be mentioned: Unterm Rad by Hermann Hesse Freundheim, by Emil Strauss die Verwirrungen des Säuglings Torless by Robert Musil was zur Son, will by Hans Hart ein Gymnasiastentragödie, a drama, in 4 acts by Robert Sandex Consult. Also Gustav Zieler's review of Frühlingserwachen, published in Das Literarische Echo of August 15, 1907. The type of girl who ripens to a premature sexuality, and who, though physically still intact, is spiritually corrupt, has been made widely known by Marcel Proust's Demiurge, a companion novel to this, is Nichtchen by Hans von Kallenberg. Nobler types of girls playing with this vice are described by Clara Eisel-Kilberger in Dalton des Lasters. Diametrically opposed to these are the Vera characters so called after the book by Vera, Ein Verweil aus dem Tagebuch, Eins Mädchens, one for many from the Diary of a Girl, which demands from the man before marriage the same purity and chastity that man himself demands from his future wife Svava in Bjornson's drama Der Hanscha, is a similar type. Regarding this problem, an entire literature has sprung into being which associated itself with Vera's above-mentioned books such as Ein für sich selbst, one for herself, by auch Gemmen, somebody else, einer für Veil, one man for many, ein für Vera, aus dem Tagebuch einer jungen Frau, one for Vera, from the Diary of a Young Wife, these, in favor of Vera's demandant Christine Thaller's Ein Mutter für Veil, one mother for many by Verus einer für Veil, one man for many, and Krank Seelen von einem Arzt morbid souls, by a physician, these in opposition to Vera's demand for masculine abstinence from sexual intercourse before marriage. Next, we may mention certain novels glorifying misogyny, such as Strindberg's Beicht Ein's Torin Confessions of a Fool and Vergangenheit Ein's Torin the Past of a Fool, and Tolstoy the Kreutzer Sonata, in which absolute asceticism is demanded. These ideas, which in Weininger found a pseudoscientific apologist, have been contested in an interesting autobiography in the form of a romance, Das Weib vom Mann, Erschaffen Bekenntnis, einer Frau Woman, created from Man Confessions of a Woman, translated from the Norwegian by Tyra Benson Zola's magnificent hymn in favor of fruitfulness in fecundite, is also a refutation of this extreme ascetic Malthusian standpoint. The intimacy and free love are today the subject of innumerable romances and novels. Tavot discusses the problem in I Am Liebesrausch, in The Intoxication of Love, and in other novels more superficially from the grossly sensual side, the ideal free love ending. Indeed, in marriage is described in Peter Nansen's Maria. Similarly, Frentzen in Heiligenlei deals with the preconjugal sexual intercourse, so common in country districts, and he reproves in powerful words the repression of natural impulses by conventional morality. In Martin Burke's Jugend H. Jalmar Soderberg has described the great difficulties of ideal-minded young men who are not in a position to marry and who are repelled by the idea of intercourse with common prostitutes. In contrast to this, Camille Lemonnier, in Die Liebe im Menschen, describes the great danger of an overgrowth of the sexual, and Arthur Schnitzler, in his admirable Reigen, describes the utter misery of irregular sexual intercourse of true wild love, and displays vividly before our eyes the results of sexual promiscuity. The social contempt and the other disastrous consequences which today follow free love, in the form of illegitimate motherhood, have been described in dramas such as Sudermann's Heimat and Gerhard Hauptmann's Rose Burned, and in romances such as Gabriel Reuter's Aus guter Family, Johann Boger's Ein Pilgerfahrt, and Ernst Eberhardt's Das Kind. The manifold conflicts resulting from free love and illegitimate motherhood are also described by Marcel Tigner in La Rebelle. In Bellis' letters, we also find numerous accounts of the burning question of our day, that of coercive marriage. Above all, Ibsen in Ghosts, A Doll's House, The Lady from the Sea, Hedda Gabler, and Little Eyolf, has exposed the manifold injuries resulting from modern conventional marriage, and has propounded the ideal of a new marriage based upon a deeply subjective conception of love and upon life's work in common. The influence of Ibsen is further shown in numerous dramas and romances dealing with the marriage problem of these. It will suffice to mention a few of the most successful, such as Die Sklavin by Ludwig Fulda Fanny Roth, Ein Jungfräulichkeit by Gret Meisel Hess, and Was siehst du über den Splitter by Carl Larsen. The important question of differences in class and social position in married life is considered by Ernst von Wildenbruch in his drama Die Haubenlerche. The classical novels of adultery are, and will remain, Ernest Feydeau's Delightful Fanny and Gustave Flaubert's Madame Bovary. In French literature, in general, in dramas, as well as romances, adultery is a favorite motive. Isolated but especially characteristic phenomena of the sexual life have also found expression in poetry. Thus, Ernst von Walsigen in Das dritte Geschlecht describes the various types of emancipated women, the same question forms the theme of Die Nu Eva. By Maria Janicek, Anna Mar also in Gerhard Hauptmann's Einzelmenschen, is such a type in all of these. The conflict between woman and personality is described. And this is done with exceptional force and clearness in Das Nu Weib by Roman 1000 Janicek. The contrast to the woman who wishes to become a personality is to be found in the woman who has never possessed a personality, or who has lost it, the woman who has become only a chattel, an object of enjoyment for man the prostitute. I alluded before p. 315 to the fact that Marguerite Bohm in her sensational Diary of a Lost Woman was not the first to describe the life of a prostitute. Already from the 16th century, there date such romances as, for example, the celebrated Lozana Andaluza of Francisco Delgado, also Defoe's History of Mall Flanders and Ab. Provost's Manon Lescaut, both belonging to the 18th century. Besides the memoirs of a Hamburg prostitute Vidi Supra p. 315, there exist still other precursors belonging to the 19th century of the Diary of a Lost Woman, such as E. de Goncourt's Phil, Elissa Leon Leipziger's Ballhaus, Anna, etc., The Diary of a Lost Woman. Naturally soon found imitations such as Hedwig Hard's Confessions of a Fallen Woman, The Diary of Another Lost Woman, and the purely pornographic history of Josephine Mutzenbecher, a Viennese prostitute. Its Sappho Zola's, Nana Christian Krog's, Albertine and George Moore's Esther Waters belong to the same class. Brothel life and the life of prostitution, in all their relationships to modern civilization, and in their influence upon human character, are described by Frank Wedekind in Die Butch's Der Pandora's Box, and in his Hidella, and with exceptional vividness by Oscar Meitner in his romance cycle, extending to 7 volumes Tartuffes et Satyrs. The role of alcohol and of syphilis in the sexual life have also been discussed in belletristic literature, in Gerhard Hauptmann's Vor Sonnenaufgang, before sunrise Loth abandons his beloved Helene, as soon as he learns that she springs from a degenerate family of drunkards. The disastrous consequences of syphilis are described by Ibsen in Ghosts, and recently most vividly by Bria in Les Avaries. Extraordinarily comprehensive, especially in France, is the belletristic literature of sexual perversities, after the manner of the Raugon Macquart series, by Zola Jean Larocque, has written a romance cycle of 11 volumes under the general title of Les Voluptueuses. The separate titles are Ici Vivienne Odile Fausta, Daphne Phb, Fusette la Naide, Louvette Lucine and Hemine. In the last volume, we find even a discussion of coprolognistic details, some volumes of the series, for example. Behave even been translated into English. The works, also of Baudelaire Verlaine and Guy de Maupassant, offer a rich material for the study of psychopathia. Sexualities in this connection, I may also mention the poetic collections La Legende des Sexes, by Edmond Haraucourt, Rhymes de Joie, by Theodore Hannon, and also the Chants de Malderer. Octave Mirbeau, also in his journal D'une Femme de Chambre, provides us with a review of the entire register of sexual perversities. He, and also the talented Racalda, who in her romances, Monsieur Venus Les Whores Nature, and Madame Adonis, considers the question of homosexuality, never fail to exhibit the artistic spirit in their descriptions of these delicate topics. And, indeed, l'art pour l'art doctrine seems to have been created especially in relation to this department of thought. Homosexuality and bisexuality have been considered in such a large number of works that it is quite impossible to mention them all here. A fairly complete bibliography of these will be found in the volumes of the Annual for Sexual Intermediate Stages. I can allude here only to a few, especially well-known and artistically important homosexual romances and poems. Jowie in his admirable Gallery, Des Femmes Paris 1799, devotes to the lesbians a special chapter. Théophile Gaudier, in Mademoiselle de Maupin, discusses the interesting problem of bisexuality. Zola in Nana represents the lesbian relationship. Paul Verlaine in 1867 published tribadistic poetry under the title of Les Amies. Since that time, Englishmen, Germans, Belgians, and Italians have published belletristic descriptions of homosexual relationships. I may allude to Oscar Wilde's Dorian Gray, George's Ecouds, Eskelviger, Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass, Prime Stevenson's Ironus, Louis D. Herdy's El Ham Siren, F. G. Pernom's Urkel Tomai die Infamen, and Der Jungkurt, also the sensational Idyll Saphique of the demi-mondaine Lion de Pougy, the epic Ganymedes of Roman 100 W. Jaisler, and the drama Jasmineblut of Dilsner. Masochism found its introduction to Bellis letters by the writer from whom the very name is derived, Roman 50 von Sacher Masoch, more especially in Vermachny's kinds of his novels. The best known is Venus im Pels, others are Galazischen Geschichten Messelinen Wiens Die Schwarz Zarin and Wiener Hofgeschichten. He still remains the only writer who has treated this peculiar perversity in an artistic manner. The more recent masochistic and sadistic novels belong to the worst kind of Hawker's literature. Lou Andreas Salome, only in Ein Ausschweifung, has artistically described the spiritual masochism of a woman with the fine psychological characterization peculiar to her work. Quite recently, there has actually appeared a masochistic monthly magazine entitled Jasel und Root Archive für Erziehungssick Erwachsener Wip, and Rod Archives for the Education Sick of Adults, edited by Roman 100 vom Stein Budapest. The first number appeared on February 1, 1907. It contains masochistic stories, correspondence, historical sketches, and advertisements. Sadistic love is the theme of Oscar Wilde's Salome, and of the Diaboliques of Barbie d'Aurevilly. The satanic element is dealt with in Heisman's La Base, and in various novels by St. Pierre Zybisiewski. Herbert Eulenberg's drama, Ritter Blaubart, also represents a sadistic type. In conclusion, I may allude to some authors who represent to us the whole psychology of modern love, and above all the depths of the love of reflection, its spiritual refinement, all the manifold moods, illusions, and dreams of the modern Eros. J. P. Jacobson's Niels, Litten Hans Jaeger's Christiania Boheme, Oskar Meising's Gross Leidenschaft, Heinrich Mann's Jag nach Liebe, Gabriel D. Annunzio's Il Paesir Trionfo della Morte in Fuoco, represent aspects of love with the profoundest art. Lou Andreas Salome in her stories, which, in this respect, I regard as among the most valuable products of modern literature. Ruth Fenichka Ma and Menschenkinder represents the finer spiritual relationships between man and woman. This writer appears to possess the most intimate knowledge of the soul of the modern woman. Elizabeth Dothendi, also vom Neuen Weib, Unseiner Lieb, Gabriel Reuter, Leislot von Reckling, Ellen von der Weyden, and Rosa Merder Idol, give most powerful descriptions of complicated feminine characters. An important and interesting topic is discussed by Yvette Gilbert in Les Demiviolestes Psychology of the Woman Beginning to Grow Old, who cannot yet renounce love and yet is forced to do so by rude reality. The writings to which I have referred in this chapter, the number of which could easily be increased tenfold, without exhausting the abundance of recent belletristic literature, occupied in the discussion of the sexual problem, should suffice to give some idea of how great is the interest in the important problems of the sexual life, how detailed and complicated the problems of that life have become under the influence of modern civilization, and with what earnestness they are treated in the Bellis letters of the day. The light and frivolous mood of Wieland and Clorin is no longer found today in its place. We have grandiose moral description, more dramatic treatment of sexual problems, an unsparing exposure of the gloomier aspects of amatory life, and a psychological penetration into all the activities of the loving soul, regarded as a whole. Love in modern belletristic literature is treated from far worthier and higher standpoints than formerly. There is no ground whatever for regarding the widespread discussion of sexual problems in modern literature as a stigma of degeneration. In this respect, our literature is merely a mirror of our time, and its tendencies indicate very clearly the emergence of a new earnest and more profound conception of the sexual relations between man and woman. Chapter 32. The Scientific Literature of the Sexual Life. Stress has been laid upon the harm which can be done by the publication of works dealing with sexual problems. Undoubtedly, the pornographic interest of the laity, and also of men of science, does play a part here. But the benefits which the unreserved scientific elucidation of the sexual problem is able to diffuse throughout the widest circles of the population are so extensive that this consideration of any possible harm that may ensue becomes infinitesimal in comparison. Von Schrenck-Notzing. Contents of Chapter 32. Indispensable need for the scientific investigation of sexual problems, insignificance and ludicrous character of the objections made to such investigation. The diffusion of sexual perversities was just as extensive before their scientific study was first undertaken. De Sade's System of Psychopathia, Sexuality's recent additions to the scientific literature of the subject, works upon homosexuality, upon erotic symbolism, general investigations regarding the sexual impulse, general works upon the sexual problem, periodical literature relating to the sexual life. Chapter 32. Truth is always a good thing, even truth regarding the sexual life. Neither prudery nor moral hypocrisy can controvert this proposition. He who recognizes the immense importance of sexuality in relationship to civilization at large, who, like the author of the present work, has been occupied for many years in the study of the subject from the points of view of medicine, anthropology, ethnology, literature, and the history of civilization, is not only entitled, but will also consider it his duty to publish his investigations, to make publicly known his views and his opinions, and to take a definite and clear position in relation to the burning questions of the day in this province of thought. Such men as Ploss Bartels, who in their celebrated and purely scientific work Woman in Natural History and Folklore, could not avoid collecting numerous piquant and even obscene details, and who, for example, have described in a special chapter the various postures assumed during sexual intercourse, such a man as von Krafft Ebing, whose Psychopathia Sexualis contains a number of detailed autobiographies and clinical histories of sexually perverse individuals. Such men as these have been blamed because their books have been diffused in numerous editions, extending to many thousands of copies, and because these books have been read more by laymen than by medical men, apart from the fact that in earlier times, much more dangerous books, such, for example, as the works of Vieri Flittner, G. F. Most, and Rosier, characterized by a lascivious style, or such a book as the Dictionary Eros, obtained the widest possible circulation, apart also from the fact that even in works conceived and executed in a strictly scientific spirit, such as the numerous monographs of Martin Schurig, or the work of Frenzel belonging to the 19th century concerning impotence. See, for example, Frenzel op. cit. pp. 155, 156, 161, obscene passages and incredibly depraved stories occur, and apart finally from the incredible mass of pornographic writings, in comparison with which the scientific literature of the sexual life is almost infinitesimally small, putting, on one side, all these considerations, it is merely necessary to refer to the established fact that all possible sexual perversities were known to exist before the publication of von Krafft Ebing's Psychopathia Sexualis, and that they made their appearance spontaneously at all times, and in all places in the 18th century. The Marquis de Sade, in his romance The 120 Days of Sodom, was able to found a system of Psychopathia Sexualis, which not only contained all the perverse types described by von Krafft Ebing, but was even more varied in its contents, and exhibited yet more numerous categories of sexual anomalies than the book of the Viennese alienist. This work is a document of enormous importance to civilization, because it provides a complete refutation to the fable of modern degeneration, and because it gives us a proof that quite shortly before the powerful upheaval of the French nation, and the heroic campaigns of the Napoleonic epoch in this nation, there were diffused the most frightful perversities, regarding the reality of which there can, according to recent experience, be no doubt whatever. Scientific authorship in popular scientific works, 811 dealing with the province of the sexual life, cannot therefore be made responsible in any respect for the diffusion of sexual perversities. The founder of modern sexual science, Iwan Schrenk-Notzing, insisted on this fact, and recently it has been once more emphasized by S. Freud, who has probably gone further than any other writer in biologico-physiological derivation of sexual perversions. Havelock Ellis' analysis of the sexual impulse, Vol. Roman 3 of this writer's Studies in the Psychology of Sex, published by the F. A. Davis Co-Philadelphia book, in which we find an admirable analysis of the development and variations of the sexual impulse, including an account of sadism and masochism, enriched by numerous exemplashes, recently appeared in a German translation. Wurzburg, 1903. The translator Dr. H. Curella, in his preface to this work, says pp. Roman 9x, in my opinion, with perfect justice. Daily experience among my patients, suffering from nervous disease patients, who were for the most part women and girlshes, shown me how extremely important is enlightenment regarding the sexual life for women suffering from nervous disorders. For this reason, I hope the book will have the widest possible circulation among the mothers of daughters about to grow up, if they will employ in a proper manner the knowledge which they will be able to obtain from its contents. In this way, an immeasurable quantity of sorrow and misery can be prevented. This use of its teaching will by itself suffice to compensate the author, and the translator for the scruples they must always feel in giving to the world a book, which is likely to be valued by some simply as providing prurient reading matter, and which by such persons will perhaps be circulated for this purpose of fate, to which every book dealing with erotic subjects is exposed, however earnest its style and tendency may be. The lively scientific activity, which now animates the Department of Sexual Problems, is a matter for rejoicing since it indicates the advance of knowledge in one of the most important of all vital problems, whereas earlier none, but alienists and neurologists concerned themselves with sexual questions, and interest in these questions, is now very generally displayed by the circles of other medical men, of anthropologists, folklorists, psychologists, aesthetics, and historians of civilization. One good result of this wide diffusion of interest is, as I have already remarked, pp. 455 et seq, that a one-sided consideration of the problems under investigation will thereby be prevented. Every earnest investigator, to whatever discipline he may personally belong, can here contribute something new, something which will advance knowledge, but most helpful unquestionably can the physician be who, as von Schrenck-Notzing declared, is competent to consider the question in relation to various other departments, those of biology, anthropology, history, Bellis letters, psychology, and forensic medicine. It would subserve no useful purpose to enumerate once more in this place the works of all the recent authors who have dealt with the subject of the sexual life. In the text of the present book, they have for the most part received sufficient mention. Of larger monographs upon homosexuality, there still remain to be mentioned those of Havelock Ellis and J. A. Simmons, Amal J. Chevalier, and Lopes. In these works, we find extensive reports of cases, and more especially in the two first mentioned we find a record of all the historical and critical data of homosexuality, up to the time of the first publication of the Annual for Sexual Intermediate Stages, 1899 et seq. A new work by Havelock Ellis recently reached me, the fifth volume of the American edition of his studies, in the psychology of sex, giving an account of erotic symbolism, fetishism, exhibitionism, etc., the mechanism of detumescence, and the psychical condition during pregnancy, with an appendix giving an analysis of the sexual development of various individuals. This book, full of interesting details, will doubtless, like the earlier volumes of his studies, soon appear in a German translation. The fundamental work of Amaro on puberty in man and woman also deserves a special mention. It can most usefully be consulted in the French edition, La puberte chez l'homme et chez la femme étudie, dans ses rapports avec l'anthropologie, la psychiatrie, la pédagogie, et la sociologie, Paris, 1902, 536 pp. Special studies on the subject of the sexual impulse have been published by Moll and Fear. In Moll's work, of which hitherto the first part only has appeared, the sexual impulse is divided into two components: the detumescence impulse, that is the impulse towards the evacuation of the reproductive products, and the contractation impulse, that is the impulse towards the other individual. And from these two components, the various manifestations of sexuality are explained. Fear, more especially, has made an exhaustive study of the instinctive element of the sexual impulse. And apart from this, he appears to be the most extreme advocate of the atavistic theory of sexual perversions. An interesting study of sexual psychology based upon the doctrine of Freud has been published by Otto Rank. The tendency of this work also is in opposition to the degeneration phobia. The work of the Italian psychiatrist Pasquale Penta, I pervertimenti sessuali nell'uomo, e Vincenzo Verzeni, Strangolator di Don, the sexual perversions observed in Vincenzo Verzeni, The Strangler of Women, Naples, 1893, contains numerous interesting details. In the first chapter, the author gives contributions to a history of psychopathia sexualis. The second chapter contains a detailed report of Verzeni and an account of his lust murders. In the third chapter, Penta discusses the similarities and differences between the sexual impulse in man and in the lower animals. In the fourth chapter, he deals with the biological foundations of lust murder. In the fifth chapter, he reviews the different sexual perversions. In the sixth chapter, he considers rape, and in the seventh and last chapter, he discusses the forensic importance of rape and of sexual perversions. The recently published work on sexual biology by Robert Muller, Berlin, 1907, is written from the standpoint of veterinary medicine, and the subtitle of the book, Comparative and Evolutionary Studies in the Sexual Life of Man and the Higher Mammals, indicates the author's intention to elucidate the general biological roots of sexual phenomena. This comparative consideration of the sexual life of man and of the higher mammals throws a new light on many matters, and enables us to understand a number of phenomena of the sexual life, which have hitherto seemed obscure. A comprehensive general popular work upon the sexual life is now in course of publication. Man and Woman. It is issued by R. Kosman and J. Weiss with the collaboration of a number of leading specialists. Stuttgart, 1907. A number of illustrated sections have already been issued. Finally, two other works must be mentioned, which consider the sexual life as a whole a larger work, and a smaller one. Forel's comprehensive book is distinguished from beginning to end by an original subjective grasp of the question, and by an optimistic view of the future, as I have pointed out in my review of this book in the Deutsche Erste Zeitung. As such a subjective program of a future solution of sexual problems, it will ever retain a value, and we can always follow with pleasure the demonstrations of the talented and sympathetic author. Although the book is perhaps somewhat monotonous in character, its merits, moreover, are counterbalanced by the almost complete neglect of the numerous recent researches in almost every department of the sexual life, more particularly the chapter upon syphilis and venereal diseases, the chapter upon homosexuality and sexual perversions, and the chapter upon marriage betray this fault. The chapter on marriage is a mere extract from Westermarck. The author is fully conscious of these defects and freely admits them, and in spite of them, the book must not be ignored because its value really lies in its subjectivity, and because we find in it so profound a conviction of the great importance of social activity for the higher development of love, a shorter consideration of sexual problems, but one abounding in paradoxes, is to be found in a book by Leo Berg. In conclusion, I may give a brief survey of the reviews and other periodical publications, which are occupied with sexual questions. A great periodical devoted to the entire province of sexual research. Does not exist such periodicals, as we have deal with separate departments of the sexual life, a rather insignificant periodical Vita Sexualis, which appeared for the first time in 1899, seems to have become extinct a few years later, an exceedingly valuable publication, especially occupied with the problems of homosexuality, bisexuality, and sexual intermediate stages, is the one edited by Magnus Hirschfeld, and entitled Annual for Sexual Intermediate Stages of this. 8 volumes have hitherto appeared. Purely popular and belletristic aims are subserved by the homosexual monthly magazine Der Eigen, edited by Adolf Brand. Another annual, not less valuable than the one previously mentioned, is that edited by Friedrich S. Cross, entitled Anthropophytia. This treats more especially of folklorist research in sexual matters, and is a true treasure house of new facts and observations. The periodicals for the study of venereal diseases, such as the Archives of Dermatology and Syphilis, edited by F. J. Pick, hitherto 82 volumes. The monthly magazine of Practical Dermatology, edited by Unna and Tanzer, hitherto 4 to 4 volumes. The monthly magazine for diseases of the urinary organs and sexual hygiene, edited by W. Hammer, in succession to K. Rise, hitherto 4 volumes, and the other German and foreign dermatological periodicals, also contain much material regarding venereal diseases and sexual perversions, interesting contributions to all sexual problems, as well as an extensive case literature and bibliography, are to be found in the Archives for Criminal Anthropology and Criminology, edited by Hans Gross, hitherto 27 volumes, proceeding largely from the pen of the learned and most original alienist Paul Nacke, also in the monthly magazine for Criminal Psychology and Criminal Law Reform, edited by Gustav Aschenberg, in the monthly magazine, The Protection of Motherhood, a magazine for the reform of sexual ethics, edited by Helene Stalker, VD Supra, pp. 270 and 273, in the monthly magazine Sex and Society, edited by Carl Vansilo, hitherto 2 volumes, and in the illustrated magazine under the same editorship Beauty, hitherto 4 volumes. Finally, we have to mention certain periodicals concerned chiefly with the aims of racial hygiene, and containing valuable material. The Politico-Anthropological Review, edited by Ludwig Woltmann, hitherto 5 years of issue, and the Archives for Racial and Social Biology, edited by Alfred Plotz, hitherto 3 years of issue. Chapter 33. The Outlook. A happy man is he who in his individuality possesses an instrument upon which the world can play with all its wealth of powers. To him, the sexual will be a means by which he will be enabled to grasp the innermost of life, to understand its most painful sorrows, and its most intoxicating delights, to plumb its most frightful abysses, and to scale its most shining summits. Rosa Merder. Contents of Chapter 33. the future of human love indications of progress, and of a happier configuration of the sexual life relationship of sexuality, to intimate individual love the categorical imperative of the sexual life, the association of love with the work of life, love, and personality. Chapter 33. Looking backwards over the long road which lies behind us, and which has conducted us past all the heights and deeps of the human amatory and sexual life, we may now endeavor to give a brief answer to the difficult question: what is the future of human love? Are we able to recognize the existence of progress towards better things? Are there any indications of a new, nobler, happier configuration of the sexual life? The answer is a confident and joyful yes. Never before throughout the history of mankind has love evoked so earnest and so profound an interest as today. Never has it been considered from so eminently social a standpoint as now, as I remarked at the first public meeting of the Association for the Protection of Motherhood. The idea of a reform, ennoblement, and more natural configuration of the sexual life harmonizes perfectly with the general tendency of our time, which has in view a resignation of all the relationships of life. It is continually more clearly and widely recognized that in the human sexual life, as in all other departments of human activity, modifications may be effected by means of conscious endeavor in the direction of a progressive evolution, that the relationship between man and woman alike in its individual and in its social aspects is influenced by the changes and advances of human evolution, and that this relationship cannot be artificially confined by main force within limits which may have been suitable to it 100 or 200 years ago. Our love is of this earth, afflicted with all earthly defects and sorrows. Notwithstanding this, we affirm it joyfully in the confident hope that it can be saved from all hostile and destructive influences, and that it can be elevated above the transient and the casual, and manifest itself in its finest form as intimate individual love. In the sphinx of the individual, the greatest riddle of all unquestionably lies in the alarming and elemental qualities of the sexual impulse. But the way to liberation is obvious and open. Let us fight courageously with all the hostile forces described in this book, which poison the amatory life of our time. Let us destroy all the germs of degeneration, and let us imprint upon our sexual conscience 3 words: health, purity, responsibility. One thing more: why does love at the present day so often threaten to perish amid the general fragmentation of life? Why do the leading spirits and the greatest artists in love complain of the fragile character of all love? Because love is isolated, because it is not associated with the work of life, with the battle for freedom which every man has to fight, because love is not conceived as a union between the lovers for the common conquest of existence, as a partnership for the purposes of inward spiritual growth. Far too often, the man of the future is opposed to the woman of the past, or the woman of the future to the man of the past. Each is to the other a sexual being, and nothing beyond, and yet individual love is only possible when passing beyond the aims of mere sexual gratification, and beyond the purposes of reproduction. It subserves the general objects of life, and assists in the performance of all the tasks of the civilization of our time. The most wonderful dreams of the heart cannot suffice to take the place of the positive work which life demands from love. Without free activity there is no love. That is the great saying of a great thinker. And I add to this saying that without free activity, there is no right to love. Such a right is possessed only by the personality, the poetic, striving, willing human being, be it man or be it woman. How often the man seeks love from the woman and cannot find it, and yet might have found it so easily. Doch wenn ich suchen druck, die Fange meines Geists in ihrer Hirn. Dunkt mich das hinter dieser hohen Stern. Ein etwas liegt des einst gefällt dem Gluck. But when searchingly I press the talons of my spirit into her brain, it seems to me that behind this lofty forehead something lies which has just missed happiness. In this beautiful verse of Ada, christens the secret of all love reveals itself. We must not seek that which is lower in the other sex in the beloved person. We must seek the highest her spiritual essence. Her will her developmental possibilities before the eyes of the modern human, being the individual love of 2 free personalities, appears as an ideal, as is poetically expressed by Dingelstedt in the words: Und lieb blut nur in dem Doppelleben. Verwenter seelen die nach oben streben. And love blossoms only in the duplex life of 2 allied souls which together strive upwards.